Madam Mayor, it's 6:05 and 6:06, and we are live now.
Thank you. Good evening. I'd like to call the April 6, 2021 regular City Commission meeting to order and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Betty Resch,
Here.
Commissioner Sarah Maliga,
Present.
Commissioner Christopher McBoy,
Present.
Commissioner Kim Stokes,
Here.
Commissioner Herman Robinson.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. The invocation will be led by Commissioner Maliga.
Heavenly Father, we lift you up in thanks and praise. Thank you for entrusting the city, its residents and businesses to us on this dais. May we be kind with our words, mindful of others' times, and intentional with all of our decisions. Amen.
Thank you. Amen. Please rise to the pledge led by Commissioner Stokes.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any additions, deletions, or reordering?
No, Madam Mayor, but there is a clarification. The last presentation about the CDBG funding is just a presentation and no vote will be taken tonight. So in your package, you may show that if there's going to be a vote, there is not. That's the only thing I have.
Okay, so we're pretty new at this, so work.
So you can move right on to presentations.
All right. Next is the presentation by Miss Elena Villani, Principal of Highland Elementary. Is she here? What?
Keith, is Mrs. Villani in?
Yeah, we have a lot of people in tonight's meeting, so it is going to be a little bit.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh, there we go. Good afternoon, Ms. Villani. Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, thank you. Can you all hear me well?
You can.
Okay, perfect. So there's a presentation. Is it going to show on the screen or am I sharing my screen?
If you have it, if you can share it, that would be fantastic.
Okay, sure. Just give me one moment. I wasn't sure if I was doing that. So if you can just bear with me for just a quick second here. Okay. So I'm not fully versed in Zoom. We tend to use, okay, so share my screen. All right. Are you able to see my screen at this time?
Yep.
Yes.
Aw.
All right, so that is our mascot. First, I want to thank you for this opportunity to share some exciting things that are going on at Highland. Mayor Rush, I would like to welcome you and congratulations on your mayorship. And commissioners, thank you so much for this opportunity to present to you all. So that is our mascot that we love and hold very dear to us. And so a little bit of a background about our school history is that Highland Elementary is nestled between I-95 and A Street, which is just south of 10th Avenue North. There's actually scientific evidence to prove that Highland was once underwater and eroded over time to form the top of a sand dune. And even today, so many times our students will go out on nature walks and find tons of seashells within the soil, hence the name of Highland. Highland was built in 1954, replaced in 1998, and we're actually in the beginning stages of preparing for the deferred maintenance project from the penny tax referendum that is scheduled to start in December of 2021. Some demographics about our school. We have 18% of our students fall under the ethnicity of Black, 5% white, 70% Hispanic, and 7% fall under the other category, which is Asian, American Indian, and then I think there's actually just other. And then with regard to our programs and the different programs that we have on campus, we have 1,019 students currently registered. We have 98% of our students are on free and reduced lunch, which means that they're either at or below the poverty level. 73% of our students classify as an ELL student, meaning that they're learning a second language, being English. 11% of our students are students with disability. 5% of our students, which totals 50 students, fall under the migrant program. And 10% of our students are considered under McKinney-Vento, which are considered under a homeless status. Eight of our students out of that 133 of them are under an emergency or transition type shelter. 122 of them are shared housing, and 3 of them are either living in a hotel or motels. Oh, I just realized there's okay, so with regard to our instructional platforms of students that are attending school right now, 79% of our students are face-to-face, receiving face-to-face instruction, meaning they're coming on campus every single day, which makes us so excited because we can reach our students best when they are on campus, whether it's for the academic aspect of it or the social emotional aspect. So we're really proud of that number. We continue to push through and encourage students to return, and we're working hard on those efforts. And 21% of our students are still distance learners. Our demographics with regard to our staff, we have 32% of our students, of our teachers are either with 0 to 3 years of experience. 20% of them have 4 to 7 years of experience. 48% of our teachers are 8 years or more. 24% of them are reading endorsed, which is a big deal because now, as part of our certification, all teachers that are doing interventions with students that are below grade level need to be reading endorsed. And so that is something that as a school that we're working towards to be able to get that endorsement for many of our staff. 49% of our teachers are ESOL endorsed, 1% national board certified, and 40% of our teachers have advanced degrees. This is our support staff. So we have a great deal of support staff at our school, which is a great blessing to us. We have our single school culture coordinator, who's also on this call today. Her name is Carrie Mayone, and she has 15 years of experience. We have 2 reading coaches, one that services our primary grades K through 2, and then another one that services our 3 through 5 grade level teachers and students. We have an ESOL guidance counselor and a general education guidance counselor. We have a parent liaison that does some great work, and I'll talk a little bit more about some of the things that she's doing. We have 12 ESOL teachers. We have 2 ESOL coordinators, and ESOL stands for the program that supports our students that are learning another language, which is English. We have 1 dual language coach who also does an amazing job, our ESC coordinator, who started there as a teacher and it has become our ESC coordinator. She's been at our school for 16 years. Our dual language coach, little side note there, she was actually a student at Highland, then became a teacher and is now a dual language coach. We also have 1 allocated mental health therapist that just started with us this year. And we have our school police officer, who's actually a retired police officer from New York and is now here servicing our school. And she's been a great addition to our family. Some of the highlights I would like to show, if you see here this video, obviously because of social distancing, we haven't really been able to celebrate our arts program. And we have a world-class music program at our school that we're extremely proud of. And despite all the challenges of this global pandemic, our students have still been receiving music instruction, whether it's through our Google Meets or one-on-one during the school day. And they were able to perform for our students as they were coming in one morning. And that was a nice little this is just them in the car loop. And we're really trying to incorporate it and showcase the things that we're doing. We have an in-house dual language program that continues to grow. We always have a waiting list of parents who want to be a part of our program. And we have that from kindergarten through 5th grade. We offer AVID for our 5th grade students, which is a great program to help the kids start thinking about what happens after school. Once you graduate from high school, do we go into a vocation? Do we go to college? Or what are some of the things that we can do? And it also gives them some great strategies on being a successful student while they're in school. We have a VPK program and a Head Start program. Our culture and our climate is surrounded around our community, and we really try to instill positive belief in themselves that they can be successful. Just because you're learning a new language doesn't mean that you have lower expectations. We have equally as high, if not higher, expectations for all of our students, because our students have to work twice as hard just to be considered equal to some of their peers around our district and our country. And our parent participation with distance learning has been outstanding with our parent liaison. She goes on Facebook Live. She actually did, which was really neat, a scavenger hunt around our city, our community here of Lake Worth, and the students had to go and take pictures of murals around our community, and it was part of our STEAM program. And it was spectacular to see how the parents went out with the children and they were taking pictures, and they really got to explore the beautiful community that we have here in Lake Worth Beach. And so that's something that she's coordinated, and we're really excited about how much she has been able to still incorporate our parents in partnership with our students and still keep that parent participation high and live and well, and letting our parents know that we're partners with them, and we're going to get through this together. And most of all, to make sure that our okay, so some of the highlights this year, we received our Green Apple, which is a designation from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. We're really proud of that because we are not built to be a green school. So for us to get that designation really shows how much we have been putting into the footprint of our earth to make sure that we are recycling and doing all the things that we can and being responsible community members. We've also received a Green School of Excellence through the FAU Green Schools Recognition Program. So we were recognized by that. We also received our Green Ribbon School. So these are all things that we are really, really proud of that we have accomplished just this past year. We were also, we received $6,761 for school supplies and Start Proud for our students. So every single student at the beginning of this school year received a backpack full of goodies, plus a $25 gift card that was in the backpack. And it was something that we were really excited to be able to start proud this school year, despite all of the challenges that our students had been facing. We have a social emotional learning program that we do during our fine arts and our morning meetings. And this is something that we are also really proud of, because we have been working with the children to be able to learn how to express themselves and really being able to tap into those feelings and being productive and communicative on how we're feeling and how we can resolve those to be able to stay positive and overcome challenges. We have ELL support, so our ESOL teachers push into the reading block. So now the students have 2 reading teachers during their reading block to really help support, close that gap. We have a science lab that we're really proud of that services children from kindergarten through fifth grade on a rotation. We have a reading interventionist that focuses specifically on phonics for K-2 and comprehension from grades 3 through 5. So these are all things that we have put into place in addition to our school-based team and tiered support coordinator to make sure that we are doing everything possible to remediate and support our students as we work towards closing that achievement gap. We have wonderful partnerships and grants that we have been able to work through. And a lot of this has come through the support of additionally my assistant principals that are also on this meeting. So we have Erin Walsh, who assists us a great deal with writing all of our grants. And then we have Frances Fry, who is also one of my assistant principals that works closely with like Lake Worth Middle School. She also works closely with our Title I program. And so these are things that collectively as an administrative team, we work together in doing. So we have our FAU AIT program, which is students that are in their senior year of college are able to do their student teaching through Highland. And the intent is that they basically get hired at the end because they have their own class and they're supported throughout that process. And actually this year, I believe we are able to proudly share that we have 3 AIT students that went through the program and are now full-time teachers. And we have a partnership with the Guatemalan Mayan Center, and Dr. Fenoy is actually hosting on the 15th a Q&A with the Guatemalan Mayan community so that they can be able to ask questions and see how the district is continuing to support them. We have a great partnership with Bridges at Highland, Adopt a Family. We have an after-school program plus 21st Century, Latinos in Action, which is a collaboration with Lake Worth Middle School. And even with this pandemic, we've been doing a lot of it virtually. Teamwork USA is an amazing grant that we are able to do through our for our music program. They provide instruments and individualized tutorials for our students with their instruments and learning and teaching them how to play. Our Tropical Ridge Neighborhood Association participates in all of our SAC meetings, as well as supports us in any community outreach and programs that we do. They're part of our mentorship program that we do with Bridges. So they're very active in our school. The Ventus Charitable Foundation also supports us with providing us with resources so that we can have headphones for our kids, tutorials, summer programs, books, for them for the summer. So just lots of amazing things that they provide for us. We're getting the Ben Carson Reading Room, which is a reading room that is another grant that we were just awarded, which is a reading room that the kids just go in there just to read. It's really neat. We're super excited. We have a meeting in about 2 weeks to be able to start talking about those plans to get in. The Pew Grant is similar to the Ventus Grant. We get books for our kids so they can have libraries at home. We have a dental program that comes in and provides free dental care for our students. And then the Center for Child Counseling is an excellent outreach program as well to be able to support our students with any of their mental health needs or any kind of needs that they may have even as a family. So
Mrs. Villani, and we already ran out of time. Can you come to the end of your presentation?
I was trying to go really quick. Okay, no
Thank
problem.
you.
Sorry about that. So some barriers that we're facing obviously is, the high number of newcomers that we have. We have a transient population attendance. So, as you can see, 23% of our students already have 10 or more days absent. So these are things that we're working through, and a great challenge that we face daily is the students that are distance learning is logging in virtually, making sure that they're logged in every day and getting the proper instruction and focus. They'll log in for like a half an hour and then we lose them for the rest of the day. So these are things that are some barriers that we are facing. Some opportunities for growth as we continue to develop our teachers. We continue to come up with attendance initiatives, interventions to help support our students, and building the capacity of our parents so that they can be an extension of our school. We have student-led groups where the kids are teaching each other, and even you can see their little snapshot into our classrooms, the kids with their masks, social distancing, but we're still doing some small group work. So this is something that we continue to support. And in the bottom left-hand corner, you can see a student that is attending virtually, still actively a part of our class discussion. Here's some of our data. It has dropped since they didn't take the assessment last year, but the year before. So we're hoping to be able to close that achievement gap even further. We started testing today, so we'll continue to work through that through tutorials. And some wish list of things, recognition of our teachers, some prizes and treats for our students as they continue to actively participate in our school-wide positive behavior system. And to spread the word, we're trying to get a new marquee. And so we take any donations. Hopefully, once we're able to open up our schools completely, we will welcome some volunteers and guest readers and tutors to come and support our students. And that's pretty much it in a nutshell. I'm sorry that I went over, but at Highland, we truly believe that all our students will achieve, and we work really hard towards achieving that goal. So that's it for us. I'll stop sharing my screen. And thank you again for this opportunity. Any questions for me?
Thank you very much. That is an impressive little thing you just showed us. There's a lot to take in. Is that PowerPoint can be available to us to look at later? Yes. Okay, great. Does anyone have any questions or comments? No, just thank you for your hard work. Yeah. I think that my nephew works as a teacher at adoptive family, so his kids are your kids, and he could not speak higher of your school. Evan James. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. We really appreciate that. Well, it was a pleasure being able to present to you all tonight. Best of luck. And if you need anything, we're just right down the street. So feel free to stop by.
Thank you very much.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Next, we have a presentation by Dr. Anna R. Gonzalez, Principal of South Grade Elementary School.
Madam Clerk, who are we adding?
This is Dr. Ana R. Gonzalez, Principal of South Grade Elementary School.
Got it.
Right. Available? While that's working out, should we still go ahead and go back to that?
Keith, is Miss Gonzalez here?
Yes, yeah, should be coming on.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Can you see me?
Yes, we can.
Can you see my presentation? Because I can't see anyone right now.
We can't see your presentation, but if you go ahead and
Oh, hold
start.
on. I'm going to go ahead and start sharing my screen. Here we go. Okay, here we go. All right.
Okay, I'm setting the timer for 10 minutes.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, here we go. Well, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mayor Betty Resch, City Commission, and invited guests. My name is Anna R.C. Gonzalez, proud principal at South Grade Elementary. I do understand you have a very long agenda for tonight, so I'll make it short and sweet. But again, we are located here on 7th and K Street, just nearby, just around the corner. As we're taking a look at our presentation, a little history of our school and background. Was built in 1926. In the 1980s, it was used as an alternative educational site. It was then closed due to lack of enrollment, but then remodeled in 1998, where we had the addition of our building 3 and housed North Grade Elementary at that time. We then reopened in 1999 in response to the large influx of immigrant children here at South Grade Elementary. Some of our unique strengths is our culture and our climate. We were recognized by the state as a model school gold status with positive behavior support. We are a dual language school. We house programs in K-5. Just this past year, we did open our K and our first grade classes to more of the dual language. So currently right now in kindergarten, 4 out of 5 of our kindergarten classes are dual language classrooms. And in first grade, 4 out of 6. And then we equally have 3rd, 4th, and 5th with 2 classes of each. We also have a VPK 1 unit here at South Grade Elementary. And just like what Elena was sharing over at Highland, we are an avid school with 4th and 5th grade students, getting them for college readiness. Opportunities here for our students. We do have a full band of instruments of students here. We also join forces with FEU Band Camp, usually during the summers. And then we also partnership with the Palm Beach Sheriff's Department with a lot of different facilities and activities throughout the school year. Clubs that we usually conduct here at school are the Students Wellness Club, Chorus, Band, Soccer, Board Game Club, South Grade Gents, and also the Wellness Club. Some of our partnerships that we've had throughout the years, and as recently as last year and some of this year, FAU as well with the AIT program, where we have interns coming in teaching our students, and then they actually become full-time teachers. So it's a nice program to see them grow. Palm Beach Atlantic University with Junior Achievements, they also come in and support our students. The Co-Teach Grants, the Literacy Coalition, we have mentors that usually come in and support our students. Journeys Church, Summer Reading Slide Grants, Guatemalan Mayan Center also support our students with the after school program. Bridges at Lake Worth, the after school on 21st Century, we've had that for several years in our own after school program. The Rotary Club, Pineapple Beach Neighborhood Association, just right before the pandemic, they would always meet here in our school cafeteria and also join our SAC meetings. FIU Mental Health Interns, we have a what we call a care department made up of co-located health therapists and interns, mental health interns that help support our students and our families. So we do really feel that we're supporting our students when it comes to their social emotional development. Monthly character counts with Jack the Bike Man. He prizes our students once a month. Kids Closet with the Food Pantry and Pan Florida Challenge. Mary Robert Pugh Public Education Foundation, the Disney Musical, Ventus Charitable Foundation, and Teamwork USA. Our student demographics, 661 students. We have 17% Black, 76% Hispanic, 3% white, and 5% other. Our free or reduced lunch is 99.6%. Our ELL population is 75, and again, English language learners. So those are students of a second language, or if not, a third. ESC, 7%. So those are students that are in the exceptional student education. Some of our strength, currently we have about reaching 90% of our students are brick and mortar, meaning 90% of our students are back in the school. Again, we are a model school gold status with the state of Florida with positive behavior support. That basically means that we operate as one, our climate, our culture, our protocols, our rules. We function as a team. We are a Green School of Excellence as well. I do have a teacher who is a Central Region Teacher of the Year, just recently nominated. Her name is Alyssa Maddox. Also, our third grade students to fourth grade have had an increase of 2% on their reading as we're taking a look at diagnostic scores that they took back in December. Also in fifth grade, we have also 2% of the fifth grade students who have increased their reading. So although the pandemic has really hurt us hard with making sure that our students haven't lost a lot of instruction, we're still seeing some of the increase since they've returned. I think that probably owes back to the amount of students that have returned back to school and that I've been able to keep brick and mortar and not so much where they're virtual, which has been a very hard thing for students to do. Also in science, we have increased 3% compared to our diagnostic, compared to state testing in the last 2 years. Some of our barriers, high numbers, again, of newcomers and migrant students and being able to provide all the support that they require. Sometimes we do have that transient population where they're returning back to their country, or they're just moving to other neighborhoods or other locations where they can be better suited. Attendance and loss of instruction due to the student migration and pandemic. Teacher capacity of teaching to the intended rigor of the standard. Also, opportunities for growth. Continue to develop the capacity of meeting the needs of all of our students, and especially our English language learners and SWD, so students with special disabilities. Ensure the right interventions are in place to increase the student gains. Continue the oral language development with all students. Increasing explicit planning for whole group and small group instruction. Continue to develop the capacity of all teachers, and continue parent and community involvement, and increasing the student engagement to include experiential learning. That is our school. So again, if you're kind of wondering, where is the school? What does it look like? This is the 1926 building right there as we're looking at it. And again, we are the surfers here at South Grade Elementary. Any questions?
Thank you very much. You are very inspiring. Your South Grade is my neighborhood school.
Oh, nice.
And we're very happy to have you there for active campus. Does anyone have any questions or comments?
I do know that Health in Lakewood Beach partnered with South Grade previously in regards to sending the kids to Washington, DC. Can we see that happen in the near future for next year for them?
Well, we currently do have safety patrols. Obviously, they're not doing some of the same things that they've used to do in the past, as far as, they've also with taking a look at recycling. They used to recycle even last year for the city of Lake Worth. So some of that has come to a halt just because of the pandemic, but they continue to do things throughout the school to help support their initiatives.
Anything else? Thank you so much, and thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to present tonight. Congratulations, everybody.
Thank you. We've got another question for you.
One more question. when you have an older building, that can have both positive aspects to historic and maybe a little bit negative aspects. It's not a shiny new building. Do you have any historical things on the walls in the building to help build a connection to the history of either Lake Worth or the building itself or the community that help put a positive spin on that history that you have?
Well, I think the building itself, I think once people come into our building and kind of just feel the atmosphere and see how we provide the climate of the school and the culture of the school, I think immediately when people come in, although we keep it nice and clean and painted as much as we can, and we really try to touch up as much as we can, keeping the facade looking, you know, as tropical as it is. I think people are definitely always ask, how old is this building? Not because of the, you know, of how it looks where it's deteriorated, but I think because they kind of see that the structure of the building continues to hold through. So, you know, we continue to provide that opportunity for people to come in and volunteers to come in. And then we have certain artworks as well to kind of show the culture and the city of Lake Worth and the people that live within.
Thank you very much.
You're
Thank you.
welcome.
Have a good evening and keep up. the
Thank
good
you.
work. Thank you. Next, we have a presentation by Mary Lindsay regarding the city's library and the Wilkes Free Libraries. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioner, and my neighbors all over the fabulous city of Lake Worth. My name is Mary Lindsay, and while they're finding the first page of my presentation, I will identify myself in two important ways. One, this is my COVID-19 vaccination record. Get vaccinated, everybody. And two, this is my Lake Worth Library card, and it is the season ticket to dreams all over the world and the universe. I happen to know because I checked that all of you have a Lake Worth Library card, so congratulations, and we hope you use it soon and often. Are we set to go with the presentation? Don't start that clock yet, Debbie. She's good. Okay, here we go. The glasses I'm not going to keep on because they won't stay that well, but this 80 stands for 80 fabulous years in the building at 15 North M Street. And I have to tell you, that building is Lake Worth Fort Knox. That's where the full treasure of Lake Worth has been held for everybody for the last 80 years. And if there is one building in this entire city that the public truly owns, it is the Lake Worth Public Library, because not one penny of tax money went into building that. It was bake sales. It was neighbors helping neighbors. And the story is right here in Overdue in Paradise. So please buy a copy. It's on Amazon. And half the proceeds go to fund the Lake Worth Little Free Library. Slide, please. Slide, please. There we go. Okay. So this is National Library Week, and how perfect is it to hear from Highland Elementary and South Grade, because these kids, this is what the library is all about. Personally, I wanted to see it called the Lake Worth Children's Library, but we let grown-ups in too, because that's what it's there for. So these 80 years and the next 80 years and the next 80 years after that, the Lake Worth Public Library or the Lake Worth City Library will be there to serve all of our children. Slide, please. Make sure you get over there this week and get a guided tour, and you can see what we have done. This is what it started like. This is how it was built. Actually, the library has been around for 109 years. It was this building that was built 80 years ago. And again, by the residents and the people of Lake Worth, because education and literacy has always mattered in our town. Slide, please. This is the Lake Worth Herald, which of course had an awful lot to do in 1912 with getting the library started. And in this week's issue, there is a whole little separate section And we have copies for everybody here and everybody in the audience, and you can pick up a copy of the Lake Worth Herald anywhere fine newspapers are sold. And there are wonderful stories about the library's beginning. This is what these are ads from 80 years ago. And all kinds of stories about the Lake Worth Library, how we survived this last year with COVID and everything. So please get a copy of this and save it, save it, save it. Slide, please. Look at that. I mean, isn't that just like the miracle of it's beautiful. It could be a nightclub. It could be anywhere in the world. It is an absolute cultural center of Lake Worth and probably all of South Florida. You have to come and see it. Slide, please. And I'm just going to go through these next couple of slides. Look at that great new front desk. We also have where customers or readers can do self-checkout. You just have to go see it. Look at those floors. Slide, please. Slide. Yes, I mean, it's just magnificent. Now, I didn't get pictures of what we call lovingly the bibliocarte room. And it's the old children's section, which has now been turned into the most glorious space that anybody in Lake Worth is going to be able to use. But it's going to be truly special, and we can't wait until we can get it open and start having events there. Slide, please. Create eLab. That's for our teenagers and school kids. That's the new children's section. Would you just look at the natural light pouring in this building? Slide, please. Look at that. You know, I used to tell, during this last few months, I tell people, look, you know, we even put in arched windows. People didn't know they were there. There were bookcases in front of them. It's a magnificent tribute to how much this city cares about its readers, its children, and its future. Slide, please. What we have managed to maintain, and this is all because of Miss Cindy and Miss Kay at the library, story time has been a huge part of introducing our youngest children to the joys of reading. They couldn't do it during the pandemic, so they did it on YouTube. Over 100 different YouTube that they have produced between in the last year, and it's just spectacular. And you can see all the things done based around the holidays. Okay, you can go forward now. You know, I never do a slide presentation where I read what's on the slide, because this way you have something better to look at than me, and I get to just talk, you know, the way I want to. More than half the residents of the city of Lake Worth have a library card. So all of you are in the most excellent company. Slide, please. Here we go. The Friends of the Lake Worth Library was established in 1988. It has one and only one purpose, and that is to support the city's library and all of its programs and its mission. So join the Friends of the Lake Worth Library and help us. Dues are $20 a year, and it really is a whole lot of fun. Okay. This is the latest contribution by the Friends of the Lake Worth Library. This is a mural at the Unity Wall on Winfield Street. This was painted by our Little Free Library steward and good friend and teacher, Nina Benaroche, and we just absolutely love it. It came out so beautiful. Sean D. Moss was kind enough to take a really good high-res picture. Isn't that wonderful?
It's gorgeous.
Yeah, I love it. She included two Little Free Libraries. The Little Free Library that's in the painting or in the picture next to the library itself has a little bird on top too. So don't take my word for it. Go down to the Unity Wall and see it next time you see Nina. Tell her what a good job she did. We are so proud of the fact that when the library had to close for the pandemic, 98 out of our 100 Little Free Libraries in Lake Worth stayed in operation. We are back to 99 now. We're waiting for one more to come back online, but we just celebrated an awesome milestone, 500,000 books, 500 million books. And 5 years since we planted the first one. And there it is. I mean, look at that map. from a distance, it's one big green blob, so you can't even find us on the big international map, but we are everywhere. And we have in the next month, there will be 6 more little free libraries planted in town. It is. So these are some of the people that have made the Little Free Library possible. That's one of our new models. The little barn next to. Yeah, we really like that. And the last slide, go ahead. That's our tagline. Take a book, leave a book, get your vaccinations. And thank you very much for letting me do this and for the incredible support that Little Free Libraries has enjoyed from the city of Lake Worth from the beginning. Michael, can I just leave a stack with you? You make sure everybody gets one.
Thank you, Mary.
You're welcome.
Mary, on behalf of New Delivery, on behalf of the commission sitting up here and citizens of Lake Worth, you are the driving force behind this. I know you've got really good helpers. So
Yes.
you were the one that brought this up, and we cannot thank you enough.
Well, you're welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So let's not forget our librarian Cindy here. Cindy, who does amazing work with our library. It's a beautiful, beautiful. If you've not been in the building, it really is amazing. Thank you so much.
Mark, get an insert now.
What?
Yeah,
he repeated.
Next is a proclamation denouncing racism against Asian Americans. And I'm going to read it and then I will come down and we can have a photo opportunity. It's better if I read it up here because the microphone. That's okay. Whereas Lake Worth Beach is home to diverse communities and has been for many generations. And whereas we are disturbed and alarmed by the severity and frequency of hate crimes and race-based harassment against Asians and the Asian Pacific Islander communities associated with COVID-19 in Palm Beach County and throughout the world. And whereas language that evokes xenophobia endangers our communities who are experiencing heightened discrimination. And whereas our community has long benefited from the rich diversity of our immigrant population, including rich cultural traditions, political and economic contributions. And whereas we are pledged not repeating the egregious acts of discrimination committed in America in recent history, and including the incarceration of Japanese during World War II and the exclusion of Chinese in the 1880s. And whereas Lake Worth Beach recognizes the negative impact of institutional and structural racism, past and present, and responded by creating an Office of Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion to address these issues. And whereas we stand in support of individuals and communities targeted by association with COVID-19. And whereas an insensitive minority have vilified our Asian communities in response to the COVID-19 virus, inflaming racism and inciting xenophobia in countries across the globe. And whereas Lake Worth Beach has a history that includes support for racial and social justice for all communities. Now, therefore, the City of Lake Worth Beach Commission hereby proclaims that racism against Asians and Asian Americans shall not be tolerated in any form, and we urge everyone to interrupt instances of racism and intolerance by speaking up in support of equity, justice, and inclusion. I, Betty Resch, Mayor of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, by virtue of the authority vested in me, do hereby proclaim that we shall all condemn hate and discrimination every day of the year in the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, and encourage citizens of the Lake Worth Beach to join this commission in expressing our concerns. In witness whereof, I have here to set my hand and cause the seal of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, to be affixed the 6th day of April, 2021. You want to say something?
On behalf of the all Asian Americans, I thank the City of Lake Worth Beach, all the commission, and every citizen of the City of Lake Worth Beach. Thank you.
Thank you.
Whoops.
Oh, no, it's your fault.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
It's been unsealed.
Wait, one more, sorry. Get everybody in it. Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Yeah. Please.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I'll be taking the pictures. Madam Clerk, are we having mic trouble?
Madam Clerk and Commission, this is Keith. If you guys can just make sure that there's no paperwork on your microphones.
The mics aren't lit. The microphones are not lit.
I had several calls that they can't hear. I'm sorry.
It's pretty muffled.
You just press the button. It's usually blue. It's blue.
This one's always been great.
This is not many personality.
Pretty good, Mike.
Okay.
Is it lit up now?
No.
Oh, there it goes. Can you hear us now?
Sounds a lot
It's-
better.
It's better.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Well done, Lauren.
Yes.
That's a future city. Thank you, Lauren. That's leisure
It was
service,
Ben's fault.
not IT. She was the AV nerd in high school.
Of course, everybody needs one. Next is a presentation for fiscal year 21-22 Community Development Block Grant Funding.
Madam Mayor, members of the commission, I'm Jerry Kelly, grants analyst for the city. I'd like to give you a brief overview of the Community Development Block Grant, or as it's better known by its acronym, CDBG program. The CDBG program resulted from the Housing and Community Development Act of 1974 and was put into motion in 1975. The primary purpose of the CDBG program is to provide communities. Next slide. I forget that. But there were a wide range of unique community development needs directed toward revitalizing neighborhoods, economic development, and providing improved community development facilities and services. Currently, HUD provides, this slide is missing, so I'm kind of revising on this part of it. I apologize. HUD provides CDBG funds based on a formula allocation to entitlement communities. These entitlement communities include states, urban counties with a population of at least 200,000, and municipalities with a population of at least 50,000. Palm Beach County is an eligible CDBG entitlement community. And as such, it is tasked with the purpose of providing CDBG and other HUD funding to the unincorporated area of Palm Beach County and to non-entitlement communities, those cities with population under 50,000. Okay, and Palm Beach County, the city of Lake Worth joined the Palm Beach County Urban Partnership in order to receive its allocation of CDBG funding that it brings to the county. So thereby we're eligible to apply for CDBG funding every year. Okay, the previous slide. The city can apply for, the county allows the city to apply for only certain CDBG eligible activities. These include eligible infrastructure and public facility improvements, such as roadway and sidewalk improvements, parks and recreational facilities, community centers and public facilities. And also code enforcement is allowed within an existing CDBG target area, of which the city of Lake Worth Beach has one. Next slide. Any eligible activity must meet at least one of the 3 national objectives of the CDBG program. These include benefiting a low and moderate income persons, of which there's a presumed benefit for activities that are conducted in the city's CDBG target area. The second is the prevention of slums or blight. And the third is to address community development needs having a particular urgency because existing conditions pose a serious and immediate threat to the health or welfare of the community for which other funding is not available. An example of this would be a natural disaster. Next slide. Okay, thank you. The allocation for this coming year is based on the current year's allocation of $266,560. HUD will announce the actual allocation, which the county will pass on to us, typically by October of a given year. And as a note, the city can submit only one application to the county for funding. Next slide. This is a map. It's probably hard to decipher from the screen here of our target area. It basically encompasses 2 square miles. The northern boundary is 10th Avenue North. The eastern boundary is Dixie Highway. The western boundary is, for the most part, A Street, both north and south. And the southern boundary is the boundary with the town of Lantana. We will be conducting a public meeting with members of the community and hopefully members of the commission on Thursday, this coming Thursday, April 8th at 5 o'clock. It'll be in the chambers. At one time we had it scheduled for the Osborne Center, but just to accommodate people in a better fashion, we're going to have it here so we can have a Zoom component. But we'll go into detail on 3 different projects. We're not going to get into them tonight, so that you'll have a better understanding. And with the assistance of the community, we'll be coming back on April 20th to get your support for the project that you see best for the use of these funds. Are there any questions?
Let's just say that we propose these 3 projects to the community members on Thursday. And the community says, we like these, but we would like to talk about option D. Is that available?
Absolutely.
Okay.
It's your decision.
Okay, just making sure that the public knows that. Thank you, Jared.
Commissioner Stokes?
Yes, I would just like some clarification on who determines what the eligible uses are. So I've seen in cities throughout the country that they've been able to apply these fundings to more like social services, maybe like a dental bus or things of that nature. From what I saw there, is it that the county that we're going through is limiting the types of activities you can use these funds for? That's a county decision?
That is correct. The county has its own programs for other eligible activities in addition to public services. It issues an RFP countywide that nonprofit and other agencies would apply for those funds, and they rank them and make awards accordingly. They also have a countywide housing rehabilitation program and an economic development program. So the non-entitlement cities that are part of the urban partnership are not permitted to apply for those funds.
Okay, and then I had one other question too. I know a few years ago, I believe there was discussion about how the county was going to distribute those funds, and I'm wondering if anything's changed since the last I heard. Like, how do they determine the share that Lake Worth gets? Is it based on our population? I remember hearing a conversation about them wanting to like take all the funds and kind of redistribute it in a different way. And there was some pushback at the time. So I'm just wondering.
They wanted to do exclusively capital improvements projects, and they wanted every applicant, every non-entitlement jurisdiction to have a 3-year capital plan to submit for funding. And they later backtracked on that and allowed a separate application every year for a different project. And again, those are limited to capital improvements and other infrastructure projects and code enforcement within the target area.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anybody else? Thank you very much.
Thank you
See
very much.
Thursday.
Thank you for your hard work.
Thanks, Jerry.
Really. Okay, the next thing on our agenda is the designation of the appointments of vice mayor and vice mayor pro tem. And at the last meeting, we conducted ourselves in a way a little bit different than the past commission had, where we discussed things before we took a vote. There wasn't a vote that we had to then either deny or accept. Are we okay with trying to do it that way again?
I'm all about discussion.
I know you are.
Mum's the word, I plead the fifth.
Except for to the women on the commission. Is that okay? that we
Yeah.
try that? I think it's a little more workable for.
I think these are important issues to discuss.
I'm sorry?
I think it's important for us to discuss.
Right, before we have a motion.
Yes.
Okay, so who wants to start the conversation? We're looking at vice mayor and vice mayor pro tem. The vice mayor fills in for the mayor when she's not available. The vice mayor pro tem, when nobody's available, that it's the sort of third in line. So who would like to do it? Who would like to be it? Who would like to suggest anybody? And I would have to pass the gavel if I was going to do that. So I'm waiting for you all.
Not basing it on age, are we?
Then I win.
Let's hear your thoughts. You have the floor.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Well, one thing that I would think is Herman has been here quite a while. He's the elder statesman of our group. Is that something that you would be interested in, Herman?
I would be honored.
Okay, could I have a motion about that either way or not?
I thought we were having conversation.
Okay, okay, then for vice mayor pro tem, who would be interested in vice mayor pro tem?
You're going to say something?
Oh, I was gonna say, I agree with your assessment of support Herman Robinson as vice mayor.
Thank you. How about vice mayor pro tem? Oh, Mr. McVoy.
With no disrespect for either age or seniority, I would be willing to serve as vice mayor and bring to it some experience on the commission in the past.
Okay,
Should that be of interest to anybody else?
okay. And then we need a vice mayor pro tem as well. Who would be interested in doing that? So we have two that are interested in vice mayor. And we have nobody yet up for vice mayor pro tem. Would someone like to make a motion?
I would be interested in serving as vice mayor pro tem.
Okay. I can't really make a motion, so I can pass the gavel and do that.
One more, should we hear from either Herman or Commissioner Robinson or Commissioner McVoy, anything additional?
Do you want to give us your
Well,
elevator speech?
I really appreciate your support. And I would make a motion to nominate or vote for Commissioner Malega as Vice Mayor Pro Tem and Herman Robinson as Vice Mayor.
It's all right, a little self-promotion is not a bad thing. Do we have a second?
I second that motion.
Do we have a vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Welcome, Vice Mayor. Vice Mayor Pro Tem. Do we have to call you that now?
No.
Oh.
no.
It seems a little like burdensome.
No.
Now, the next one we have up on the agenda are the appointments to the various organizations. There are 5 listed here. And I would like to add a 6th, if with a little permission from y'all. We have talked, there is a mayor's educational commission. And I would like to actually elevate that to one of, to make it a 6th option. And I have a feeling about that as well. I would like to, are we okay with adding that as a 6th appointment? Because if that's going to be a permanent, we're here for the education now. So as far as that goes, I would like to, my consideration would be to have Ms. Stokes as our liaison to that commission, because that committee, because of her background as an educator. Does anybody have any? No, Ms. Malega.
Excuse me, city manager, Mr. Bornstein, did we ever get the straw polls done?
No,
No?
no,
No.
no.
Okay. Never mind then. Don't have a question.
We can discuss it here, you know, who has an interest in doing things.
Can you show me? Yes,
And
I want you to see.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, you need to mute.
Do we want
There she
a
goes.
motion for each one?
we can, if you want to talk about what you're interested in, what, you know, what your preference, that's why, let's do it, let's step here in public.
Okay.
What your preference would be. So,
So would you like to talk about all six before we
Yeah,
put any of them? to
that's
a
what I was
vote?
gonna say.
So I would be honored to be serving on the education task force, but we can come back to that after we discuss all of them. I
what, the
suppose.
education?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Maliga?
Yes,
I'm just going, what are you into? What, oh, I'm sorry, there's a light on here. I'm sorry. There need to be flashing lights. Yes, Mr. Mavoy.
I would support Ms. Stokes, Commissioner Stokes to the Educational Committee. That sounds good to me.
Mhm.
I would personally be interested in serving on the Transportation Planning Authority.
Okay. I would be interested in serving as and perhaps, Mr. Manager, we have I have a question for you. There's the Palm Beach League of Cities, but there's also the Florida League of Cities. My understanding is the mayor is the Florida League of Cities person but we appoint someone here for the Palm Beach League of Cities, or am I completely off base?
Well, Madam Mayor, for those organizations, generally all of you can attend, and it's been different over the years as people have gotten involved or risen to positions within the league structure, both at the
Right.
county and the state level in officer capacities. It's not always been the mayor.
Right.
What we do end up doing, though, is before a conference, which happens periodically, you'll designate someone to be the lead person to vote.
Oh, okay.
So it's not a formalized, you are the only representative.
Okay.
People are going to have different interests going to that level.
Sure.
So, but it's up to y'all.
Okay. So that would be something that would be open. I would be interested in the Community Redevelopment Agency. I'm sorry,
that's what I was gonna say, yeah.
Ms. Williams, you were going to ask for that one as well?
Yes, actually, I was gonna ask for the Community Redevelopment Agency, and consideration for Transportation Planning Authority. The Community Redevelopment Agency only, just the backstory, I did serve on the Neighborhood Enhancement Team Board through the CRA for many years. I'm also the liaison for my neighborhood association. So I have a good working relationship with the CRA, so that's why I was bringing that.
Okay, as far as the CRA, it's an important one in terms of the direction that the CRA is going. That's something I'm also interested in. So I think, Herman, Mr. Robinson, what would you be interested in?
The neighborhoods are important, and I was wondering if Commissioner Malega would be interested in the neighborhood association. If not, I would be glad to serve as a liaison to the neighborhood president's council.
No, go right ahead. That's all you can.
What?
That's all he can, that's absolutely, I mean, I love the Neighborhood Association President's Council. Attended many years as a president, but I think that it's a good relationship that Herman has, and he's served in that capacity previously. And I think that's important, especially if he's got already things going like coffee with the commissioner and things like that, that keeps that relationship vibrant.
So, yeah, go ahead.
I would actually suggest that we could potentially move, assigning somebody to the CRA as our liaison to maybe in 2 weeks, where we get to sit down and actually start talking a little more informally about our visions for the city. And I think that this development, the CRA, is such an important topic to many of the voters in this town. And a lot of people appreciate it, but are worried about some of the oversight and making sure that the vision of the city aligns with what the CRA is doing. So I feel like we have a fair amount of discussion to still happen around how we do that.
And where will we do that? When will we do that?
Well, next week's, in 2 weeks, we're gonna have a more open discussion about some of the policies and procedures and things like that. I want to understand a little bit more about the role of these liaisons and how much, filtering goes on. Like, we need to make sure that whoever's representing the city is represent,
Okay.
bringing it back to all of us. I just don't understand. I want to understand the role of the liaison a little bit more and how we're going to work with the city and the CRA.
Are you asking, Ms. Maliga?
With all due respect, we've all known that these are gonna come up at our second or third meeting because we've got designations and meetings that are coming up that haven't been attended to with some of these agencies. In regards to working for the city, with all due respect, I mean, we're all up here because we all got chosen by the city residents in volume on how to be here. I agree with Commissioner Stokes in regards to the, I don't want to say transparency, but the communication between the CRA and the residents, which is why I think that I'm a good fit because I have that relationship. I also have a good good track record in the city of not holding anything back. And that's why I was choosing or really wanting to be the liaison to the CRA, because I think that the city needs a lot of healing that needs to happen between the CRA, the things that have happened, what the city perceives has happened, and the city's hurt feelings. We have a lot of residents who have concerns and hurt hearts.
Yes, and I think one of the things that I bring to it is having a fresh eye on the CRA, not having a relationship already with I just have some relationship with the CRA. I have been becoming more acquainted with the role of the CRA, and I bring to it, I think, a fresh view of the CRA and the role of the CRA with regards to the city. And that's what, so I think it's a different view, but I think that I bring that to the table.
No, I agree. I just don't think that we should put anything off as far as the decision making.
No, that's fine. Yeah.
That's where I was going with it.
Mr. McVoy, who's first?
Oh,
I think Commissioner Herman.
Commissioner Herman.
I was just going to say that I appreciate Commissioner Maliga's enthusiasm for the CRA, but almost I don't want to take no inference of a conflict, but you've participated in it, and I think the mayor would bring a little more, words matter. I hate to say gravitas, but you're the center of this commission, and I think it would be important that our representation to the CRA, since they're both separate, I would appreciate the mayor being our representative.
I appreciate that. Treasure Coast Regional Planning, I'm sorry.
I'm getting
They
a
have to
flashing
beep.
one next
They
time,
have to beep.
or a beeping one, beeping and flashing. I would, again, with all due respect to your involvement in the past, I do basically echo what Commissioner Robinson has said. I think that would be a good choice on it for the mayor to be on that. Can I reiterate my interest in the Transportation Planning Authority?
You can, yes. And then we have the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council, another very important council. It's a bigger scope than just the city. Is anyone interested in that one?
I am very interested in regional planning. This in regards to transportation, housing, the environment. But if I would like to hear from anybody who else is interested in that.
Okay, anybody else interested in that one? Okay, it is a very important one as well. So, does anybody want to make a motion? Or is there more discussion? Okay.
Can I just want to add one thing. So I think it's great that we're appointing people as liaisons to all these things tonight, but I do want this to be part of our more open conversation in 2 weeks from now, because we all agree that all of these things are super important.
Yeah.
And then I do feel like, Commissioner Robinson probably has a little bit more flexibility in your schedule than I do. So like, I'm really happy for you to take on one or two of these, but just making sure that we're all working together, regardless of who the liaison is to any of these.
Yeah.
But it's hard too to find time in our packed agendas,
right,
to really be able to get together and discuss everything that's happened. So I look forward to figuring out how we're going to use any of you in these roles as liaison to bring it back so we can be, so as a liaison, you can go to one of these meetings with one voice of the commission. It's not any one person's agenda, obviously. So I think we have some things that we're gonna need to work out, some process things, and I look forward to those discussions.
I would say that liaison means that the person has to communicate what's going on at different representation. Same thing with trips and conferences. I would like to have reports back from any future education that goes on.
And to further that, I agree with both of you, and to further that, I think that not just amongst ourselves communicating what happened, but, you know, one of us can go to a conference and come back and we go, oh, I learned a lot. But what I'd like to see is also more sharing with the public of what happened at these. So, you know, more accountability to the public about why we got a trip to Tallahassee. So
I would be prepared to make a motion, but I'm not very clear on who expressed interest in number 2, the League of Cities.
any one of us could do that. I would be happy to do it, but that's also another, you know, my focus would be the CRA.
I have no interest, thank you.
You have no interest in that? Okay.
I zoomed on it 2 weeks ago and there was no representation from the city except for myself there. And I did it just to see what the fastest
I was there.
happening behind the scenes.
Yeah, that was one where they did the electric company presentation. Yeah, I was also there. I think that I was also not moved by that meeting. I think that was a meeting that also was pretty much the FP&L gave their presentation, which kind of left us out. But you know, it is an important piece. So
Well,
Madam Mayor, if I just provide
Sure.
some more clarification, that's sort of the general presentation component. They have a board of directors and
Right.
committees. So there's ways to get involved to represent the city. There is strength in numbers when it comes to this because we're always having to deal with overreach from the legislature or things that are
home rule.
best practices.
Yeah.
Yes. So there might be more tailored things for individual members to get involved in, and we can talk about that, but there's no real need to specially designate somebody, except in the case of when you're voting.
Yeah, and I did ask about that because they had went through who are they going to be on the next coming year of who their slate is.
Right.
And I inquired on why there wasn't representative from Lake Worth. And they said, well, you just went through a new election. There's a big changeover and it's done by a board of appointees. So
This year we
I
missed out.
to that.
So do we want to take these one by one?
Yes.
Okay, let's take, number 1 is Transportation Planning Authority. Do I have a motion?
I will make a motion to motion myself to that seat. I hear that self-promotion is to be encouraged on occasion.
Any second?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Any against?
Nay.
Okay. It passes 4-1. The League of Cities, do I have a motion to appoint a liaison to the League of Cities?
Madam Mayor, if you have time,
You have time to do both would be the question for the mayor.
Well, again, I think it's a once, you know, I was at that meeting as well. It's a once a month meeting with other things. And I think just being, Mr. Manager, if you could help me out, going to that meeting is one thing, but there are opportunities for other people on the commission to become involved in different committees and
Sure.
different things. It's not quite.
Yes, Madam Mayor, there's lots of activities you can individually get involved in. There's also a district meeting that's held for the cities within a certain geographic area that's part of the map for the league. And they do that once a month as well. So there's lots of opportunities to go share with other elected officials here, best practices, talk about issues and stay updated. That several of y'all could attend and share that schedule.
More than one of us could.
Yes, ma'am.
So being the liaison is just a very small part of it.
Sometimes the commission wants to be very proactive in the league. Some want to get on committees and run for boards membership, and that person usually ends up being the designated person. I'm not hearing.
Not necessarily the liaison.
Just yet. Yes, maybe when you get your footing, y'all can revisit that issue, but feel free. There's no prohibition against being involved in learning more and attending those meetings
Okay.
in mass.
so
Mr. Robinson, do you have any interest in being a liaison for that as well? No, I'm serious.
I'm afraid not.
Okay, all right. I mean, if,
We should.
I'm definitely interested in learning more about the committees and everything like that, and maybe eventually, I'm trying not to overcommit myself right
Right.
now, but I do want to learn more, and we'll see where, I feel like if we all look at the committees that are interesting to us,
okay,
who knows what's going to shake out from there.
okay. So is there a motion?
I move to, if the mayor is so agreed, I move to put the mayor on as the liaison to the League, Palm Beach County League of Cities.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any against? So that's 5-0. And that is really much of a part-time. That does not, I don't want to take myself out of the CRA running for this,
Okay.
just to be clear. Okay. Treasure Coast Planning Regional Council. Another important committee. And does anyone have any interest in being on the liaison to the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council? I'm going to suggest it sort of goes hand in hand with transportation.
Commissioner Robinson expressed.
Oh,
Well, but
oh, that's right. Okay.
I would defer to Commissioner Robinson only because of logistics, I think, on it. Well, not only that, but also your interest, and I believe you've expressed an interest for some time. And
yes,
okay,
but if, you know, I'll certainly let you know what's going on.
So do I have a motion?
I move to appoint Commissioner Robinson to the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council.
Any second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And motion carries 5-0. The Community Redevelopment Agency. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion to have our mayor represent us at the CRA meetings.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? That's 5-0. The Neighborhood Association President's Council. Do I have a motion? Mr. Robinson had expressed, do you have interest in the Neighborhood Association?
I mean, by default, if that's what you, I mean, it doesn't really matter what I've offered my input on as far as the other ones that I wanted. So, I
Well,
mean,
the other
kind
one,
of by
the one you
default,
were interested in was the CRA.
the CRA and the Transportation Planning Authority, but
Okay.
that's, I mean, it really apparently doesn't really matter. That's why this is wherever you need to put me. How's that?
I nominate Commissioner Malega for
Any,
NPC.
any second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All, any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. And then we're going to add. the-
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, I just need, there are two, for the Transportation Planning Authority, we also need 2 alternates, if
Oh.
at all possible.
For that one particular,
That's the only one that requires 2 alternates.
do I have a motion?
I move to put Sarah Malega as an alternate.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. And then I believe we're going to add the Education Committee. Right now, it's called the Mayor's Education Committee. I would like to add that. Any opposition to adding that to the list?
Is this the one that Erica Whitfield is doing?
I'm sorry?
Is this the one that Erica Whitfield's involved in?
Yeah.
I just,
Well,
I am,
this is the one that the mayor, we're not really sure what's happened in the past. It's mostly been like the mayor and it's not involved directly with the schools. And we're talking about, you know, directly.
okay, because there's an educational task force that's happening as well that's going on. And that, I want to make sure, are we doing, is that this
I don't know.
task force?
This
Gets-
is,
I don't know.
this is the one that was previously known as the Mayor's Educational Task Force that has met with school board member Erica Whitfield in the past. And there are talks of really defining what it's going to be.
Because it's not yet
Because it's the
defined.
same thing. It's the same thing that the previous mayor Pansfield was involved in trying to get up and running. There aren't 2 different, as far as I know, there
okay.
aren't 2 different things going on. This is-
Okay, well, are you sure? Because the one that I attended last month with Erica Whitfield via Zoom said that they did not want school board employees, anybody who worked in the educational, they wanted more community members and residents involved. So I just want to make sure that, because I know you're in the educational world,
Right.
that there's not I know that they were saying in that Zoom that I was on last month, they said that they really didn't want anybody who worked for the school board involved with the school board to be involved with this task force.
Okay.
If it's that same one.
I've met with Erica Whitfield a couple times since then. And we've discussed, so the idea right now in the formation is that there will be 7 members. And one of the members will be kind of the one communicating with each school. So there'll be the community members, 7 of which, and one will be responsible for, going to Lake Worth High School, find out what's going on, reporting it back. Somebody will be, a second one will be going to Highland, a third one will go, all the schools within our city. They did not want teachers that work at any of those schools to be a member of this task force because they felt that that would create some awkward. There are people who are interested in being on the task force who work for the school district who don't live or who do not teach in Lake Worth, and Erica feels like that would be okay. So it's really just trying to make sure that, for each of the schools, there's not a conflict of interest. And I do not work for the school board anymore. So, and I've talked to Erica and she would be happy to have me. So she foresees an application.
Yep. I thank you for the recognizing the importance of that and the committee. I nominate Commissioner Stokes for that committee.
Second.
Commissioner Malega, we have a light on.
Oh, I said Mike, I'm sorry.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 5-0, it passes. Okay, we all have a lot to learn. Madam Clerk, are there any public comments on non-agenda items?
Do we?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I have one. It is from Catherine Kohlmeyer of 503 First Avenue South regarding designation of appointments. She put it under public participation because we didn't actually put this on for people to call in. But regarding designation of appointments, the appointment of commissioners to the Community Redevelopment Agency, the CRA appointees liaison is an important role as it will provide much needed oversight of the CRA by the commission as representatives of the community. CRA is a powerful body with access to a lot of taxpayer funds and has a huge impact on the city. There's a lot of concern in the community that the CRA board should be accountable. Its working's transparent and its members answerable to the electorate. That's all. That's the only one I have.
And I did skip the commission liaison reports and comments. Are there any commission reports, liaison reports so far? Madam Malega?
Well, I've been really busy working with staff in regards to getting some things fine-tuned, if you will. And I just want to say thank you to Lauren Bennett and the staff for getting a volunteer sign up online for the food distribution that's happening on Tuesdays. When I made comment 2 weeks ago in regards that we were going to be cutting it back because of lack of volunteers, I heard some pushback from some of the volunteers that wanted to continue. We came up with a game plan at 10:30 at night and we were live by 12:30 the next day. So I want to give my hats off to the staff for making that happen, the volunteers for not giving up. I know we had a good turnout today, this morning in regards to that. I also just want to let everybody know there's a cleanup coming up on April 17th for Royal Poinciana Neighborhood Association on Saturday, the 17th.
And thank you for doing that. Thank you for following up with the food distribution. You're a very proactive person, and that's a beautiful thing. Mr. McVoy.
I just wanted to relay a couple things. One was a number of members of the commission attended not this past Saturday, but the Saturday before, a event at the Public Health Department, sponsored by the Public Health Department and the Guatemalan Maya Center, drawing attention to the deaths that have happened in that community due to COVID, and also the needs for imaginative, creative approaches to getting vaccines out to as many people as possible. And also pointing out something that I was a little embarrassed that I had never thought about, by choosing in our statistics to exclude non-residents on COVID deaths. We do not report anybody from the migrant community in those statistics, so they sort of disappear. So I was glad that there was quite a bit of attendance from us, and I did follow up with Dr. Alina Alonso to emphasize that we are very interested in cooperating with health to make sure there's access. She has planned vaccination activities at the senior center on Lake Worth Road and is working with the Guatemala Maya Center for transportation. I suspect that we will still need some form of mobile clinic here in Lake Worth to make sure we've got good coverage. For the rest, I've been meeting quite a bit with city staff. I'm particularly interested in some of the issues of development in the city, population growth in the city, how that relates to the electric utility and what our mission is in terms of commitments to carbon footprints, resiliency versus population growth. I'm hoping that in some of our visioning discussions, this will be something that we talk more about. And then I've also met with members of the Palm Beach Mobile Home Park and also with code enforcement and William Waters and Aaron to kind of go over some of that. And I think that was productive as far as I can tell. And then this past Saturday, in relation to the proclamation that you read, there was a lot of attendance at an event to draw attention to our role as leaders in setting a certain tone, in this case, particularly for the Asian American community, but it goes for all parts of our community. And I think we do have a leadership role, and I'm very pleased to say that I think the perception in the community is that this is something that we all care about very much and will be proactive on.
Thank you. Commissioner Stokes?
Yes, I was also happy to be in attendance at the farm workers prayer. And it was a beautiful service, and I felt bad I had to sneak out about an hour into it because my two lovely daughters were able to attend, but they have about 1 hour maximum. So that was really beautiful though. And I would love to share that I was able to get a vaccination last Saturday. So I'm looking forward to increased immunity there, but I am still going to be vigilant and continue to wear my mask and indoors, as I encourage all the residents to do, because we are not in the clear yet and we are seeing a surge, because I think we're in the home stretch and I think people see it and they're starting to relax a little bit. And I think it could be potentially dangerous. So I'm going to stay vigilant, but I'm excited that I got my vaccine. I hope everybody else is able to get theirs as well. The other thing that I've just been working with, I talked to our utility director, and there's some bills going through Tallahassee right now that might have an impact on our public utilities in regards to different broadband services and the amount of control we have in setting prices for their pole attachments and things of that nature. So I was able to talk to Senator Lori Berman about it, and she represented us all on the floor there. So I'll be following that as it continues to go through. So that's it for me.
Commissioner Robinson?
Just quickly, the Holy Week for religious has passed, and it's a commitment to civility and recognizing the hate speech that goes on. And if you see it, hear it, you really have to speak out against it. The workshops, I'm looking forward to the workshops and getting down to business. We have a lot of work to do, and I'm looking forward to it. I want to thank Dr. Alonso for being at that prayer meeting. You think of surges, used to think of surges as being good. Surges aren't good anymore. The soccer program at Tropic Ridge Park is fantastic. The notice of applications for the committee, for education committee, for our charter review, for all the boards that we have need to be filled out. And thank you for the people that volunteer for those. That's it. I'm really looking forward to a productive commission.
Thank you. I'm going to be very brief. I'm just going to ask tonight at the end of the meeting, perhaps what we could do, because we do have a lot of workshops and we have to meet certain times. So I'm wondering if we can't, while we're all together, to make life easier for our staff, to come up tonight, because we have a lot of work to do here, but at the end of the meeting, could we take a few minutes and just look at our calendars to set up some workshops? Can we do that?
Good.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all I got my first shot. Working on the second one. There is a woman who is a volunteer who, within 3 hours of me texting her, had me and my husband and myself set up for their 2 shots. If anybody needs help, this woman is like, I'll help you. I'll get it. It was very amazing. So I was very grateful for that. So moving right along. Approval of the minutes.
Motion to approve.
All in favor? Aye. Any against? Passes 4-0. Mr. McVoy abstained by not being here. Consent agenda. Next is the approval of the consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Again, Mr. McVoy stepped out for a second. I am assuming then he had no issue. So moving new business up, Commission Stokes.
If you don't mind, I would
Sure.
love to take a small break.
Oh, okay.
Just to, I need to get like 2 bites of food in me.
Uh-huh.
Maybe use the restroom. I don't know, because I know we have a pretty,
We have a big agenda.
Big agenda.
Okay, so it is
and
now.
I'll be a lot better if I'm
Settle for a
fed.
Kit Kat?
Sorry.
From Halloween.
Did we go to pizza for everybody? Okay, it's 7:50. And let's get back here in about quarter of.
7 minutes.
7 minutes? Okay. That works. Yeah, I don't
You
need,
want to make it 10?
I don't need long. 7 minutes should be fine.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm gonna run upstairs.
this is a meeting break myself.
You might want to, mute.
Mics are hot, guys. Keith, can you shut the mics off?
Should I do it?
Shut them off.
Keith, it looks like they're back. It looks like we can start again.
We are ready to go.
Here we go.
Okay, Madam Mayor, it's 7:48 and we are back at the meeting.
Okay, we are on new business A.
Oh, you already did the consent agenda?
Yeah. Sorry.
Bathroom break, what do you want?
Okay. It's an agreement for an online bill pay service with Automatic Merchant Systems LLC. Do we have a presentation from staff?
Madam Mayor, William Waters from Community Sustainability. There's not a presentation, but this has been about an 18-month effort among various parties to bring forward the ability to pay online payments for the department, which includes building permits, business licenses, planning, zoning, preservation fees, and some portion of co-compliance. It will be rolled out over the next few months, with building permits being first. And we do hope that by the end of the fiscal year in September, we'll be able to take all payments except for accruing fines and co-compliance through an online process.
This talks about, is there anything further from staff? Anything from the commission? I had one question. I had a question. The nominal user fee. What is that nominal fee?
It's about 2.25%.
Okay. Is that something that people are paying now, or is this a new charge for them?
Well, this is a credit card transaction service, and the finance people are on the meeting. They can help me with the other, I don't know what types of fees we charge for other credit card transactions. It's not a fee that we would necessarily charge if you were paying for it in person. There is a fee on some parts of it. Maybe Andre or somebody from, or Bruce could explain what types of fees we pay now in regards to credit cards. I'm not familiar with across the entire city.
Do we have a third party doing it now, or is this something new? Right now, does the city collect the fees?
In regards to credit card payments?
No. In regards to payment, this is a third party person collecting our fees. Who's currently collecting our fees?
No one for my department.
Well, aren't fees being collected? I guess
Okay, there's a difference between fees and charges. We do collect charges for our activities.
Right.
Among all the different responsibilities and activities I just described for the department: planning, zoning, preservation, building permits, co-compliance, and business licenses. We are not able to take those payments online. This company will provide that service for us and charge a nominal fee up front in order to facilitate the receipt of that payment and then the transaction and transfer of those monies back to the city.
So it's more convenient for the user. Okay, so this adds the online, so people now have the option also to pay online.
Yes, ma'am.
And Madam Mayor, to your other point, and Bruce Miller, our finance director, is online, but our credit card transactions are something that we're negotiating, I believe, right now with the banks, because I believe at this point we were eating those fees internally.
Right.
And that was a real problem with it. We had a relationship with Bank of America, which is changing. Well, see, this is a service we're not providing right now.
Okay. Will people still be able to pay in person? Yes. Okay. Thank you. That's all I have. Do I have a motion?
Madam Mayor?
Oh, I'm sorry.
The fee is in the contracts and it's 2.85 with a minimum fee of $2. I compared this to my merchant agreements, which I have multiple of, and this is an extremely low rate that the city has obtained us. And with that being said, I make a motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Next one is the Golden Road Apartments. And again, normally the commission would have a motion and a second and then discussion. Do you want to continue with that pattern, or do you want to discuss it first before there's a motion? Commissioner Malega.
Oh, that was from previous.
Madam Mayor, there's a script that you have to follow. It's a quasi judicial hearing.
I'll get there.
The question is still on the table. I would prefer the approach of a discussion first before a motion. If that's allowed under the quasi judicial.
Looking for my cliff notes, so I can't find them right now. Bear with me for 1 minute. Well, here we go. I got it. Okay. All right, this is a quasi judicial hearing to hear the first reading of ordinance number 2021-02. Mr. City Attorney, would you please read the ordinance?
Ordinance number, I'm not sure. Mike's picking this up, I think so.
Madam Clerk.
Can you hear that? Mike's mic. Ordinance number 2021-02 is an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending the official zoning map by approving the creation of a residential plan development district located at the northwest corner of 10th Avenue North and Boutwell Road, consisting of approximately 6.39 acres, as more particularly described in Exhibit A, that is located within the mixed-use west and UW zoning district with the future land use designation of mixed-use west MUW that includes a specific development standards described in Exhibit B, approving a development of significant impact, approving a conditional use permit, approving density and height bonus incentives through the city's sustainable bonus incentive program, approving a major site plan for the construction of a 230-unit residential plan development, severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Thank you. So let me hear from the commission about how you want to approach. Well, we have a staff, I believe.
Madam Mayor, you have to ask about the ex parte.
Disclosures, thank you. Are there any disclosures that need to be made?
Not really.
Mr. Boy?
Okay, Madam Mayor, just as you know, so ex parte disclosures means anything that you've been to a site visit or had any communication with the parties, and the parties are WGI, Prospect Real Estate Group, Lake Worth Investment Group, Rodney Romano, and the City of Lake Worth Beach. Those parties.
Thank you.
And all you do is disclose that you've had communication with any of those.
I have received many emails from Rodney Romano. I have not corresponded backwards to them. There was no correlation back. Prior to being elected, 5 weeks, I think, before my election, I did meet with WGI just to get a grasp on what they did for the city and what they bring to the table, not anything specific in regards to any projects.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Roy?
I have received also emails from Mr. Romano, and I have had a brief telephone conversation with him.
With Mr. Romano? Okay. Ms. Oaks?
No conversations with any of the mentioned parties.
I had a Zoom meeting with WGI and have received emails from Mr. Romano.
Okay, and I've had a Zoom meeting with WGI, Yohan Machado, Navish Chawla, Lindsay, I didn't write my, there were a few people on the Zoom. It was WGI and the developers, the applicants. I also have had numerous emails from Mr. Romano. I did a site visit and have spoken with him in person about it. And that's it. Thank you.
Very much.
Madam Mayor?
Yep. Oh,
I just ask that we be mindful of the fact that we have a lot of people who are here, timeliness in regards to our comments. So we don't keep the staff and everybody here till wee hours of the morning. That's all.
So all those giving testimony in the hearing, please stand, raise your right hand and face the city attorney to be sworn in.
Madam Mayor, if we could just have a moment to promote everybody over, they'll have to turn on their video as well, including there will be some people who will be participating via Zoom.
Okay. And they need to be sworn in?
Yes, ma'am, they do.
Okay, sure. Just let us know when you're ready.
I believe we have everyone promoted. Please make sure you have your camera on and your microphone enabled so that you can swear appropriately.
Whatever that might mean.
Whatever that means. You can attest that you will tell the truth.
Get to swear.
Everyone, whether you're here in person or remotely, to raise your hand and swear upon the testimony that you give this evening on matter is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
I do.
I do.
Thank you. And it's my understanding that in addition to the applicant, we have an affected party who wishes to be heard. Under the quasi judicial rules, we will hear from the city first, then the applicant, and then the affected party. When called, please state your name and the name of the address of the property and property owners you are speaking on behalf of. After the applicant speaks, we will hear first from the affected party, Rodney Romano. So, city staff, could you please give us your presentation?
Certainly, Madam Mayor. I would just ask that all the panelists, if they could please make sure that they're muted until it is time, until you're called on. In this first part of the presentation, the Director of the Department of Community Sustainability, William Waters, will do a brief presentation for the Commission about our general regulatory documents and kind of a brief overview of the comprehensive plan, future land use designation, zoning districts, and plan developments.
For the record, again, it's William Waters, Community Sustainability Director. On the slide before you is the approach that the city took in creating its future land use and comprehensive plan amendments that were done in 2012, and also the approach to creating a new land development regulation code that was adopted in August of 2013. Many of you have received some of our promotional materials, our brochures about economic development, seen various presentations that I've given across the state and in the local planning arena about our goal to preserve, encourage, stimulate, and embrace the best version of Lake Worth Beach that we can have. And then our regulating document message was to be clear, concise, consistent, collaborative, and predictable. On the slide are a couple of examples of some of our items. If you go to the next slide, Aaron, please. So one of the overriding pieces that governs how we conduct ourselves in approaching development in this case is the strategic plan, which was adopted about 1.5 years ago. That was given to you all as you became members of the commission and were sworn in as the mayor. So that provides some guidance into how the various documents that we have and regulatory mechanisms work. The primary one after that is the comprehensive plan, which includes the future land use element, the future land use map, and the visioning of where we expect or anticipate the city going over the next 20 to 40 year time period. It's also required by the Florida statutes to be adopted, and it's reviewed and updated at least on every 7 years, though we have done a little bit more aggressive updates to our comprehensive plan. We've done 3 in the time that I've been here over the past 10 years. Under that is our official zoning map and our land development code, which provides the rules and regulations of how you build and how you develop in the city. In this particular case, we have a mixed use West district and a planned development. Moving down the line, our sustainable bonus incentive program. For those of you who may remember when we were discussing the land development code, any project that anticipated or would like to be built above 2 stories must participate in our sustainable bonus incentive program, whereby additional investment in the project or an additional payment to the city may be made in order to build their buildings and projects above 2 floors. We recently adopted some additional incentives in regard to that program with comprehensive plan updates that were done in 2017. And then we created the transfer development rights program, which provides another layer of incentives in 2018. This project is not making use of the transfer development right program, but does fall, as the city attorney mentioned, under our sustainable bonus incentive program. Also, this project falls on 10th Avenue North, and so its appearance and situation on the site and how it addresses the public realm and private realm is governed by our major thoroughfare guidelines, which were adopted by resolution as part of our overall land development code. So all these pieces govern how development is brought about in the city of Lake Worth Beach. We'll go into a little bit more specificity on a plan development approach, which Aaron, go to the next slide, please. So plan developments, they can happen pretty much anywhere in the city, except for single family residential, which only allows a residential plan development. They are governed at their premise by the future land use designation, which provides for the maximum in terms of height, density, and intensity. Intensity is floor area ratio. Also funneling into how a plan development is done is a zoning district, which in this case is mixed use west. And then a plan development can take various forms in the city of Lake Worth Beach. It can be an urban plan development or mixed use plan development of a ½ an acre or less. There are plan developments that are allowed east of 95 of 2 acres or more. And then west of 95, the plan developments have to be 5 acres or more unless they're an urban mixed use development district. And so the part of the Land Development Code, section 23.325 Plan Development District, just gives a little overview of the intent. And this is a creative way to encourage additional height, density, or intensity in exchange for innovative planning, trying to encourage certain types of development, such as workforce or market rate housing for the city. It allows you to be more creative in terms of setbacks, parking requirements. You're also able to modify the minimum living area requirements and some other little pieces within the code. The permitted uses that are allowed in a plan development district must follow the rules of the underlying zoning district. You cannot add new uses or provide for uses that aren't normally allowed, or provide expansion of those uses that wouldn't be normally allowed. You go to the next slide, please. So the staff provide a little example of a residential plan development in mixed use West District. In the first column are the development standards, the various things that we look at. The base zoning district is provided there. As an example, the minimum lot size is 5,000 square feet. The base density is 30 units an acre, building height is 30 feet. And I refer you back to my comment earlier that the Sustainable Bonus Incentive Program comes into play whenever you want to build a building more than 2 stories or 30 feet. The plan development allows for, in this case, 5 acres or more, which is 217,800 square feet. The minimum lot width is the same as what's underlying zoning. The lot coverage is the same. We are able to increase the density for this particular one by 25%, since it's residential only. If it were a mixed use plan development, with the primary use being residential, but also including other uses such as commercial, retail, or office, that density bonus could be 50%. The building height under the Sustainable Bonus Program without a plan development can go as high as six stories and 65 feet in mixed use west. With a residential plan development, it can go to 8 stories and 81 1/4 feet. Just technically, it's almost impossible to get 8 stories and 81 feet, just for your edification. And then also the floor area ratio can be maxed out and provided for additional amount based on the limits that are in the future land use table of the comprehensive plan, which is 2.3. And this bonus would allow you to get to 3.75 for a plan development. We'll go on to the next slide, please. So that gives you a little overview of how development works under our land development code. Aaron's going to go into more specifics as they relate to this project and how it made use of our plan development approach, how it met goals that are established in policies in our strategic plan, our comprehensive plan, and how it utilized the incentives that are both in the comprehensive plan and the land development code in order to facilitate this project coming before you. I will say that it was reviewed by the Planning and Zoning Board and received a recommendation, I believe, of 6-1. So Aaron, you can take it away for the project specifics.
Thank you, William. Good evening. For the record, Aaron Seed, Assistant Director with the Department of Community Sustainability. The item before you is new business item B. This is ordinance 2021-02, and it is a consideration of a request of WGI on behalf of Prospect Real Estate Group. There are several components to this request, and we'll walk through later the presentation what these mean. And the request is to construct a 230-unit multifamily development at the northwest corner of 10th Avenue North and Boutwell Road, commonly known as Golden Roads or as Adventists. So here is the general site location. As you can see, this is the zoning map, and the site is in yellow and shows the site being located in the mixed-use West District. A little bit of background, as I mentioned, the applicant is WGI, the owner is Lake Worth Investment Group. This property is approximately 7 parcels, about 6.39 acres. The Planning and Zoning Board heard this application on March 3rd. The board voted to recommend approval to the City Commission in a vote of 6-1 of the proposed project. And as I stated before, the applicant has requested to change the project name from Golden Roads Apartments to Advantis at Lake Worth. This is common for developments sometimes in the middle of review to have name changes. It's not unanticipated. Again, the request to the commission today is a development of significant impact. This is a required request when a development is greater than 100 residential dwelling units. Developments of significant impact have certain criteria within the land development regulations. You can see those criteria are in your staff report entitled the Planning and Zoning Board Staff Report. That analysis for each of those criteria is presented there. A second component of the request is for a residential plan development. This allows those density bonuses and a little bit of flexibility in site design that William spoke about. This is also a major site plan and a conditional use permit. Both of these are threshold triggers. Anything over 7,500 square feet must have these requests for any project. And that major site plan requires a board approval, as does a conditional use permit. And finally, the request includes a sustainable bonus incentive for an additional 24 feet and an additional density of 6 units per acre. As we stated before, William stated that the maximum additional density per acre that can be requested in this district with the sustainable bonus and a planned development is an additional 7.5 units per acre. So this is 1.5 units per acre less than the maximum that the applicant could have requested. So the site plan contains 5 multifamily buildings, 2 are 5-story buildings and 3 are 3-story buildings. There's a clubhouse mailroom building and 379 parking spaces. You can see the architectural renderings in here. All of the site plans and architectural renderings and backup documents are available in the packet, which would say site plan, which would say the site plan package. That would be the name of the packet when you're looking back to it. In addition to the supplemental document materials and the staff report analysis. Here are some existing conditions on site. The site is vacant. And again, from the bird's eye view, you can see 10th Avenue North, and then you can see the site is also just east of the E4 Canal. The surrounding properties have a predominant land use and zoning district of mixed use west. The current use on the north and northeast corner of the property are single family residents. On the south property, south of the property across Lake Worth Road is a future hotel. East of the property is a mix of vacant lots, offices, and a gas station. And then, of course, on the west side is the E4, and the southwest side is a commercial plaza. So analysis. All of our analysis, which details all the criteria that staff goes through, is all available in the staff report. And we go criteria by criteria for each item that we review. So there is, for example, this project is consistent with the comprehensive plan. Corresponding in the staff report is an analysis of that. Consistent with the strategic plan, consistent with the major thoroughfare design guidelines, consistent with the city's LDRs, consistent with the criteria for all residential plan developments districts, consistent with the community appearance criteria, consistent with the review and decision criteria for sustainable bonus program, consistent with the general findings related to harmony with the LDRs and protection of the public interest, consistent with the specific standards for all conditional uses. Further, I'd mentioned that the applicant held a neighborhood meeting on February 25th, 2021. An additional condition of approval was added based on the outcome of that meeting. that condition of approval is related to a wall. The wall is being proposed at the north and northeast corner of the property. Subsequent to that meeting and after the March Planning and Zoning Board meeting, after the neighborhood meeting and after the March Planning and Zoning Board meeting, staff received a notice of a request to be an affected party by Rodney Romano. He will present after the applicant related to his affected party status. Staff recommends that the City Commission approve ordinance 2120-2 for all of the requested components as conditioned. The conditions of approval are located in your ordinance in Exhibit C, and that's as part of your backup packet. So I'll take you briefly through. This is the first item we've had before our new commission. So a lot of our conditions of approval are very standard conditions of approval. So we have electric utilities, fire. These are things where we set expectations with the applicant that will be required prior to building permit or required prior to the certificate of occupancy. And again, our Palm Beach County fire and our electric utility conditions are very standard. The landscaping is standard. We had a couple minor modifications we've requested through condition of approval related to light tone. We also included in the condition of approval the wall as mentioned. And then I want to also highlight that the development is proposing 61,670 square feet of semi-pervious surface. Some of this is required to meet their pervious surface requirement, but a good portion is not. So they are requiring more semi-pervious surface than is required to meet the minimum threshold. As part of this condition of approval, prior to building permits on the specific type of pervious pavement that they will select in their permit application, they will be required to demonstrate that it has a percolation rate of at least 50% related to the ground percolation rate. Also included at the time of building permit will be a paver maintenance plan to ensure that it will maintain its permeability over time. Urban design permits were quite standard, except for there was one that required a little bit of fenestration on one of the buildings. And that was easily can be worked out. Public works were all standard conditions of approval. And then water utilities, again, mostly standard conditions of approval. What I will highlight here is that, which is standard, is that the applicant is to provide copies of the requested South Florida Water Management District and the Lake Worth Drainage District permit prior to the issuance of a building permit. They will also need to reserve capacity fees for water and sewer to be paid in full per phase. There is one phase for this plan. And finally, the Lake Worth Drainage District, which reviewed this project as part of the site plan review team. They provided the condition of approval that the owner shall install a riprap rubble along the length of the project along the E4 canal. And as mentioned, they will require a permit for outfall and must meet the Lake Worth Drainage District standards. So that concludes my presentation. I will open up the applicant's presentation next.
There it is. Thank you.
So just give me a minute to share.
Well, good evening. Thank you for allowing me to be before you tonight. For the record, Lindsay Livis with WGI. I am the agent for the applicant. I'll speak as loud as I can. I'll keep it as succinct as possible to avoid any repetition with what Aaron presented. With me tonight, I also have Joan Machado from WGI and Brian Seymour. Next slide. So before I get into the actual presentation, I thought it's important to introduce to you who our project team is, because we are not spec developers. The intent to build this or to get this approved is not to flip it to another builder. It is to design it, construct it, and hold on to it in a portfolio for many, many years. The project team is led by Prospect Real Estate Group. We have a general contractor chosen. It's BCC Construction. The architect is MSA. And again, planning, civil, and LA is with WGI. The attorney, Brian Seymour, is from Gunster, and traffic is Dr. Juan Ortega from JFO. Next slide. Next slide. Next. Click. Thank you. So a little bit of background on who Prospect Real Estate Group is. It is a woman-owned WMBE business led by CEO and President Michelle Zahn. She's a 25-year executive, a native Floridian, graduate of Stetson University, very ingrained in the community, past board member for Habitat for Humanity and Pathway to Homes charity donor. This group is very much interested in being active members of the community in which they build. This is not build it and leave. A couple things to point out. They've sponsored in other projects and other areas they worked on 20 plus young men and women, helping them through college with tuition and miscellaneous expenses. Many of them are minority, and they've even gone on to hire them as interns and full-time employees after graduation. They're very experienced. They have over 1.6 billion in multifamily projects throughout the United States. They worked with or JV'd HUD projects throughout the US, including Florida. This is not a HUD project. And they have over 8,000 units built in the last 6 years alone. And they're very much wanting to work with the local government in other areas where they've done work. They've supported the City of Orlando Blueprint Jobs Program. They worked on the Amway Arena to build the bus rapid transit infrastructure, and they've worked with Paramore District to hire locals. So this is going to be the first project in South Florida for them. They've done work in other areas of the state, and they really want to make this their South Florida flagship location. They're very, very excited to be in Lake Worth Beach and to be, active members of the community. Next. I'll go quickly through this. Aaron pointed out where it is. It's on the corner of 10th and Batwell. It's just over 6 acres in size. Next. The current zoning and land use is mixed use west. Next. And the existing development program that's currently approved and valid, we thought it was important to walk through what it was previously or what it exists today as 189 units built in 2 phases. The intent of this development was to build the first phase, which is the larger building adjacent to 10th Avenue immediately, and then eventually build the remainder of the property as a second phase. It was going to be 3 stories on the north property line. Actually 3 stories everywhere north of the building that's adjacent to 10th Avenue. Next. We are proposing to keep the land use and zoning and adding an overlay of RPD, residential plan development. Next. And I know William walked through this, so I won't spend too much time on it, but in looking through the staff report and in preparing the application, I think it's important to note section 23.3-25, where they state if there is a difference between the underlying zoning district mixed use west or the overlay RPD, that the special regulations of the residential plan development apply and prevail over the mixed use west. So as we go through the presentation, it's just something to keep in mind. Next slide. William went over this, so I won't spend again too much time. This is table 1 from the city's comp plan. You can see here that you're eligible under mixed use west for 30 feet, 35 feet additional under the sustainable bonus, and then plan policy 1.2.343 allows for an additional 25% increase in density, intensity, and height over the baseline that's outlined in yellow on table 1. Next. So the proposed development program. We are proposing 230 units in 1 phase. A single phase. We want to get a shovel in the ground as soon as possible. The intent is to submit for permits immediately and build this. We have a clubhouse, rec area, dog park, and some other amenities. Next, or click, sorry. I think it's important to note that we kept the existing conditions on the north property line of 3 stories. Again, we've got a valid approval that exists today for 3 stories on the north property line, and we wanted to maintain that. The center of the site has a 5-story building. The rec is in the middle of the site. And then you've got a 3-story building in the center of the site, and then a 5-story building adjacent to 10th, consistent with what exists today in the current approval. Emergency access is maintained from 10th Avenue. We still do not propose any access from Batwell or Keys Lane. And a big difference between this project and the last one is that this one's going to be gated. The last one was not gated. Next slide, please. Next. Oh, you can see here. So like Aaron pointed out, when we met in February, one of the items that we talked about was the 6-foot-high wall on the north side, and then on the east side from the corner of the property south to Keys Lane. We agreed to do that. And we also agreed to do it at construction. So this isn't something that's going to go in after the fact. We were asked to consider constructing it by the neighbors early on in the process, and the developer is committed to doing that on day one. That'll be one of the first things that goes in on the site is the wall. Next. So to walk through this, the maximum permitted, if you couple together the programs that William put in his presentation at the beginning, you could technically request between 37.5 to 45 dwelling units an acre, which equates to 240 to 287 dwelling units. The height you can get up is to 81.25, and there's no wall required as part of the code. We're proposing 36 dwelling units an acre, or 230 units, well within the threshold of what we're allowed to request. 54 feet in height, below the 81-foot threshold, and we are again providing the wall on the north and east portion of the property. Next. And then a quick side-by-side comparison here. I'm going to have you just click through it, Aaron. Again, this is built in 2 phases. The 2018 plan that's currently valid was going to be 2 phases. We're proposing 1. We maintain the 3 stories on the north side of the property to negate any impact. There was a 3-story building close to Keys Lane and Boutwell Road that we shifted and moved towards the center of the site. So it actually limits any additional impact on that Keys Lane area because we are taking a building and we're moving it more internal to the property. It is gated, whereas the first plan was not. Next. These are the traffic letters. We do have traffic concurrency for both applications. The project has had a full traffic analysis done. It meets DOT and Palm Beach County standards, and we've got traffic concurrency for the 2018 plan and 2020. And as you can see from the 2 letters, I can't read the numbers, but it is actually a few trips less with the current plan. Next. Again, we met with the neighbors on February 25th, and we agreed to construct the wall ASAP. Next. And these are just some very preliminary renderings of what that might look like. Again, we want to construct that on day 1. Next slide, please. And then that's just a section example. Next. Aaron showed you the renderings already, so we can cruise through these. Unless you have questions and you want to look at them some more. Next. Again, we meet all rezoning criteria, residential plan development and major site plan. I think it's very important to note, we are not requesting any waivers or any variances at all. We are compliant with the city's code 100%. Next. And then you can kind of click through these. The team has done a market analysis for the site, and it is estimated to generate 1 million annual ad valorem tax revenue, 2 million plus in impact fees. New Lake Worth Beach residents estimated to spend 3 million plus in sales activity. It's an underutilized piece of property that we're very, very excited about putting our flagship, making our flagship location here in South Florida. On-site jobs, in addition to construction, you're going to need a leasing, property management, maintenance employees. It's going to bring jobs into the city. And then it offers affordable market rate housing for local families who live in Lake Worth Beach and in the surrounding areas. It's going to bring people into the city. Next. And again, staff recommends approval of the application, and we received approval by the Planning and Zoning Board 6-1, March 3rd. Next. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions when the time is right.
When you say market rate, can you define that? Because I couldn't find it anywhere in my backup. What are we charging for the rents for each 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom? Because market rate doesn't translate to me.
Novish, our clients are on, he can answer that.
Oh, I thought you were asking. I'm like, I don't know what that means. I'm like, what, am I supposed to look that up?
Thank you. Our 1 bedrooms are anywhere on the low end based on size, as low as $1,275 to about $1,350. Our 2 bedrooms are anywhere from $1,450 to $1,575, and our 2 bedrooms are anywhere from $1,500 to about $1,675. And we have slightly larger 2 bedrooms that will be closer to $1,700.
I mean, 3 bedrooms.
Yeah. Yes. No 3 bedrooms. It's all 2s and 1s and 2s. We have two different floor plans for a 2-bedroom unit.
There are no 3 bedrooms.
That's correct.
It's 2 bedroom, 2 bath.
Yep, that's correct.
Any other questions, Malika?
Is now the time or do I wait? I don't know.
No, do we wait until should we wait until?
Madam Mayor, I believe in the script, the affected party now has the opportunity to present. Then there will be public comment, and then there will be a questions component.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you for walking us.
Romano? Good to have help.
Good evening, Your Honor and Commissioners. It's nice to see you up on the dais. Before the recent election, we had lost hope that our voices mattered at all, especially when it came to large-scale development. We believe that development does not drive community sustainability, but rather the people who live and work, eat and shop in the neighborhoods do. Your Honor, at the outset, I would respectfully ask you to take judicial notice of the City of Lake Worth Land Development Regulations and the City of Lake Worth Comprehensive Plan in their entirety. And I ask that these letters may approach.
Sure.
I believe I've provided them all to the city development and the city clerk in the past, but I wanted you to have them and ask that they be entered into the record as evidence in this case.
Does everyone have a copy of this? I mean, I would like everyone to know this.
I apologize, I didn't make copies for everyone, but I sent all of that to everyone here with you.
So these are some of the emails that have, okay, I just want to make sure. So,
which noted my objections at the time.
okay, Madam Clerk, I'm going to put it in the front of my book so that we don't lose it.
Thank you. I believe I have them, but thank you.
You bet. My name is Rodney Romano. I live at 3058 Botwell Road along with my wife Lynette. I'm here speaking on behalf of, rather than make you sit through 40 minutes, affected applicants, or affected parties, speaking on behalf of my children, Zachariah, Gabriella, Jeremiah, who all own homes at 2219, 2221 Keast, and 3097 Botwell Road. They all live as a family. You have the power to deny this project, to let it die for lack of a motion, to approve it with conditions that would bring it into harmony with the adjoining areas, or to approve it as requested. You have that power. I would disagree that the prior approval is valid because the character and of this project that's being proposed has changed. So this project does not contain mixed use. You should understand there are 2 categories of negative impacts for this project. First, the negative impact on all of the citizens of Lake Worth in general. And second, the negative impacts on the single family homes, ours, that have common property line with the project or that are within 1 or 2 houses. At the outset, let me say, we are not against development. We are against overdevelopment. First, the city at large, and perhaps the most obvious negative impact on all the citizens is the additional traffic that will be added to 10th Avenue North, which is and has long been the over-designed capacity. It was designed as a crawls road in the it was designated as a crawls road in the 1990s.
Would you explain what that is?
Crawls is an acronym for constrained roadway at a lower level of service. In your comprehensive plan, improving traffic function is listed as an element of high importance. Adding another almost 1,300 trips to 10th Avenue every day will not improve traffic function on 10th Avenue North. Second, the applicant bases its request for the sustainability bonus to be more than double that allowed in height and increase the density on its addition of a clubhouse, a tot lot, a pet lot, and a pool. No off-site community amenities, no environmentally sustainable amenities, no sustainable building materials have been presented to this body. I would also point out respectfully that if you saw the surrounding areas slide that staff presented, they said that the only thing to the east of this project was a vacant lot and a gas station. They left out all of our homes. That's a small thing maybe to others, but when it's your ox that's being gored, it's a big deal. There's nothing about low impact water conservation. There's not even a retention pond on this property like Waterville behind Wayne Acres has. And so there's a long laundry list of things in the land development regulations, which I'll refer to as the LDRs, that are referenced as things that should be done for consideration for sustainable bonus. Third, the comprehensive plan and the MUW zoning designation expressly call for mixed use, professional and commercial space plus residential. And the MUW zoning designation was invented by the predecessor, for the predecessor developer for this property. And now they want another almost 6 units per acre for an RPD, changed to an RPD zoning. Fourth, there's no additional benefit to the city in the way of environmental or climate elements or off-site community amenities, as I said earlier. Fifth, no provisions for on-site stormwater such as retention, as I said. Next, with regard to the surrounding properties, if you've never been there, our homes are almost rural in nature. When it came time to pave the roads, I actually asked that they be left unpaved because we like no traffic on Bothwell. When we first bought our homes at 3097 and 3058, 10th Avenue, the parcel in the front, south of Keast Avenue, was zoned for 8 units an acre, and it was all of us were in unincorporated Palm Beach County, 8 units an acre. The 5 parcels in the back, north of Keast, were always single-family residential parcels. And you can see that if you go to the Palm Beach County Appraiser's Office. In fact, everything north of Keast, from Bothwell to the Keller Canal, has always been single-family residential. Having some familiarity with the land development regulations in Lake Worth and the comprehensive plan and the state statutes, I would never have thought in my wildest dreams that an illegal annexation of non-contiguous property would have occurred by the prior administration. And then the density would have been skyrocketed from 8 to 30 units. And now a request for a rezoning to 35.66 units or something close to that. The purpose of the LDR is fairly interpreted to limit buildings D and E, the ones way up north that adjoin our properties. And that's honestly my main concern. I think it's fair that there should be more density closer to 10th Avenue North. But it's not fair that we should have 3-story buildings 20 feet or even 30 feet from our property lines looking down on us. To get an idea of what that would be, go to the mid on Dixie. Stand on the edge of the sidewalk and look up. And that's what we'll see from our property lines if you allow buildings D and E to go in. So a plain reading of the LDR section 23.2-31 states that all elements of the site plan shall be harmoniously and efficiently organized in relation to topography, the size and type of plot, and the character of adjoining property, and the type and size of buildings. It is a fundamental concept of responsible urban design that's skipping over zoning designations so that you put the highest density possible next to the lower density possible is avoided. And that's why we wrote the LDRs the way we did many, many years ago. So how did they get around it? What was done in the city under the prior administration? They rezoned it all MUW, including our properties, and then say, hey, you're high density too. No problem, no conflict. We're all compatible. Staff never did address compatibility. What they said, in fact, in their conclusions were surrounding areas will be in harmony with expected future uses. That's a quote lifted right out of their documents. And that is not the law in Lake Worth. The law is that it has to be compatible with and in harmony with existing current uses. In conclusion, you have ample grounds to deny this application and to allow the ordinance to die for lack of a motion or a second. You also have ample grounds to impose conditions with approval, to eliminate buildings D and E, to bring the project into harmony. That still doesn't address the traffic issues, but it certainly does address the compatibility and harmony issues. You have ample grounds to find that deleting those buildings makes it more compatible. You have ample grounds to impose other conditions based on your findings of fact tonight that you believe are in the citizens' best interest. Let me end by saying one other thing. I appreciate that Lindsay and her team from WGI and the developers have been courteous, but they've had no reason to discuss finding common ground because the prior administration was on their team and we never had a fair chance to be heard in this case. I hope that tonight makes that different. Thank you very much for your time.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I have some questions for Mr. Romano.
Absolutely.
I think there's a,
Frank,
go ahead.
The protocol would be that after everyone made their presentation, you could then ask staff if they have questions of either party, of the two parties, the affected party. Then does the applicant have any questions? Then does the affected party. So everybody's got a chance to.
But I think it says, I need to ask, are there any public comment cards?
Yes, correct. Public
Okay,
comments first.
that's what I was going to do.
Skip that, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Public comment.
God bless this group.
Your Honor, may I be seated for a moment?
Thank you, please. Are there any, Madam Clerk, are there any public comment cards?
I have several comment cards, but do you want do you have any in the chamber?
I don't know. Mr. Manager? Do we have any blue cards here, sir?
Please,
No? Okay.
Okay, I'll read mine.
And we do have a letter. You're going to read that letter as well?
I can read those letters. They're longer than the 2-minute time frame, but I can read them.
I only have one from Mr. Stowe.
I have Mr. Stowe's letter I will read, but the two from Mr. Romano are long.
Madam Clerk and Madam Mayor, I believe that Mr. Romano's letters have already been included in the public record.
Good.
And submitted to you prior to the
Okay.
hearing. So there would not be, and he already provided testimony. So unless it's at your discretion that you would like them read, he's already provided his testimony.
Not necessary.
Okay, so you're waiving the reading of your letters. And Mr. Romano has waived the reading of his letters.
Okay, I will start with Catherine Kohlmeyer at 503 First Avenue South. In consideration of the proposed residential development, please include in your consideration the fact that the city needs more affordable housing. This need has intensified during the COVID-19 pandemic. Access to affordable housing improves the health and welfare of the whole community and contributes to significant economic impacts, including increases in local purchasing power, job creation, and new tax revenues. The next one is from Nick Palugi. I hope I didn't spoil your name, I'm sorry, at 429 North D Street. Given the influx of wealthier residents flowing into Palm Beach County from cities like New York, I hope the city strongly considers affordable housing requirements for any new developments being proposed. With property values at an all-time high and subsequent rent increases, affordable housing should take priority over market and luxury to prevent the kind of displacement seen in other cities. Up until recently, the logic has been that we must build to attract the new tax base to pay for services. This attraction is already happening on its own due to larger trends. I think the city must pivot now that conditions have changed and build for the working families that live in Lake Worth. The next one is from Matthew Brennan, 602 18th Avenue North. Rising properties are good for current homeowners, but can be a hurdle for many others looking to establish roots in our community. Establishing balance between the two is crucial to foster inclusion and diversity. As many sold properties are selling above the asking price on markets currently, the driving up rents in the process, establishing more affordable housing will be crucial to avoiding an economically homogeneous community that will rob us of the diversity in our community that makes us culturally rich. And this one is from Richard Stowe, 414 North Federal Highway. Dear Mayor Rach and City Commissioners, 10th Avenue North west of I-95 is a traffic sewer. This section of roadway at Boutwell and 10th Avenue North is dangerous by design, not only for drivers, but also for vulnerable users, cyclists, pedestrians, children, and disability users. The AADT, average annual daily trips, in this section is 44,371, exceeds the uppermost limit of LOS, level of service, D, of 33,200 AADT by 25.2%. The county has no prudent and reasonable plan to address existing levels of service and emanating from Boutwell and 10th Avenue North. The projected traffic generated by the Golden Roads apartment application would exceed 1%. Golden Roads would have a significant, unavoidable adverse impact on 10th Avenue North within the Lake Worth Beach city limits. From a layperson's eye, the site plan is a massive parking lot with a scattering of a half a dozen structures. The application smothers the open space with impervious surface. The open space currently has two notable areas of interest. Toward the north and rear of the lot are a number of what we believe to be beautiful and increasingly rare sand live oaks. South and at a lower elevation are a half dozen or more attractively spaced sable palms. The city should incorporate these spaces as passive city parks within a future development design. These small parks would greatly enhance property values of any future development, as there are no parks west of I-95 and north of Lake Worth Road in Lake Worth Beach. Additionally, the land area parallel with and adjacent to the canal should be carefully evaluated and planned as an attractive open space. The next one is from Peter Pascal, 1435 10th Street, Lake Park, Florida. I would like to address the issues with homeless people currently occupying this property. There are several homeless individuals who have set up camps and other makeshift shelters on the vacant land. There are reports of extensive drug usage, and to include teenagers who have been sighted coming and going from the property. Several years ago, a homeless person was found dead on the property. Some of the homeless set improvised campfires around vegetation. I have noticed no trespassing signs on the property, but they are ignored. The situation is perpetuating, becoming worse, and something must be done. A fence around the property could resolve this problem. Thank you for your time. And the last comment is from, oops, I'm sorry, I copied that twice. That's the same comment we just had. That's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Now, moving right along. Does the city staff have any questions for the applicant or affected parties?
No, Madam Mayor, we do not.
Okay. Does the applicant have any questions for city staff or the affected party?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Please come forward.
You mind if I stand sort of close to Commissioner Malega's mic, just in case it picks me up? I'm pretty loud, according to everybody I work with and everybody I'm related to, so hopefully I'll get picked up. For the record, my name is Brian Seymour. I'm an attorney with the Gunster Law Firm on behalf of the applicant. And I have a couple things, Mr. Romano, just to clarify, and I'll try to be brief. I just want to make sure I understood some things. You're an attorney by trade, is that correct?
a mediator, but yes, I'm an attorney, former trial attorney.
Right, you were a personal injury lawyer here in town?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think we met actually. I'm sorry, I was gonna get off on a tangent. You're not an engineer or a planner or any expert in those fields related to development and use of property?
I'm not certified as an expert in any of those. I was mayor in the city of Lake Worth for 8 years and helped develop the comprehensive plan and LDRs at that time.
Okay, you said a couple of things that I want to make sure I understand. You said you disagree that the prior approval is valid. Were you aware that it's got a build out date that goes into 2022 and construction could start literally tomorrow?
No, I was not.
Okay. And you
also not aware whether that was transferable.
The development runs, well, you were the mayor, development approvals run with the land. You're familiar with that?
Okay.
Okay. So you said the comp plan and zoning call for mixed use. Is that district wide or is that property by property by property that has to be that way?
Depends on how you decide to interpret the comp plan and the LDRs. If you're for the big development, then you can rationalize that it's district wide and that mixed use can be somewhere else and residential can be here. If you're against the development, you can interpret that. And by the way, I believe statutes and ordinances are interpreted strictly, not loosely, unless otherwise called to be interpreted liberally.
So if there's language in the comp plan itself that talks about it being district wide, it would be district wide. If there was language that talked about it being site by site, it would be site by site.
It could be.
Okay. And I'm sure Mr. Waters knows well what that is. I just want to make sure I understand this. So, and you said the mixed use west zoning was invented for the predecessor developer. When was that?
Okay, so I believe it was around 2015. This property, I don't know if we have a picture of it, but this property is to the west of our properties.
And you lived there in 2015?
Since 2011, my son had a house there in 2011. We bought our property in 2013, we built in 2016.
All right, so
you have Botwell Road, which was the edge of the city of Lake Worth. Then you have the houses between Botwell Road and the subject property. And then you have the subject property to Keller Canal. That was all unincorporated Palm Beach County, from Lake Clark Shores up to 10th, Botwell Road over to the Keller Canal. There came a time when I don't know if the city approached the owner of that property, the owner approached the city, but together they presented to the commission, we'll voluntarily annex our section into the city of Lake Worth if you let us go from 8 units an acre to 30 units an acre. And so the MU West was invented. I objected at the time, and you'll see my 2015 letter as part of my package, saying, wait a minute, Florida state statute says you can't annex a non-contiguous property. And Mr. Waters, with all due respect, said, well, we have an interlocal agreement with Palm Beach County that says we can. And I said, interlocal agreements can't overrule state statutes. And then the city commission went ahead and took that voluntary annexation, then rezoned to MUW. Then, because the remaining properties were less than 10 acres, did an involuntary annexation of our property, when what they should have done is taken the whole property and come up with a plan that worked for everybody, but they didn't.
Okay, so back in 2015, they annexed. In 2018, the approval that's there now was approved. And in all of those approvals, you lived there. Did you object? Did you, I mean, you're a lawyer. Did you file any lawsuits?
No.
To contest that? It's just your belief, but the attorneys for the city didn't agree? Or what happened with that?
I don't know that I can tell you when I appeared before the prior commission, Mr. Waters rendered all of the legal opinions about the interlocal agreement. Carolyn Ansay was sitting right about there, who's a fine local attorney, now works for the South Florida Water Management District, and is a person of unquestionable integrity. And I said, instead of asking the community sustainable director for a legal opinion, why don't you turn to the lawyer who's 5 feet away from you? And they smiled at me and never asked for the lawyer's opinion. So I never heard a public opinion. I don't know if there was a private opinion.
So why didn't you challenge it at the time?
Money. I don't have $50,000 or $60,000 to mount a lawsuit. Or didn't at the time.
So, well, you're a lawyer. You mean hire another lawyer for that? Sure. Not do yourself. Yeah, okay. Just I'm trying to understand. I wasn't here then, so I'm trying to make sure I understand. So,
well, you know what Abraham Lincoln said, a man who represents himself as a.
Really?
He was a smart man. Yeah. But he died without a will. Too many lawyers do that. Again, I go off on tangents. I apologize. All right. So the last thing you said was, I got new glasses this morning. I apologize. That the previous administration was on their team.
Yes.
So what evidence do you have for that they were on the team for WGI in that sense?
Because there was no discussion. Usually commissioners have a lively discussion about important issues, even unimportant or lesser issues. It's not as if they all know how each one's going to vote and they sit there quietly. When I say they sat there, not all of them, not Commissioner McVoy and not Mr. Hardy after him, but Commissioners Maxwell, Andy, and the mayor sat there. You can look at the record.
So you're talking about the existing approval, not this approval.
Right.
Okay, so this never went.
Frankly, I expected this to be pushed through under the old administration. I'm surprised it wasn't.
So, okay, so you weren't talking about this approval, they were on the team. It was your perception of the previous approval when they didn't have any discussion of the existing approval for the 100.
It felt very much like it was being ran through.
Understood. Okay. All right, you know what? I think that clarifies everything that I had questions on.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
All done with me, Your Honor?
Yeah. Does the affected party have any questions for the applicant or city staff?
I had some cross-examination questions, but I'm going to waive my cross-exam. I think you've heard everything you need to hear. It's really a matter of what your policies and beliefs are as to compatibility and harmony and traffic. So I won't delay the proceedings any further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, before you go into asking the commission, an issue has come up that there are people in the room that would like to make a couple of comments. They didn't submit paperwork to make the comments, but they're in the room. I think it would be up to you, although I don't know that, if they can speak.
I mean, you mean the virtual room?
I believe they're in the virtual room. That's what our webmaster is telling me.
Commission, what do you?
Were they sworn in?
They were not.
But that's public comment.
Right.
It would be,
Public comment doesn't.
does
If they were
the,
here, would they be able
Does not need to
to?
be sworn, but it's entitled to less weight than sworn testimony.
how does the commission feel about opening it up for more public comment?
If they were in the room, would they be allowed to comment?
It's same discretion.
I have no problem with further public comment.
Ms. Maliga,
I'm fine with it.
Mr. Robinson?
At some point, we'll have to make a decision. So I don't know how many more people are going to comment.
I mean, do we close it off now? Anybody who's there can go, but we can't sit here and keep letting more people.
Right. So are we okay? Do we know how many people are looking to do that?
Keith, do you know?
One.
Just one. Oh,
Let's go.
I think we can bring one.
For now.
that's not people. I'm sorry. It's a person.
We will relax the rules then, if it's okay with everybody, and let that person speak.
Thank you.
Okay, please give me one moment. Jeremiah, I'm bringing you on.
Can everyone hear me?
Yep.
Hi. I apologize for not pre-registering and thank you for the commission and Madam Mayor for allowing me to speak. My father pretty much said everything that
Please state your name.
My name is Jeremiah Romano. For the record, I apologize. I'm also an attorney in the county. I live on Keys Lane, 2219 Keys Lane. I'm also one of the affected parties. And again, my father said most of it. I just want to take 30 seconds to just voice my concerns, mostly about the security as well as the traffic. The traffic has been beat to a horse.
Stop for just a second, please.
If you're an affected party.
Right.
Then I think you need to be sworn in.
Yeah.
So would you like to hear that testimony?
Would you like to be sworn in?
Yes. I promise I won't take up too much time. I apologize. I'm very gracious for everyone giving me the opportunity.
Thank you. And please look at this.
Affirm any testimony to give you the truth, all truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Glenn.
Okay, so I apologize. My name is Jeremiah Romano. I'm one of the affected parties. I live at 2219 Keys Lane. Again, the traffic issue has been beat to a horse, but I'm mostly concerned about the crime issue. Adding that many more people into an already packed area. I'm a prosecutor for the county. The amount of crime that is already in Lake Worth, which is one of the most dangerous cities in America, which is a fact confirmed by FBI statistics, somehow saying that this property is going to attract individuals to Lake Worth, I just find that that's just not grounded in reality in any way, especially since the prices that were heard about the apartments, 1,500, saying that they're affordable housing is just not accurate at all. Those are the same prices all across the county in Delray, Boca, very nice areas. They're not affordable housing, they're competitively priced housing. On top of that, the security is just a huge issue right next to us, right next to 10th Ave, which is hugely congested. And there are just so many problems with this housing that the benefits to Lake Worth are just, again, they're not grounded in reality in any way. And so I just want to, again, thank you, the commission. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for giving me the time to speak.
Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Romano. Sure.
Now all the parties have a chance to cross-examine the affected party that just testified. So if anyone would like to.
Mr. Seymour? No, he's waiving his ability.
I have no questions.
City staff.
Anybody?
If I can just weigh in, Madam Mayor, Mr. Jeremiah Romano did not register in time to be an official affected party, only Mr. Rodney Romano did. So that time period to register as an affected party has elapsed. So while he was sworn in, it was really, I mean, perhaps Glenn can provide guidance, but really this was more of a public comment.
Thank you. Okay. Madam Clerk?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm looking at my script.
Glenn will help you with that. It's now time for the commissioners to ask questions.
Well, it says, are there questions for Mr. Romano? The lights are going on all over.
Mayor, Seymour indicates he's got a question for Mr. Waters based on something that
Mr.
Rodney
Romano
Romano said. If you'd like to allow him, you have that discretion.
You said you hadn't had that. I asked that question and
It was based on something Mr. Romano said about the comprehensive plan. I'd like to ask Mr. Waters what the comprehensive plan says.
Mr. Rodney Romano or Mr. Jeremiah Romano?
Mr. Rodney Romano. My apologies, yes.
Your Honor.
Yes.
For the record, I would object. The plan speaks for itself.
Well,
which is what I want to ask about.
Commission.
You did.
I did ask if there was any
Yeah.
question, and Mr. Romano spoke, so and you had an opportunity to cross-examine him. You could have asked him that question during cross-examination.
William Waters, a question.
I understand, but he said he had no questions for staff.
Right, you had no questions.
Because at the time I didn't. It's that Mr. Romano testified about something in the comprehensive plan, and he said, if it says it, and it says it. So I wanted to make sure that I'm reading correctly with Mr. Waters, who wrote the element of the comprehensive plan, that it says what it says. I know that's funky wording, but there was the question of if you recall, I asked if it says that it's district-wide versus site by site, then that's what it would be. I believe that's actually exactly what it says, is that it's district-wide. I just wanted to ask Mr. Waters to clarify that one point.
I think that
I
goes,
said it, so maybe he could do it anyway.
I think that goes more to the weight than the actual testimony. I mean, the comp plan, we can sit here and ask Mr. Waters all night what you said or what he said, how that works. So I think you've had ample opportunity.
Okay.
So Mr. Trucivia, there's a part, the next part of my script says, do the commission have any questions for Mr. Romano? But do we have questions? There's no place for questions for the applicant.
Yes, the commission now has the opportunity to ask any of those parties.
Okay.
Questions.
Okay.
In any order you want.
Okay, and I see lights on, and we'll start with Ms. Malega.
My first question is to the presenters for the development. I had piggyback and asked, could you give me pricing? And I was told that there were no 3 bedrooms, but in all the site plans that I have, it shows that there are going to be 9 3-bedroom units. This has changed because that he just.
No, that is correct. That was misspoke. There will be.
So these site plans are not accurate.
Those are accurate, yeah.
It says here that there's 3-bedroom.
Yes.
And it includes in this site plan, on the legend, 8. I'm not trying to be argumentative. I just want to make sure. I can't see because it's very small writing.
So small.
And it clearly, I just want to make sure that it
There are
states 8.
The current plan, yes, has 8 3-bedrooms.
Okay.
The testimony was not correct.
He misspoke.
Okay.
There are.
Okay. So of those 3 bedrooms that are now not there, or
No,
not-
they're there.
they are going to be there.
Yes.
So the 3 bedrooms are the ones that are going to be 1,700 and plus?
Navish.
That is correct.
Okay, so these do have 3 bedrooms and they're $1,700 and plus. Okay, so thank you for clarifying that. 'Cause I was starting to think that I.
No worries. Sorry for the confusion.
Are there elevators in any of these buildings?
The 5-story building, yes.
The 5-story, not the 3-story?
Correct. The 3 stories are.
So the 3-stories are not going to be ADA compliant?
Yeah, you still have to meet ADA regulations.
Well, if you don't have an elevator, how, or somebody, like poor Betty would have to walk up 3 flights of stairs.
Ground units will be ADA compliant.
Okay, thank you. So no elevators. Security cameras, I heard that you said gated and I got excited when I heard that because that was on my list of questions. Are there security cameras going to be anywhere in the perimeter? Because I too am very concerned with the fact that this is very much a commercial surrounding area. And there is now a 7-Eleven going in, which all this was done before we got up here. So we're just trying to, in my opinion, I'm going to say, I'm trying to fix the pie of the mess that I have, right? So are there any plans to have any security cameras on the property?
Navish, can you answer a question on security?
Sure, I'm gonna actually relay this to my partner, Willie Frias, who actually runs the operation side. And he can speak a little bit to how this gets staffed in terms of the security as well. Willie?
Okay. You here?
So.
I'm not
Willie-
sure if Billy.
Yes, I'm here.
Was Mr. Frias, was he sworn in? I'm not sure.
Yes, he was.
I was not sworn in on the,
Oh, no.
I wasn't added on that original.
Do you swear and affirm that I testimony give you the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do. So to the answer to the question, yes, there will be surveillance cameras. They'll be surrounding the leasing area, the gates, and several common areas, as well as the clubhouse.
Okay, so there won't be any near any of the retaining walls or closer to the residential area that's being affected off of Keys Road. There won't be any in those corners for safety or security?
There won't be anything that's going to be facing property that doesn't belong to us now.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. I'm just asking in the corners of where all these retaining walls that you guys have agreed to do, will there be surveillance from there looking inward to help combat anybody who has a slight chance of thinking that they want to leave your property and climb over the wall and break into Mr. Romano's house?
I think we would, I mean, I don't know if it's planned there now, but we would be open to providing that level of security camera.
Yeah.
That's
we
right.
would be open to it, correct.
We would be open to something like that.
Which leads me to my next thing. We had another project that was done, and I'm always going to mess it up. It's the water something on North A Street. They changed the name. The townhomes that were on North A. that are on the 95 wall.
What side?
Thank you. When they put those townhomes in, the one thing that I was impressed with is that every townhome got a Ring doorbell for safety. And this is something that I brought up to staff recently that I would like to put into our future LDRs and people who are coming in. Because we do know that safety is a big issue. And if we're looking at a complex where, you know, you have 1 bedrooms and single people, and there's 3 floors, we just want to make sure that we're being as safe as possible. I don't believe that we're one of the worst crime cities, and I don't care what the FBI says. I've lived here for a while. I don't live in a gated community. I actually live in the middle of 4th and Southeast Street. So that is not something that that I don't want to own that title or whatever was put out there. But I do need you to know that I'm hearing volumes from residents that safety and security is of utmost importance with any investment or development that comes in. And it's not just for the people who'll be moving into those units, but the surrounding residents. It'll also help PBSO. God forbid there is an issue. So these are some of the things that I want to throw out there as not deal breakers, but things that I would like to make possibly conditional agreements that every person gets a Ring doorbell, that we put in security cameras. So is that something we could talk about?
So we will agree to conditions of approval. I just got a text. Yes. We will agree to conditions of approval that in addition to the little view holes, that every unit will have a Ring doorbell, or not necessarily Ring,
Well, something.
but a video doorbell.
Okay, thank you.
And that, as Lindsay said, we will agree to conditions of approval that there will be cameras. We'll have to work on the language to get it to you next time. I'm sure Glenn and I could figure something out to make it clear, but that there will be security cameras that will provide coverage by the wall that is being added as well as part of a condition of approval.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And just one more question in regards to that wall. I know it's 6 feet. And then there's going to be trees and shrubs. But are those trees, because I have a 2-story home, which I'm very blessed. But as I was telling staff earlier, in my office, I get to look down at my garbage in my neighbor's house all the time. So what is the landscaping that you're thinking of putting in to help protect neighbors like the Romanos in years from now? Is it going to be bamboo that's going to grow 10, 12 feet? That is eventually going to give them more privacy and more shading from, or are we just talking shade trees?
I grabbed the link.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm trying to get a visual picture of.
Commissioner Malega, I can answer that. The northern and eastern property line, predominantly the northern property line, will have slash pine, which can also be commonly referred to as Miami-Dade County pine along the northern property lines, planted on 5 feet on center. Slash pine will be installed at approximately 10 feet in height, and slash pines can grow. They typically grow between 30 and 50 feet in height. They are a native species, so it will provide habitat as well as screening of the buildings.
Okay, and just to circle back around to Mr. Stowe's point that we do have some native trees that are very few and far between on that land. Is there a way that you guys could work around some of those trees that are there to protect them in the future? So they could be part of your landscaping? I mean, I don't know where these trees sit. I didn't go look at the land. I didn't plot where the trees are.
We can work with that and see if there's anything that can be relocated as part of it. That's something that we can look at before second reading. Yeah.
And my last question, and I will digress. Buildings, I'm gonna mess this up. D and E, they are 3-story, correct?
Correct.
And how would you feel about bringing them down to 2 stories?
I think I want to be careful because we have to do a full plan. So what I would propose to that question is there's 2 readings. If y'all wanted to pass something that suggested, we have started to look at that, by the way, because it did come up, but I don't know that we have a complete answer. We have a concept that by second reading, if you wanted to pass it with a proposed condition that those be 2 stories, it may mean that the other 3-story building becomes 5 stories to deal with costs and offsets and whatever else happens with that. But that we could bring that back to you for second reading and show you what that plan would look like. And that if that was a condition, then that plan is what would be proposed to staff for final approval.
Thank you. That was all my questions. Appreciate you.
Commissioner McBoy?
I need a clarification, I guess, from our attorney. Are we allowed any comments or only questions at this point in time?
This point is primarily questions, and then after you've had questions, then you'll have a discussion and a motion.
Okay. Then I do have some questions. On page 18, there's a mention of an outfall connection to the canal. What is the anticipated water treatment to protect the quality in that canal?
So we have, like Erin mentioned in her presentation, we have to meet, obviously, South Florida Water Management District and Lake Worth Drainage District guidelines. We are proposing, we have a positive outfall into that canal via a piped connection. All of the stormwater is being held and treated on site,
Where?
underground.
Is
Yeah.
that drawn in any of these
It's
plans?
on preliminary engineering, they have underground storage, so it's not on site. They vault it, they put it underground.
It's not on site or it
It
is?
is, it's underground, it's vaulted.
Do we see?
That's-
see it, but
You can't see it, it's there.
It's not in any plans, though.
It is in the engineering.
It's engineering.
Yeah, it's engineering standard of exploitation charges. It's treated and stored on site underground, and then it's discharged into the canal via a connection.
Okay, let's go a little slower here. An exfiltration trench is not an underground storage.
No, we
That's
have an
infiltration.
underground storage
Okay,
underneath the site. It's held and treated on
treated
site.
out.
I don't know if our,
Underground storage doesn't involve treatment.
What are these big vats underneath?
do it.
I'm like, she's not gonna know that's true.
So here's, again, and we can we'll have the engineer for second reading, we'll bring you back something with more specifics. But what happens is the water goes into the vaults, the tanks, right? They're not really tanks because of the way they work. I just did one of these. It's the only reason I know. It gets stored there and then it gets filtered out as it goes through these exfiltration trenches. What they are is pipes with holes. It then gets into the groundwater, which then decreases the amount of water that ultimately gets to the canal. Inside those tanks, there's also, I don't know what it's called, but there's a facility that actually helps treat that water to make sure that any nutrient gets dropped in. It's a very long calculation that the engineers do, that they present to the Lake Worth Drainage District and the Water Management District about how that all fits together. But it's two different or two connected systems that holds it and then pushes it and seeps it out so that you have both a treatment for water quality and water quantity to meet all of the applicable regulations.
I'm very familiar. I helped design a system like that for Anita Springs. I would need to see a lot more detail on that to make sure that I'm convinced. I'm also concerned that your water table is not that low here because you're right next to a canal. Those water storage ones underneath, there are real issues about them popping up. So I'd need to see some detail on that.
So if our engineer's on, if you all want to hear all of that, we can do that. Otherwise, what I would propose after tonight, if you're willing to get us to second reading, maybe we have a one-on-one, and I'll even, if there's a question for Mr. Romano, I'm happy to have him there. I'm not trying to hide anything with the engineers to walk through that, how that all works, what the table is, the details. And then if you wanted a presentation of a shorter version of that at second reading, we can do that as well.
I would be interested in the one-on-one if that's acceptable to my colleagues.
It's perfect for me.
Yeah.
I suspect they're not.
I'm not even going either, so that's okay.
And okay, go ahead.
This is a minor one, but the standard for lighting is 27K, not that's for the warm color of the things. It's also for meeting dark sky requirements. I see that the text says 3,000. The places where I could read it in the plans said 4,000K. I would, ask that we move them all to 2,700 because I believe our regulations actually require that. We did that for our streetlights. So it's not going to change your cost that much.
Yeah, we will look at that. Obviously, we're going to comply with the code and then make sure security is a top priority. So yeah, we will absolutely do that.
Commissioner McCoy, we don't actually have a code requirement to implement dark skies. Dark skies requirements are something that staff requires through our SPRT review because it is a best practice. And that includes the shielded light fixtures and the warm tone LED lighting. that is certainly something that we could bring back later as a code amendment, but staff is already implementing that as a best practice.
Okay, 2,700. Can you talk about any parts of this sustainable bonus incentive program? Are there any offsite components to that?
There are. So in addition to the elements on site that Mr. Romano mentioned, we are providing a bus shelter along 10th Avenue North.
A which?
Bus shelter. School bus shelter on 10th Avenue North. And a sidewalk along 10th Avenue to connect to the existing sidewalk system. And we're also, there was a right-of-way dedicate, there was a section in front of our property that was identified as future right-of-way. So we had it appraised. The appraisal report was submitted to the city as part of our application and as part of it's not required for us to dedicate it. We are proposing to give that section of land to the city at the appraised value in the event that 10th Avenue is widened, that land is needed.
What is the appraised value?
The appraised value, I don't have the appraisal report in front of me. Do you have the appraisal report, Aaron, in this middle package?
It'll take me a minute to pop up.
I'm sorry?
You're not developing on it anyhow.
No.
But I do have a question.
Let's, I think McCoy's telling.
Well, it's specific to this.
Okay.
Because 10th Avenue is not a city road.
Correct.
So what would be the benefit of giving our city the right of way if 10th Avenue is going to be getting expanded?
When this was originally taken through the system in 2018, that area in front of the property was an area of interest to the city at the time. And so we had the property appraised and
I think the point that you're making, Commissioner Stokes, is who cares if we get it if it's a county road? The answer is you're in control.
Right.
So you don't have to go to anybody else. You say we could dedicate it to the county too. But it leaves you the ability as the city to have something to give to the county, to work with the county on that widening. That's why it could go to you, and it keeps you all in control of it. If you would prefer that we dedicate it directly to the county, there's a whole lot of process that we would go through with that anyway. But we could work through that. But we were thinking you wanted to be in control of your future with that right away. That's why it would go to you.
And that's 10 feet, a 10-foot, but what I'm looking at the plan, what's the dimensions of that?
The dedication.
The dedication.
15 foot, I think it's 15 feet right away. On your site.
15-foot right-of-way dedication.
Right. And the width of the property there is 230 feet?
Yes, 230, 15-foot right-of-way dedication.
Okay, thank you.
A follow-up question on that one. Almost certainly that road at some point will be widened. I don't know whether it'll be by 10 feet or 15 feet. I have no idea. But it almost certainly will be. It's way over level of service now. It's a well-known problem road with the current, without anything additional on it. What is your setback from, assuming that it's 15 feet of additional road plus sidewalk?
It's already been removed from our site plan. So our site plan boundary that you're looking at and already lesses out that 15 feet. So from the new property line, which is 15 feet less than what actually exists today, as you can see on the plan, we have our setback of 28 feet. That meets code requirement.
That makes which?
Meets code requirement, 28 feet.
So your building edge is 28 feet from the expanded.
From the expanded.
I'm particularly interested in the sustainable bonus incentive program, kinds of things that are done that might benefit the whole city. And things that come to mind are shaded parking. As all of us who've been involved here in South Florida know, it gets pretty hot here.
Mhm.
Shaded parking that could either have community garden facilities on top of it or solar panel facilities on top. Either of those would be something that I would consider a true environmental innovation.
Mhm.
Are those things that you would consider at all?
with that, something we could go back and talk to our clients about, yes. I obviously have to be able to communicate with them. I can't make a commitment without speaking with them. But I do want to make one point on the sustainable bonus program. I think it was brought up that we aren't doing anything in regards to any kind of green initiatives. We are getting green building certified on this, which is outlined in our sustainable bonus program. So that is happening. We're getting Florida Green Building certification for the entire site as part of this, not LEED, Florida Green Building certification on the entire property.
And Lindsay, I would mention that we're doing electric charging stations as well for vehicles.
Yes, I see that.
You mentioned also that although there's quite a large paved area, you have done the calculations, or the city has done the staff's done the calculation based on a fair amount of that, or some portion, I don't remember the exact portion, being semi-permeable.
Correct.
In other words, permeable pavers. In my experience in Florida, permeable stuff doesn't stay permeable. It corks up pretty quickly. What would be your plan, A, on measuring that it is in fact permeable a year from now, 2 years from now, 5 years from now? Because all of your calculations of water and loading into the canal and water quality and all that stuff are based on the assumption that it stays the rated permeability at the time of sale of the components. What is your plan for A, measuring those things, and B, what do you do if it turns out that the stuff does cork up?
Well, if it corks up, the first thing we're going to do is fix it, replace it, because we take great pride in this property and we want it to, in this development. I mean, if it corks up and it becomes a problem, it's a problem not only for the city, but most importantly, our residents. So we would fix it immediately, first of all. And in terms of,
There's a condition
yeah, and Aaron mentioned that there is a condition of approval
for the maintenance.
for the maintenance.
So there's a standard condition of approval when you do this that requires a maintenance that staff goes through, that we'll have to actually provide in the whole maintenance process that gets part of the approval. That then also means you can enforce it if anyone else did it. As Lindsay said, we want to keep it going, but it does stick with the property. All of the things, all these conditions stick on the property.
Okay, so that would still be in effect if you, like during a transfer of sale to another
Yes,
party?
100%.
That's still,
yes.
Who would monitor that?
So there's a couple of things that happen. Obviously, the property owner monitors for they care about the residents, but there's also the South Florida Water Management District, the Lake Worth Drainage District on the discharge. And then your code enforcement, your staff also. So if there was, one of the residents was complaining about flooding, which is what would happen if it didn't go through, right? And that would be the first thing that they would see. Your code enforcement people come out. If it's not permeable, there's a notice of violation that has to be fixed, or you fine, which isn't going to happen. They're going to fix.
Hey, Brian, if I may add, that's the voice in the background. I'm speaking on behalf of BCC Construction and the site development company. I may be able to add a modicum of color to the background. May I speak?
You got to tell who you are by
Sure.
name.
Sure. So
And have you been sworn in?
I have been sworn in. Richard Zahn, I'm the chairman of the board of BCC Construction. We also own the site company that is doing the site development work, that it was also responsible for the geotechnical work that the commissioner was speaking to as far as permeability is concerned, and one of the concerns associated with permeability failing in the future. Traditional permeability failures, and I'm not going to get too long-winded because I know it's already a long night, guys, so I'll make this quick. Traditional permeability failure is usually caused by poor geotechnical survey reporting done at the onset or the beginning of a project. I commissioned a second phase 2 and additional geotechnical borings on the site. And not only did we do an excessive survey of the site because of its prior use, and that there were some concrete leftover product, we wanted to identify where all of that was on the site. But more importantly, because of that permeability, and we are very, we're involved in 60 plus projects across the United States right now. Permeability and geotechnical work is what causes a significant amount of issues with unsuitable soils, destabilization of transfer of point loads, et cetera, that cause premature cracks in foundations. Florida is a kind of a hotbed for soil stabilization related issues and/or permeability related issues. So it's well noted, Mr. Commissioner, that you note that you made that comment. The clear comment here is typically a layer of clay is the primary source or culprit in these types of failed geotechnical related issues associated with permeable pavers and/or on-site storage below the existing driveways, which is a far better component. I appreciate that you've, as you stated, that you've designed one of these for a different city. They're very successfully implemented programs in that they prevent the stagnation of water, A. B, they also reduce mosquito larvae because they are underground, and they do provide for better percolation overall versus a on-site. And they're also safer where you don't have children that have sadly fallen into some of these retention ponds, because based on grade component, there's not a fence requirement around most of the retention ponds across the state of Florida. They also do not allow for other invasive species, i.e. pests, alligators, possums, other types of animals that could be a pestilence issue for adjacent property owners or ourselves from dealing with that. But the answer is we provided and will happily provide you in the second reading, should this move forward, with a very detailed, comprehensive geotechnical report that we completed that shows that you're not going to have permeability related issues, regardless of high tide, regardless of the retention pond nearby. That study is very detail oriented, and we can show you what's actually in the soils all the way down to 30 feet.
I appreciate your comments. I probably should have done full disclosure that I'm a PhD in soil physics.
Fair enough.
I hear you on clay layers and underlying soil conditions. I applaud you for doing a little extra geotechnical. My concern doesn't have anything to do with that. That's at the design level. My concern is operational, that those pavers tend to cork up themselves, usually from organic matter getting into them. And once it's in there, it's going to be pretty difficult to get it out. And now you're left with basically normal impermeable pavers. And I appreciate the statement that, well, if that happens, except I've not heard anything about how you'll measure it, but if that happens, we'll take all those pavers out and put in a new round of them, which will do the same thing again. That's my concern, is that this is a pretty big deal portion of your calculations. I would need to see some data that really says how you're going to measure it and how you're going to deal with it if it goes bad. And I'm not concerned about the underlying soil. I totally trust your geotechnical engineering. It's probably mostly sand. You're probably fine on that. That's not the issue.
So typical maintenance would include, vacuuming and pressure washing. We have not, as Aaron indicated, chosen a paver material yet. That's going to have to be worked out as we move through the design process and permitting. But we do have the condition of approval, and typical maintenance does include vacuuming. But I also wanted, before we get too far, Rich did say that covered parking with solar panels is something he'd be willing to consider. And he can elaborate on that, but that is something if need be, but
we'd love to have more covered parking. The UV degradation of vehicles in the state of Florida, as all of you know, and the heat gain associated thereof, is a huge benefit to clients to not have that heat gain and pick up some additional UV protection from having carports or some sort of, more modern version of a carport. Obviously, we won't have the room for the garages just due to the setback related restrictions, but carports would provide for and have been very popularly installed in most of our projects throughout the state of Florida. And there was one comment made earlier that this is our first project in South Florida. That was a typo. We have performed well over 50 plus projects in Southern Florida, from Miami to, we're a US wide contractor based in Central Florida, but we've performed several. We just finished a project right next to the Hard Rock Cafe over in Dania. And we've done a lot of projects in the South Florida market. Just wanted to clarify that.
Which begs the question, why wasn't that included in your plan?
Well, as far as the comment, that I think it was an error in definition, Madam Mayor, that they said that we had not performed other project, that this was our first
I'm
project. in
talking,
South
I'm sorry,
Florida.
I'm talking about the covered parking.
That is something that we can,
I know it's not, but it was not proposed here.
it wasn't something that was part of the initial design thought process, but it is something that we can include on the plan before the second reading.
Mr. McCoy?
I guess, I have some comments later, but I'll save those for later.
Okay. Mr. Robinson, do you have any questions of the developer or Ms. Stokes?
Yes, I need some clarification around the traffic issues. So, and please bear with me as I am, been on the commission for 3 weeks now. So talk to me like I don't know anything. But it's saying that we've done the study and we don't think there's going to be an impact to the traffic, but we all know that the road, the 10th Avenue is already a huge concern. And I'm wondering if you're saying, if you're basing that information on how 10th Avenue currently is, or what you think it's going to be after the I-95 interchange is redone. And so is it like based on the current design of the road or what we think the future design of the road is going to be?
So I'm gonna answer short, and then I'm gonna turn it over to Dr. Ortega, who is he's got a PhD in traffic engineering. So that's why he's a doctor. I am not. I want to frame it up in the sense of traffic is not a theoretical. There are regulations and rules that are required by Palm Beach County pursuant to the charter and the countywide traffic ordinances that actually define exactly how you have to measure traffic. In this case, and Dr. Ortega can clarify this as well, the redesign that's going to be coming for that interchange, which will certainly help the traffic, that's the whole point, is not included. The widening of 10th Avenue that probably will come at some point, which is why the dedication, if it comes, not included. So they have, the county actually takes trips, they count trips that are on roads that are defined as it's called background traffic, I think. Juan, you can correct me if I'm wrong. And that's the baseline you work from. And then you take, in this case, your existing approval, and you say how many trips were approved for that. You add that on, and then you say how many more would come, if any, from what we're asking for with the additional units. And so for this approval, it's that differential between what's already been approved back in 2018 and what's being done here. And he followed all of the county regulations to get there. They have specific formulas. So Juan, if you want to sort of walk through a little bit in as much English and less engineering as you can, that would be great.
Good evening. For the record, Juan Ortega with JFO Group. I was sworn in. I'm the traffic engineer for the project. So yes, like Brian was saying, he's correct. The bottom line is we need to follow the standards from the county. We did, and we meet the not the adopted level of service, but the ordinance from the county. Now, to your point, the interchange that is being proposed at.
We're having trouble.
Turn it down. Juan, slow down a little bit and step about, I don't know, 2 steps back from your mic.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Let me lower the volume a little bit. So the short answer to your question is we do not and we cannot take into account the new interchange that is being proposed at I-95 and 10th Avenue. Right. Number two, we cannot take into account, the project assumes that all the traffic from Congress to 95 on 10th Avenue is the same because the county only counts one place, and that is just east of Barnett Drive, between Barnett and 95. So it assumes all traffic. So there's some assumptions that we can make, but there's some things that we can follow. So when it comes to the county standards, we have to follow the county standards. We are providing an additional right-of-way, but we cannot have any commitment that the county at any given point is going to widen 10th Avenue. We cannot make any assumptions as far as that. So we are, to some extent, we're constrained on the assumptions that we can make because we have a standard that we have to follow. Just like your staff, when they review any project, these are the standards for land development, A, B, C, D. The same applies for traffic. In Palm Beach County, the county controls traffic concurrency. And that's why we go to the county in advance to be in front of any of your boards. As a matter of fact, we are required to have county approval for traffic before we go to planning and zoning. So with that, I don't know if it answers your question, but I could certainly expand on the traffic and the numbers and what the counts are taking.
So the process was you were approved for in the plan in 2018, it met the traffic requirements. And then this, when you revisited it, you just based it on increasing. It wasn't like you didn't completely revisit from the beginning?
He did.
You did?
Correct. We went back from the beginning. So because the plan was changing and we went to the county and we asked for a new approval. So we look at the latest data that was available.
Okay, it's really challenging when we see how horrible the traffic is in that area. I won't drive west on 10th Avenue to hear, oh, you know, adding more density and adding more cars to the road is fine. And it met all these requirements that somebody put in place. So you have to trust that those were strict enough, I suppose, but the traffic is very concerning. I don't know what we can do about it. I know there were options to reduce the amount of cars. You have the Uber and Lyft area that you were doing, and then did you do the extra bicycle racks? Although I don't think that, I'm not sure how safe of a, it's not a very bike friendly
Suicide.
area. So I don't know how well that's gonna help.
Yeah, so we, like Juan said, we're bound by the regulation the county puts in place. The sidewalk is to try to create a little walkability, a little bikeability where we can. That was one of the elements that Lindsay talked about. The not putting traffic onto Boutwell was about that road specifically. Trying to figure out the best you can with what you got. And we're not allowed to do much different than what the county says. So it does do some constraints. There's no question about that. You know, we've tried to do what we can with it, including the dedication for the future and anything that might be able to be done. But yes, you're right. There are limits to what can be done on any project, on any road.
Okay, and then my next question is about, like Commissioner McBoy has some questions about the sustainable bonus incentive program. So I believe I saw in the rendering from the previous drawing that the 2018 had included a pool on site. Okay, and then so now with the sustainable bonus incentive program, it says the value for this project is about $500,000.
What page are you on?
Page 14.
Thank you.
And then it says that, you know, so that can be used with, like you said, the public sidewalk. I like the idea of the public sidewalk and the covered bus area, because I do agree that that's going to be something that helps many people. But then here it says for on-site amenities, including the pool and deck area, which it seems like we were going to do in the previous iteration of this. And the rest of these are just amenities for the people that are going to be renting.
So the previous approval did have a sustainable bonus program as well, and those were included as part of the prior approval. I mean, obviously they've been modified because our design's been modified, but in 2018, we utilized the sustainable bonus program. And those elements were included as part of that approval as well.
Okay, so I am a fan of adding some more units to our housing market. And so I appreciate the sustainable bonus incentive that can allow that to happen. I'm a little worried. I don't fully agree that it can go back to the investment of the property, because I feel like those are amenities you're going to be providing your guests, which will increase the value of your property, which will then possibly, you know, raise rates in the market, because it is a market rate thing. And I just am curious why you didn't want to add any other kind of housing in your unit. I know when you were introducing other projects you worked on, you said you've done workforce housing, you've worked with HUD before. We heard numerous comments tonight about people worried about the lack of real affordable housing in our city. So I would just like to know why you decided to go for purely market rate on this project.
So in the county, in Palm Beach County, so Palm Beach County has a workforce housing program, and countywide they established rental rates. And the rental rates in the county for one bedrooms, you know, can range from 1,300 up to, depending on the income range, 2,300. For two bedrooms, 1,500 up to 2,700, and for three bedrooms, 1,800 up to 3,100. And that's the county's. No, we're not following that because we're not within the county, unincorporated. We're within the kind of an unincorporated. But is what it demonstrates is that our rental rates are in line with what the county considers to be, in today's age, unfortunately, workforce rate housing.
So those are just to understand how they got there. What the county's workforce housing program is based on and it's a formula that's used with information from HUD as to how you get the percentage of pay. So it's if the average median income in Palm Beach County, these would be at from 100 to 120. They have ranges, 80 to 100, 100 to 120, 120 to 140 within the workforce range. And then from that, that's how they establish what a person in those ranges can afford on a percentage income within the range so it's not 100% of their income going into their rents in that sense. So those rates that are there are workforce housing rates. So when Navish gave you those rates, that is within the workforce housing range that Palm Beach County has established based on average median income.
And what's to keep those from going up beyond that in the future?
Right.
If it's
Well-
not classified as such, like what are the guarantees that, you know, it doesn't start this way in a year or 2 years and then it's
To be completely honest, and I hope Rich and Michelle don't kill me, the units themselves, they're not being built for that. So to get those rates now, you can't build for the super conversions that were what happened back in 2003, 2004, where they changed everything to condo because they had built them for that purpose. These are being built for the rate, which means the rates can go up, but they can only go up so much and people have to be able to afford it. And the other market rate that are in other places that are where I live are $3,000, $4,000 a month for a 3-bedroom. That they're just different, they're completely different product type. So they're high quality here, but they're not gonna have all of the other pieces where you have every amenity in every apartment. So you'll have community amenity. You're not gonna have, every single thing in every apartment. And that is why the rates are what they are to start with. And then they put the market that way. So it's the way they're designed.
Are there washers and dryers in each apartment?
Yes.
There are
Yeah.
washers.
Okay, and then wanted to reiterate on something that Commissioner McBoy said about the parking, because I know he had talked about shaded parking and then possibly solar panels being put on those parking lots. And then we started talking about carports. So I would prefer that if we're going to provide shade and stuff like that, we can do it in not just like a basic carport kind of way, but we do have some more shade trees because with the amount of paving or covering of our natural land out there, there's not going to be a lot of, I don't want to say wildlife, but like natural life, so I think I'd like to make sure that we're seeing good shade trees in those parking lots and not just rely on carpet.
That'll be a little more difficult potentially because you have root systems,
Mhm.
but thankfully Yohan doesn't have anything else to do. So he's going to spend some time working on these designs to look at shade trees, carports, 2 stories, all these things to try to put them all together.
Yes, and then if there's any other way that would be helpful, I think, more for the environment, because then we have more trees are always good for us. So also just if you could consider if there's another way to contribute more to the community outside of your complex. Like I said, a lot of this seems like it's being poured into the amenities for the people who will be renting from you.
Madam Commissioner and Madam Mayor, one of the comments, if I may add, that's in line with what you were just talking about, it's Richard Zahn again. when the Madam Mayor made the comment, why didn't you put carports in your original plan when we're talking about how we'd like to have them? And that's a very, it's a fair comment, and I'll speak also to shade. The carport concept we'd love to have. We're trying to, but it goes back to the original comment, and we're happy to incorporate it, but we're trying to hit a target rent for a workforce housing product, because we are, I don't want to say experts, but pretty darn close to experts in doing HUD and workforce housing projects throughout the entire United States. We have a really good understanding of what target rent we're trying to hit. And when we got to be cognizant of what amenities we're going to provide to try to keep that target rent in line with the expectation of what is effectively affordable or what is a workforce housing rent. One of the comments you made, Madam Commissioner, that you're worried about how do you keep that rent from trending up? It's going to trend up with normalcy. And what is the definition of normalcy? It's going to go up with the cost of living differential that is traditionally afforded to the employee themselves as they're getting their raise, and the overall economic underlying financial terms of the market. So to answer your question, we're building a workforce product. We're building a product over in West Palm Beach. We understand the difference between West Palm Beach and this location. And I will tell you, at West Palm Beach, even on the other side of the river, right up above what is a pretty tertiary location, that's a $3 rent. This is a sub $2 rent. And our competition down the street is north of $2 on the same street or just down the street from us. How are we that, we're more effective and very careful to underwrite to that more economic, sub $2 rent by design. We're trying to capture that workforce housing. We're trying to keep our occupancy as high as possible, but we're trying to design to what meets still that criteria. So we are trying to be flexible with the city commission. You will see us bend and move around to try to satisfy all of you within reason, so that we can also keep you guys happy and get a obviously a vote. But more importantly, at the same time, there's a balancing act that we're trying to follow, so that we can in fact keep that rent where you want it or where the market wants it, so that we can afford what it, give the people what they really need, which is affordable housing.
And so if you're building this to be in line with workforce housing, why not? Aren't there additional benefits from actually classifying it as workforce housing? So why avoid that?
So, and I'll tell you one word, and being a former federal employee, bureaucracy. We have about 13 projects put before HUD that have been sitting in line right now for over 24 months in the Jacksonville office. Nothing against the Jacksonville office of HUD. They're a fantastically great organization, but they are overwhelmed. And there's so many applications out there for 221D4, LIHTC packages, market rate D4 projects, 4%, 9% projects, that they're so overwhelmed that there's just no way that this project would get built in this current market cycle. I have a project in Perry, Florida, a workforce housing project that I put an application in 3.5 years ago. We're finally getting approval, it looks like, and I'm holding my breath, bated breath, in the next 30 to 45 days. 3.5-year process.
Okay, thank you. And then I just want to reiterate what Commissioner Malaga is saying about looking into the 2 stories, because I wholeheartedly believe that we should not have these new developments infringing on the current property owners and what they bought expecting and what they've been accustomed to. So I think that should also be on the priority list of things that you'll be taking back.
Absolutely.
Anything else?
That's it for me right now. Those are my main concerns: affordability, property owners being taken care of, and traffic, which I still don't know. I still don't know what's going to happen, but traffic.
Mr. Robinson?
Well, with the zoning that's there, the homes that are going to be affected are in the same zone as this project. I just want to recognize that Military Trail used to be a cow path, and things are developing as people move to South Florida. And I'm wondering how much negotiations we can do with this what is it, 10 or 12, 15 feet of 10th Avenue, when we're talking about A Street, and it's traffic on 10th Avenue, because the county stops. They're concerned for traffic before A Street. And I'm looking forward to improving that intersection as well. And sustainable bonus, I don't know what the negotiations were with the staff, but I certainly think that a lot of the bonus is in-house and not reaching out to the community. Two things, shuttle service from 230 units to downtown, stopping maybe at the Mid and the other development that's coming to Dixie Highway. Those are three major dense projects that I think if three major developments could share a little semi-public transportation, that would help traffic. So I'm serious about a shuttle service from density. The other thing is security. And are you going to have actually boots on the ground for security, or is it just going to be cameras?
I can speak to that, Mr. Commissioner. So there's going to be cameras that are monitored camera systems. If we feel, and I've had projects in different parts of what I call, tougher neighborhoods, less than a couple of miles from your location, that we were owners and partners in for several years, inclusive of Riviera Beach, where before that, regentrified in that particular area, we ended up having to have security on site, even though we had a gated community, and we ended up having to add that security. I will tell you that from a management perspective, if the need is there, we've provided armed or unarmed guards in the past. We hope, in spite of, we hope we're part of the regentrification process down 10th Avenue. And so the answer is, in short, we will commit that if we feel that it's necessary, and I don't say we, if crime requires that we have additional security measures, we will install that, because we want to protect not only our neighbors, but we want to protect our tenants. We have to keep them safe.
I'm glad you do. I'm wondering whether there's a decision on our part, if we have call for services from PBS, for PBSO, whether we can initiate your requirement to have boots on the ground rather than.
Mr. Zahn, this is William Waters and oversee co-compliance. Commissioner Robinson, we have two avenues for that: chronic nuisance declaration or chronic nuisance through co-compliance. Yep. And one of the ways that goes through to the special magistrate, there can be an agreed order and a plan put together, whereby we have in the past at other apartment complexes in the city required off-duty PBSO to come by and help provide with security, the installation of security cameras, installation of SEPTED mechanisms, and also lighting. So if there were calls of service beyond 3 calls in 30 days or 7 calls over 6 months, a chronic nuisance declaration could be instituted by PBSO, and then the remediation of those issues resulting from that will be negotiated with the property owner. So we do have mechanisms in place to handle all of that.
And the developer understands that.
But I used to be a former deputy once I got out of the military, and I was one of those off-duty officers that got reduced rent at Cambridge Arms Apartments in Fayetteville, North Carolina. So I would say that not only are we going to have, and we had at Riviera Beach, which is just a good example of a property that was definitely not going to be as tough of a neighborhood as that particular neighborhood was. And we were able to turn it around by adding 2 deputies that lived on site full time. And then not only did we have them living on site, but we actually got with the off-duty officer program, and we were able to pay them, $25 to $30 an hour to do some additional enhanced enforcement in the evening when we did have a problem. So not only are we cognizantly aware of it, I was one of those deputies that enjoyed that $300 rent back in the early 90s when I just got out of the military.
Are you willing to provide for reduced housing for tutor on site?
For a what? I'm sorry, Mr. Commissioner, a tutor?
In terms of education.
Oh.
This is I would be more interested in incentivizing teacher housing than orange.
I understand. So, at the end of the day, we're open to, let me just start my video. Okay, sorry. Just want to make sure you guys can still hear me. At the end of the day, Commissioner, we're within reason, we're more than open to discuss, even on a one-on-one forum with you, obviously with public notice and Florida sunshine in play, the ability for us to help accommodate that. We've been accommodative on all of our projects at our workforce, and we're happy to to try to work out some sort of an agreement with you that helps that program. I'd like to know a little more about it, Mr. Commissioner, but we would commit to assistance from a rental reduction program for not only a off-duty officer, but also the program that you just mentioned. I'd just like to know a little more about it before I arbitrarily say absolutely yes.
Our education committee will be in touch.
I'm sure.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor. I apologize for interrupting, but we have 2 minutes before we need to either adjourn the meeting or take a vote to extend the meeting to conduct until 11 o'clock, at which time we'll have to take another motion to extend it another hour.
I make a motion to extend it till 11.
A second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Can you respond to the shuttle service thought?
So I'll respond because it's a particularly thorny legal issue. You're talking about 2 other property owners that we'd have to try to reach out to, figure out, talk to, cost share, agreements, liabilities. There's a whole host of problems that as a lawyer I have with it. I will look at that. We will see if we can reach out to those other owners. Because as Rich said, we're going to look at everything you all said to bring back to you at second reading. The other thing we'll do is we'll talk to Palmtran and see if we can figure out what's going on with the buses and other things that can happen. So there's going to be a bus shelter. We're trying to accommodate for mass transit, but trying to partner with 2 other developments can be very, very tricky legally. I'm not saying we can't do it. I'm just saying it freaks me out as a lawyer.
Any other developments that you have are under different entities, right?
So you're talking about, you mentioned 2 other developments.
Well, no, yes, those are separate. I'm talking about your developments.
So we don't have any developments on the corridor.
The Zon developments are under different entities.
They are not controlled or owned by us in any way, so they're different. They're completely different property owners to completely different people. So yes, they're.
I'm only talking about your development and the Zon, the people that are developing this property have different entities for their different developments.
In other areas, yes.
Okay. So you can have a separate entity for public transportation, semi-public.
With all 3, oh, you mean if we can get the other 2 owners to come together, create a separate entity for that?
Yes.
That's a good idea. I'll look at that.
Thank you.
Again, they have to agree, so I don't know getting other
This is
people.
affordable housing.
We'll give it a shot.
We're in need of housing. The homeless that are there, I don't think are going to be your tenants, but there are going to be good citizens living there that are going to be part of Lake Worth Beach.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I just have one final question. Have we done a forecast on how much revenue is going to come into the city through electric utility by having these units there? I read my Bible and I couldn't find it anywhere. Can somebody help?
It's in Ezekiel.
Yeah. Answers questions. Anybody? Nobody?
Commissioner Malega, that's not done, but we did. It's William Waters again. But we have an economic investment incentive program, which this project is not requested to partake of. And there's a formula that the electric utility director created based on residential development that can give you a projection of the usage of that unit based on its size and number of bedrooms, number of bathrooms. And we could probably come back with some idea of what the projected revenue would be of 230 units. As a comparable, the mid project down the street and around the corner does have, I believe, an annual estimated electric utility revenue of $197,000 over across 230 units.
Per month.
No, that's for the year.
Okay, I'm like, that sounds outrageous, but okay. Good Lord.
That's the whole project. 230 units would generate about $200,000 in across 12 months of electric revenue. And I'll try to pull up the email that I got the other day. And if you want to come back to me, you can.
Thank you.
I just wanted to follow up on something Commissioner Robinson said. So I do like the idea of trying to help the people that are going to be living at these houses to come to the east side of the city and feel more integrated into the rest of the community, which got me thinking. So the bus shelter that you're going to be building, if I'm picturing things right, would be the bus stop would be taking people west. Is there, I don't know what's already existing, but is there something on the other side of the road that will be bringing them east?
I mean,
I'm just trying to picture if it's on the
shelter's position for westbound traffic.
Right.
What's existing on the east side and other developments, it's going to provide the appropriate connections, but I mean, it's designed on our site.
So understand, Commissioner, we can't fix a whole problem on one site.
Right.
So we're trying to take as much of what's on this site to try to prepare. And then as things happen, they coordinate with, but there's a limit to what can even be done. So I can't put a bus shelter on the other side on someone else's property. I can't require them, you could condemn it. I don't think you want to, that's a lot of money.
Right.
But that you could, if someone comes in later redeveloping the south side on a piece, then you say, okay, we're going to get that piece now. And it's planning for the future based on what we can and cannot do. So we're sort of limited to what we control. And we're doing everything we can within what we can control to allow for things to happen. But again, we'll talk to Palmtran too about how the east-west goes and what we can try to work with. I've done that before and they're not going to reroute a whole bus route. But we can at least talk about what their plans are, what's coming, making sure we're ready for it, which is what we're trying to do.
Okay, so I think that's what's so great about Commissioner Robinson's suggestion of a shuttles, because then it could probably just utilize that area that you're creating for like the Uber and the Lyft drop-offs.
If those other owners want to work with us, I think that for Rich's statement, we'll be happy to work with them too.
Mr. Robinson.
Well, I'm going to suggest that maybe you could proportion it just to your development. In terms of not necessarily requiring the other two Dixie Highway developments to partner. A smaller shuttle.
So yeah, it's not that simple, unfortunately, Commissioner. I get your point. But the reality is that there's underlying costs that exist, whether it's a small shuttle or whether it's two small shuttles or what, they don't change a ton.
It's an amenity.
I completely understand what you're saying. I'm going to look at it. It's not a simple thing.
I guess my question is tonight, are we going to give him a list of things to come back with?
And I want to ask the city attorney
taking notes
about that. Are we compelled to do a first reading tonight, or can we say to them, you now have some idea about what we're looking for, come back for a first reading later?
You are not compelled to decide tonight. You could postpone this now, then come back for another first reading with those conditions. I think they're obviously
because we're throwing a lot at them.
Right.
I'm about to
They've
ask some
expressed their
questions.
Desire to have the first reading approved tonight and bring all these conditions back on the second reading, which is also allowable. But you can just as easily say, bring it all back for another first reading with the understanding that you've already had your quasi judicial. You're not going to reopen that whole thing up again. You're simply postponing this hearing to a date certain. So if you want to pick 2 weeks from now or a month from now, pick that date certain, and you could just basically adjourn this hearing until that point.
But that would give us the opportunity, those of us on the commission, I know every time that's, that would give those of us on the commission who have deeper questions or deeper concerns or, looking for more information to talk to the interested part, to the applicant.
That I'd be a little concerned about because you are in this process now. So I think that it's safer to simply have your conversations in public. I think they've got a real sense of what you all want. My guess is if you brought this back in a few weeks, they would probably address the vast majority of what seems to be consensus concerns. I don't want to speak for you all, but yeah, I think, we're hearing safety issues, we're hearing, traffic issues, we're all hearing the same thing.
Right.
So, and they've
have
obviously already
some
stated
comments
that
as
they're willing to meet the city on more than halfway, it sounds like, on almost all these issues. So it might be easier to have it all in front of you in a document with all of these revisions.
That we can then do a first reading. I mean,
And then complete this first reading. That's what I think we just postpone this first reading until then. Because you're adjourning this hearing, because you're in a quasi judicial hearing.
right. But this is to, and I have some questions, and then we have to talk about amongst ourselves. The first reading kind of gets like the train leaves the station.
Yeah.
And there's not much change that you can do to a second reading. That's my concern.
And that's why I'm thinking that it might not be a bad idea
To not have the first,
to not take
To not take a vote, he's saying.
right, to not do a first reading tonight.
To give ideas and
So
suggest.
Let them come back, if they now have our ideas, how do they respond? What do they come back?
So long as we're clear, and timing is everything, right? We want to make sure we can keep things moving. The train's going, but not completely out of the station. I understand the concern on that. It's not a final vote. So that's why we wanted the first reading tonight. If we don't have a first reading, and I'm watching your faces, I know we're not going to have a vote on first reading tonight. So I just want to be clear that for the continued hearing in 2 weeks, preferably, because like I said, Johan doesn't have a life. He has to work all the time. That we are focused on these issues as related to tonight, answering the questions with one exception. And I'll have to talk to Glenn a little bit. The engineering questions that Commissioner McAvoy had are so detailed that I think it would sort of overcome a continued hearing. So I don't know, can we have that one individual meeting? And again, there's an intervener. I'm happy to invite Mr. Romano, but not get into the weeds on all of that engineering with the whole commission.
Or is that something that could be worked out during the actual, if you do get to a first, second reading, that would be something that you could work out?
And that's what staff is.
Yeah, for sure. We absolutely can. I'm just trying to accomplish and accommodate as much of what we'd like Glenn said, we're trying to get more than halfway.
Yeah.
I have no objections to them meeting one-on-one with Chris. I trust, he's very knowledgeable in that area. So
I think, I don't want to speak, Rodney. Yes, sir. Would you be okay if we had the engineering discussions with Commissioner McAvoy and obviously invite you if you'd like to participate?
You can invite me. I have like that much to contribute.
Well, I'm not for the same reason.
I'm okay with you and Commissioner McAvoy having that as long as Glenn says it's not a violation of quasi judicial. I don't want to see any commissioners in there get in trouble.
Right.
But I don't have a problem with that.
I think you'd be okay and invite myself to that party.
That's fine.
Okay.
Oh, you always, okay.
I'm gonna have to charge you for soil physics.
I know, right? You bring the liquor.
Pack a lunch.
You bring the donuts and coffee. I have a couple questions.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm looking at and I am very concerned about the traffic. I have to tell you, I am extremely concerned about the traffic. You're talking about the parking spaces are 379 parking spaces. You're talking, how many trips was the 1,400 a day?
How many trips are approved for the site now?
I believe there are 1,257. It's in the PowerPoint. I don't have it in front of me.
Yeah, so
Now, Mr. Seymour, you made a comment earlier and that rang true with me, but then you went in a different direction. Traffic is practical, not theoretical. I think I'm paraphrasing what you said. I don't know how much time you spent on 10th Avenue North.
I spent a lot. I understand exactly where you're.
I don't know how we can do this. I mean, honestly, I mean,
So I can only tell you, Mayor, that the only option to not put the traffic on would be to buy the property yourselves. It has
not
the
give you the
traffic.
density, you know, by right, you have how many units?
So as of today,
right,
we have 189 units that generate a certain number of trips. So those trips are vested in addition to the unit count.
Right.
So if, for instance, it became a commercial, those trips are still vested trips. So the change that's being asked isn't, I mean, it gets built in that configuration, so it gets put on, but it gets built in the current configuration that's approved, they still get put on. The differential is very minimal. So it's not a comparison to vacant property, unfortunately.
Oh, but if you go from 189 to 230.
Correct.
That's 41 units added to it.
So based on.
May I interrupt for a minute? The other project was mixed use and had some office component, which has a much higher trip generation than residential. And that is why, from what I recall in the PowerPoint, the trip generation for this project, even though it has more units, is actually a little bit less than the project that's already vested.
Right. So if you put in the mix of office and residential, the peak hour when most of the traffic is coming would be higher than what we're proposing.
Theoretically.
So again, the traffic engineers can only do what the traffic engineers do. But we do know from the science that relates to traffic engineering, as Mr. Waters said, the office generates the highest peak hour use because that's how people work.
Depends on the office, you know, like how many
So-
people do you have in an office?
Well, you can't, yes, but you can't have a user specific.
I understand. I realize that.
But so based on what you have that's there and what you're being asked, the engineering shows there are actually fewer trips when you take out the office and replace it with the residential.
Right, but from 189 to 230 is 41 more units.
It's 41 more units, but it's less. You have to also remember you're lessing out all of the office that was approved.
I understand that, but you're still talking about the difference between 189 and 230 as a residential unit, as a
But not from
residential.
a traffic standpoint.
How does 189 not, how does 230 not generate more traffic than 189?
Because 189 is not what's approved on the site. It's 189 plus office that's approved on the site. And we're taking the office out.
Right. The unit mix was also different on the original October.
Now we're really going to get into a ton of weeds. So I was hoping, okay. So numbers of units are based on bedrooms, based on this, based on that. You know, all these things that go into how the traffic engineers have calculated based on what's called the ITE. It's the engineering, international, something traffic engineers. So the ITE has a calculation based on studies that have been done over time as to what kind of use generates what kind of traffic at what type of day. And so a 1-bedroom doesn't generate as much traffic as a 3-bedroom.
Of course.
Right? So the unit mix changed in addition to the reduction of the office. And when they did all of the calculations, and Dr. Ortega can walk through it in the detail if need be, the existing approval would generate more traffic, even though there are more units. When you change the unit mix and you take out the office, there's less traffic with what's being asked for you today based on the same formulas and calculations.
I mean, as a philosophical statement, and that may be irrelevant to this, is how many cars can you put on 10th Avenue North and still expect, it's insane. You sit through 3 lights to get from Barnett to Boutwell.
I completely understand.
But that's, I'm sorry. Well, that's why we have him to go to the.
But they're not doing traffic. Oh, the transportation, right.
The state to get this,
Right.
the roads widened and to
I'm
be a
just-
voice of, we're trying to increase our residents and get rid of empty blighted properties. This is something that you need a voice screaming at the top of your lungs at the state level to address.
Currently is the zoning, what is the actual, is it not still single family?
It is not. The zoning is mixed use west.
Okay. The sustainability, I have the same concerns that my fellow people on the dais have about, what is it? I look at, one of the things that you talk about in your materials is, enhanced landscaping. And when I look at the plan, I mean, it's a parking lot with some trees. There's nothing enhanced about it. I would like to ask you what the original plan had the majority of the units overlooking the water. You've got a piece of land that has a water view. And now you've changed it from people living with a water view to looking over a 4-depth parking lot. Why was that decision made?
The decision was made with a couple of different factors. I mean, obviously, we have to meet code requirements. The programming change, the unit mix change. From a marketability standpoint, situating apartments around amenities is something that you see a lot.
But it still could be done if I mean, there are ways, and I understand if you're frustrated with micromanaging design, okay? But there are ways to have had that water view and still have some of the others, push it over to that side, get it down from the north end.
The approved site plan has those 3-story buildings on the north end. That part did not change.
I realize that.
Mhm.
I understand that. But what I'm saying is the original plan, if you're talking about making, you want to make a good product here, okay? It's cheaper to put everything together, right? It's cheaper for utilities and wiring and stuff to keep everything together. But the original plan, you went on your patio or your balcony and you looked at water. And now you're looking at 4 depths of parking lot. And I don't understand.
Mayor, you're not. You're looking at water, but at the end of the day, you're not looking at a lake, you're not looking at the ocean, you're looking at a drainage canal.
Which is
It
water.
an amenity this is what they do, right? They have a better opportunity to provide this design overlooking the amenity areas than they would.
Parking lot, you mean?
But Mayor, may I say one thing? This is the concept of where the clubhouse and the pool need to be in the center of the site. So that's easily accessible to all the residents. It's like when you go to a grocery store, you want to park closest to the door. So it's the same concept. You want to incorporate all your, call it common space in the center of the site, equidistant to all the other apartment buildings. And more importantly, because of circulation and flow, you don't want to ostracize one building from another, or you'll never rent the unit. And I think it's the same concept when you go shopping. You want to park as close to your unit and you want to park as close to the amenity. That's the design. That's the new design that allows every unit to have the same value.
But if I want to go shopping and I got to park at the end of the parking lot, I still go shopping.
But if you could go shopping a block away and park right next door, you're going to go to the other store.
And I'm looking at the parking lot. I mean, some of these parking spaces are quite far away from any of the buildings.
So you do have visitor space opportunities. You have other.
That was my next.
Perfect. I grant you it's imperfect in a design because you can't have everything perfect on a site. So we've talked about looking at redesign options already for 2 stories, for looking at more covered parking, more trees. The moving of the buildings in that way creates a lot of dynamic problem. We can look, but the water view itself that you were mentioning is not the amenity that adds the value in any way different than anything else that's around it. Because what you have the canal, the drainage canal, and then you have a commercial center across. So it isn't any better of an amenity really for that. And so they've tried to design it in a way that really creates a rentable, usable, yet still affordable product. And that's a lot of moving parts. And so that's where the design comes from.
Well, I used to live across the street. What?
It may keep what's there.
I didn't hear your question, Mr. Round.
Not letting perfect get in the way of good.
Okay. Okay.
I guess-
I don't know what that means. But that's okay.
If I may add one thing, and I think that it's important, we decided to spend quite a bit of money and effort to redesign the back 2 3-story buildings that are already pre-entitled as 3-story buildings. If the plan was going to stay 189 units, with all due respect to Mr. Romano, we are trying to be good neighbors. We were the ones that reached out to him, as he did graciously state in his early on comments, that we were going to build the wall. That wall is not a $50 wall. That's a $225,000 6-foot precast wall. There are limitations, obviously, to affordability when we're trying to do these things. So we are trying to dig deep to make this work. As far as the design against the amenities, Madam Mayor, I hear you loud and clear. I guess my concept, because I feel like we're being a guy that's been to the John F. Kennedy Special Warfare Center for psychological operations and civil affairs, I kind of know when I'm up against a losing battle, and I feel like we're pressing up against a losing battle here. And I don't want to, continue to grind against the city commission that may or may not be in favor of our design concept. So if there's a low-hanging fruit component, it would be that we are trying to accommodate the neighbor. It appears that that's one of the big issues. And in that redesign, obviously, we're moving the buildings. The buildings would stay where they're currently designed. We would drop those 2 buildings in the back down to 2 stories versus 3, which does go below what was the original plan. And then, but we would ask, with the consideration of that we keep the buildings where they're currently laid out, because we're trying to get away from the mosquitoes of the canal during the summer, if at all possible, for our residents, and also keep them as close to the amenities as possible. If there was that consideration provided, we'd be very, number one, appreciative. Number two, we spent that money not because we felt we were big bad boy developers. We did it because we were trying to be cognizant of not only the wishes of this commission, but also of our neighbor.
And I don't see you as I think that it's a fair statement what Commissioner Malega and McVoy, that if that's what's allowed by traffic, then we've got to change that. That's not your issue. And I as much as it pains me, I realize that.
Can I just say one thing, ma'am?
Sure, of course.
I will just go back that I did go to the ribbon cutting for the mid, and this is almost identical to the way the mid designed their clubhouse, pool, entranceway and parking around it. So I'm not taking anyone's side here. This design has just been done, and it doesn't seem that there was any big pushback on people renting based on how far their space was from the pool.
Right.
That was my only input, is that it has been done in the city, and I think it looks, I think
that's
it's really, really nice.
And that's a typical design. But it's good. Right. Give me just 1 second. Okay. Then I'll be done. So the sustainability, other people have mentioned the sustainability. What development doesn't have a pool at this point in time? I don't really see that as something that, and I frankly, west of town, the height, I'm not really as concerned about 5 stories or something out there, because it is not in the middle of downtown. It's,
Paris.
What?
Paris. You mentioned.
That's a whole different thing. That was very different. So, if it means taking off a story off of the rear building and putting an extra story on another building, how do you feel about that? That's just one option. So I think the landscaping should be a little, so we're talking about landscaping, we're talking about, there are no, one thing, there's all the parking spaces. I see no guest parking.
It's not defined as guest parking, I don't think. So, Lindsay, I don't know if you've got it, but they're not like set.
Are they're not assigned parking spaces?
They're not assigned. We have.
Right. It's part of the calculation. That is, when you have units, you have a certain number of guest parking that comes into the total, but it doesn't have to be assigned to guest parking.
So these are not assigned parking spaces?
No.
No.
Okay. And you have 8 handicap spots. Is that the minimum that you're allowed, that you're required to have?
It meets all ADA requirements for handicap spots.
Well, being a quasi GIMP a lot of the times, 8 in all these things is not a lot. It's the minimum requirement, right? That's your requirement. So if you give, if you are willing to come back with some of the things that we're talking about, I think the height of those rear buildings is important. Then I would, it's all by, it's something, all right. If you're willing to come back looking at those rear buildings, because in terms of compatibility, certainly not compatible with single family next door. So if you can cure that problem, I think you're going to have a whole different attitude.
So I will tell you, the primary issue we're going to look at is Mr. Romano and the impact, and decreasing the impact from what's currently approved.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting a text that says, yes, 2 stories is what we're focused on. It may change some of the rest of what happens.
Sure.
I mean, it's a domino when you do planning. And since I can't draw a straight line, I certainly can't tell you how that's going to work, but that's why the experts are there. That's why we bring experts. So that will be the first thing we look at. And then we will also look at things like the covered parking and the trees and whatever else we can try to incorporate in, starting with the 2 stories in the back.
Can I ask a question administratively? Does those things that Brian, we just mentioned, does that get flushed down in the second reading?
I believe.
Because those are not that material we can make. We've been having conversations about how we can make this and be a good neighbor. Not much of this is not that, large of a laundry list.
I think is what he's, one of the suggestions is giving this address between first and second reading. If we come back to you at second reading, and obviously we haven't satisfied what you want, I'm fully confident that we will. Do you have the option at second reading to postpone?
Yes.
So
my understanding is that where the commission was going was this is not going to be read tonight. It's not going to be approved tonight.
There won't be votes.
They're going to be recessing this meeting, continuing this meeting on April 19th.
Is that what everyone?
Does 2 weeks give everybody enough time to get these changes done?
Yes. We will get it. I mean, otherwise we have nothing. If we can't come back in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I would prefer have the first reading and come back in 2 weeks and see if we can get it done. If you're not willing to do that, we definitely have to come back in 2 weeks to take that vote so that we can show you what we can accomplish.
we are confident. We'll
There's surely much more pressure to do a second reading once you've done the first. Ms. Malega?
I understand and I appreciate where you're coming from. I'm a business owner, so I understand where your cost margin is and moving things. And I know that right now they're spending countless money just having you here.
I
So
am brilliant though.
well,
I mean,
well, you work for Bunster. Hey.
Right.
So-
See, you get
so
it.
I respect that, right? And I also respect Mr. Romano staying here till 10:30 at night to try to see, what the outcome is. I don't want to be that commissioner who wants to put stuff off by any stretch of the imagination. I am not anti-development. I am very pro-investment. So I don't want you guys to get discouraged that we're putting up a roadblock, okay? What we're doing is we're trying, because this is literally our first time seeing this and our first time going through this. So you kind of have to give us a little bit more leeway. Like if this was our 6 month up here and we've talked about this twice, you could be like, okay, let's move. So I appreciate everybody no, big, seriously, I'm putting, we still have hours of agenda and unfortunately our staff is the very last one. So for time's safety, time's issue, I mean, I'm really a proponent of don't waste people's time. You know what you have to go back and do. I think we've all spoke volumes on the concerns that we have for our residents and, for livelihood and safety and all those issues. I don't think that there's really anything else to discuss. And I just don't want you guys to think that that's us saying no.
Right.
That's just us saying, don't erase the drawing board, just tweak it a little bit and
Good start.
you might see a quicker, faster response from all of us.
Because now you know.
Again, what I would ask is because I know it's about to happen, because I've been old and doing this a long time, that when you do move to continue, that we're very clear that it's to review the changes based on the comments.
That's
not to start all over.
No.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Might I add one last thing that I think is very important?
Sure.
I think it's important that we figure out how to get with Mr. Romano and get him on board with feeling comfortable that this pretty severe adjustment to our plan that accommodates his two-story request and still inclusive leaving the wall in place, which is again an additional cost because we've already agreed to that and we didn't change our minds, that we accomplish that in the next 2 weeks as well. So Mr. Romano, in front of the city commission, I'm going to ask if we can, accommodate having additional dialogue and getting that resolved and ratified in form of an agreement so that you feel comfortable you've achieved what your minimum goals were and we're compromising and trying to satisfy those goals with you.
So
That's beautiful.
And Rich, just so you would know, he both shook his head and gave us 2 thumbs up.
Okay.
And thank you all for being patient. That's all I'm gonna say.
I happen to be very hungry too. I don't know about Commissioner Stokes and what she got to eat, but I got nothing. I had a piece of melted chocolate in my
I
pocket.
got some pistachio.
That was about it.
I could go all night,
So-
guys.
We adjourn, what do we do? What?
You would be continuing this
Yes, to continue.
April 19th. I would be
Business.
bold enough to suggest that maybe you let them know not until 8 o'clock. That way you can get through some other business before you get to them.
Yes.
Right.
And not sitting here where you.
So time certain,
That'd be April 20th.
Time certain.
Mr. McCoy?
Tuesday.
April 20th.
I'm sorry, April
I think
20th.
Commissioner McVoy has a comment or a question.
Yeah,
Lights on.
just, this is for the folks going back to the drawing board. First of all, the canal, I've kayaked that canal.
Yeah.
It's pretty interesting wildlife on it. You get limpkins, you get a variety of things on it. The concern about mosquitoes, I think, is misplaced. That canal is full of mosquito fish that keep that to a total minimum.
Good.
Everywhere in Florida's got lots of mosquito fish. If it was a marsh, that'd be a different deal, maybe. So I would encourage thinking about that building location close to the water as an amenity. I would look to some of the other developments around South Florida, and you'll see that there are plenty of them that appreciate that have it already. I think that was oh, no, the other one was, it was mentioned that the vegetation barriers, somebody on my colleagues here asked about the barrier to Mr.
I
Romano
did.
above the 6-foot wall, I think it was you. Slash pines are great, they're native, but they do not make much of a barrier.
Right.
I would interplant it with, marlberry, something or other else to give,
Bamboos.
I don't know, I wouldn't do bamboo with the slash pines, but there are plenty of things that grow with slash pine that would give a better barrier there. So that would be my only consideration there.
One last
One more,
piggyback. That's
one more,
just
and
a
then we're
quick
done.
piggyback, and it was inspired by, I love when comments inspire other comments. I know it keeps us here all night, but I think that's like a good collaborative way to work. So.
If I pass out, there's a cop.
Just sit down and
The
relax.
idea of using this canal as an amenity, I lived on a canal at one point in my life. I didn't view it as like I'm looking out my window at, over the water, but I think it could be an ecological amenity. So I'm looking at this buffer here. And so I know when we've been talking about, more trees or this or that, I'm wondering if there's a way to enhance, to say this is an ecological area and some way of looking into that buffer and seeing what might be possible there. So that's all. I just wanted to throw that out there as you guys are going back to the drawing board.
You get that, Yeah, looking at the buffer along the canal.
We're very like
Okay.
pro.
He took a note.
Yes. Okay,
Go forth and prosper.
I just wanted to temper to say, we are looking at everything. I can promise you, because I've seen the plans and I've been doing this a long time, it won't all fit, but we're gonna try to accommodate with number one, be looking at how we accommodate with Mr. Romano and getting him on board with the plan so that you're all comfortable with that and working through some of the other things as we go.
Do you need
Yep, thank you very much. I'm sorry?
Do you need a motion?
A motion to,
Motion to continue.
yeah, motion to
until April
continue.
20th At 8 PM.
So moved.
So do we want to go down the line and just have 2 points and no more of what?
I
we
promise you.
expect?
Commissioner,
I think they
I've been
get it.
taking Notes through this whole
Okay.
thing.
I think-
Absolutely.
I would like you to come back with some numbers on the shuttle service. I would make a motion to postpone, continue until the 20th.
At 8 o'clock.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Nay, having,
We'll see you then.
go have dinner.
Dinner.
Send
I don't
send it,
know where I'm getting dinner now.
send it to us.
Both my son and my wife texted me, good night, see you tomorrow, I hope. So
My husband said.
That's why you get paid the big bucks.
that's what I tell them.
Really, and he does.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just, for staff, for future reference, maybe we could put our staff stuff in the beginning, so Lauren doesn't have to be here till midnight.
Yeah.
She loves it.
No, she hasn't complained. I'm just saying it's kind of crazy that she is the last item on the agenda.
It is an interesting thing of like ordering the agenda, like the things that we know are gonna take a long time. Do we put those at the end to let everybody?
Yeah.
Michael's home with Colby is what's,
It's what?
Michael's home with Colby.
I look at staff and I'm like, they've been here, all like, she should have presented this morning this morning. I feel like we've been here since this morning.
We're here 5.5 hours.
Well, yeah.
Planning and zoning was there until 10:30.
Okay.
Okay.
Moved on this one. Did you want a break?
Next.
Okay, no
So
break.
not doing it. Okay.
Keep going. Order pizza. Okay, the next one.
Laura.
Ordinance.
Thank you, Lauren.
Wait. Oh, yeah. Wait, is that 2021-01? No.
Is there
Oh,
a
we-
staff report on this?
Where are we?
Number C.
C, okay.
Yeah, goodness, you're right.
Madam Mayor, this is Erin Sita with the Department of Community Sustainability. The next
Thank you.
item on the agenda is new business item C. This is ordinance 2021-01, and this is the first reading of an ordinance to the land development regulations.
Okay, thank you. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes,
Madam Mayor, I think you have to have the attorney read the
Oh,
ordinance.
that's right. I'm sorry. Mr. Attorney, please read. I know, second page.
C, look for C.
C, second page.
Ordinance 2021-01 is an ordinance of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending chapter 23 land development regulations, article 1, rural provisions, division 2, definitions, section 23.1.12, definitions, to add and clarify use definitions, article 2, administration, division 2, procedures, section 23.2-16, quasi judicial procedures, to update and clarify provisions relating to affected parties, and amending division 1 generally, section 23.3-6 use tables to allow for takeout establishments by zoning district, and to modify the zoning district and review process for several uses, and adding a new section 23.4-23 takeout establishments to create development review standards for takeout establishment uses, and private severability, the repeal of loss of conflict, codification, and an effective date.
Thank you. Any discussion about this or
Madam
question?
Mayor, staff has a presentation on first reading if you'd like.
Okay,
me to
thank you.
continue.
Please do.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For the record, Erin Sita with the Department of Community Sustainability. The item before you is ordinance 2021. These are a set of proposed LDR amendments, and which are our land development regulations, which are a portion of our code, which regulate land development. So the proposed ordinance addresses market conditions, minor housekeeping modifications, and clarifies the intent of the recently adopted affected party continuance provisions to allow one continuance for affected parties. The proposed amendments impact four articles and 4 sections of the land development code, including definitions, quasi-judicial proceedings, and the use table, as well as creating a new set of standards, development standards for takeout establishments, which is a new use. In your ordinance and your backup, after the first 2 pages of the ordinance, you'll have different exhibits. Exhibit A specifically addresses definitions. This proposes to add and modify definitions to clarify several existing uses, as well as to define the new use, takeout establishments. If you look in your ordinance packet under Exhibit B, this amends Chapter 23, Article 2, under the section for quasi-judicial procedures. This amendment clarifies that there is only one continuance permitted for all affected parties. And this is to ensure that the city does not run afoul of development review timeline limitations for local governments as set forth in the Florida statutes. Exhibit C relates to our use table. This amendment would allow for takeout establishments by zoning district. An example of this type of use is the new LW sub shop that is on South J Street. And to modify review processes for several existing uses, including truck and van rentals, museums, schools of art, School of the Arts, and arts and photography gallery. And specifically on Dixie Highway, we've had some interest in larger scale art and photography gallery. That was not permitted. That will now be permitted at the larger scale as a conditional use, which requires a board approval or board review by the Planning and Zoning Board prior to the approval of the use greater than 7,500 square feet. Further, a new notation of the residential table has been added to clarify for ease of use that residential uses except for single family and 2 family uses greater than 7,500 square feet require a conditional use permit. You saw this process in play this evening with the previous application, which required the conditional use approval for the subject multifamily development because it was greater than 7,500 square feet. Exhibit D amends Article 4, development standards. And this will establish a new section for takeout establishments, providing for supplementary development standards related to the proposed use type. Some of these types of uses can have impacts, especially if there is an outdoor waiting area or outdoor window area on adjacent property owners and businesses. The development standards are to ensure that there is a minimal impact on adjacent businesses and property owners. That concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, please let me know.
I do have one question. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Omega.
You can go first.
Okay. On the quasi judicial procedures, you have made it that the affected parties can have one continuance for no longer than 31 days. How does that, does the applicant as limited like that, or is it just the affected parties?
Both the applicant and the affected party may request a continuance. All other continuances are granted at the discretion of the reviewing board, be that the Planning and Zoning Board or the City Commission.
But what's underlined, the new language says affected parties, whether individually are entitled to one.
Right. This is the section of the code that we're amending, so we don't include the entire code that that addresses continuances. So, for example, an applicant will, once their project is certified to go to public hearing, they'll move to public hearing. Sometimes an applicant will request a continuance. For example, they may hear from a neighbor or something and want to request a continuance of their own accord once it's advertised. So and that's a continuance by right. The board, whichever board is the reviewing board, may always grant a continuance at its discretion upon petition by the applicant or affected party. So an affected party and an applicant would get one by right continuance, but the board may also grant a second continuance at their discretion.
I mean, I'm a little confused because it says one continuance and there's nothing in there about by right. Is that somewhere else in the ordinance?
So the continuance is that they may request and they have the right to request a continuance. So when they request the continuance, it's granted. They have the right to request one continuance. All subsequent continuances must be requested to the board. So if it says you have, the code allows you to request a continuance, that continuance is automatically granted.
But then you get one more.
You get one continuance. The affected party gets one continuance. If the board determines a second continuance is needed, then the board may grant another subsequent, but that's at the discretion of the board.
Because this language says no more than one may be granted.
No more will be granted by right.
We have two processes here. We created a affected party status in the ordinance that was a little unclear. And this is clarifying that we give a by right avenue for affected parties to request one continuance that's automatically granted, regardless of how the advisory board or the commission feels. You get it if you ask for it. Thereafter, any other additional continuance will have to be requested at the discretion of the advisory board, of the planning and zoning board, or a historic preservation board, or in terms of when it comes before you, it will be at your discretion. This is just only dealing with the one little piece that deals with the automatic continuance vehicle for the affected parties on a project.
It says, however, all subsequent
Ms.
continuances
Valiga?
shall be granted.
I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, it does say, however, all subsequent continuances shall be granted at the sole discretion of the decision-making body, which would be us, at the bottom of the ordinance.
It looks like to me, before both the affected party and the applicant have the right to one continuance, and then now we pulled out the affected party, and now it says they have the right to request one continuance. It doesn't, so that request could be denied. Is that correct?
If you'd like on second reading, we can remove the word request. We
Yes.
have always treated this as a right to one continuance, and we've never interpreted it to request a continuance. They have to request it, it's automatically granted. It's just a procedural matter. If it makes you feel more comfortable, we can remove the word request.
Well, then how would we know that they wanted the continuance that they don't request it?
It's really just.
We can clarify, but this is going back to trying to resolve an issue that was identified by the legal that we did not intend to give a whole variety of continuances that may be gone N for item if we had multiple affected parties on the same project. And so this is to clarify that, to ensure that affected parties may request one by right continuance collectively or singularly. And then thereafter, all those continuances would have to be approved at the discretion of the board. That's all this does.
We were getting folks who wanted to basically it involves into a due process issue. So if people are requesting consecutive continuances in an attempt to basically kill the project with continuances, that under Florida statute it's a violation of the due process of the applicant. They have a right to come to a hearing and be heard and get a decision under Florida law. So this is just clarifying what was there before, which is that the idea was that affected parties would have some more, it gives affected parties time to prepare for the hearing, a little bit more time. And
I would like it if you could just look at the language again, just because it's inconsistent for the applicant. It doesn't, it says there's nothing about them requesting it. I don't care if you have to remove the word request or if you have to put in the by right continuance or something to really firm that up, that it's obvious that the applicant and the affected parties are getting the same consideration on that first request.
yeah, that's easy enough to do.
Is that a major change between the first and second?
It's really, no, it's not. It's very minor.
You can do that.
Okay.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I have a question in regards to Exhibit A. Under medical office, are we including this as medical marijuana offices? Dr. Marijuana, Dr. Weed, whatever his name is. Does he fall under that category?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, just
Specialty
say that's what I'm
medical.
asking.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions, comments? Sarah?
Motion to approve.
Any second?
I just wanted to, about the takeout, the definition of takeout. Doesn't our pizza place downtown have a window that faces?
They also have the inside seating. This is when, like, the new sub shop, you don't really sit there. There's no intent, if I'm reading this right, there's no intention to sit and eat a sub there. It's more of a take, you order it and you take it out. I think that's the differentiation that they're making. Tell me if I'm wrong.
And you're right, Downtown Pizza just doesn't use that window. It's all board. They don't even, it's there, but they don't use it.
So this isn't going to affect them?
No. No, it doesn't. It's right. If I'm correct, this was to allow LDub, the sub shop to have a sub shop situation.
Yes, Madam Mayor. And, Downtown Pizza was in existence for a long time, well before the adoption of the current LDRs and zoning code. So, takeout establishments can be very impactful. So this was kind of a thought for a more walkable, experiential downtown with the code. This would allow some relief for those takeout establishments, but ensure that we have development standards to maintain that character of downtown that was desired as part of the comp.
So do we have a motion and a second? Yeah, no, we don't have a second. We have a motion by Commissioner Maliga. Do we have a second?
Second.
By Commissioner Robinson, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Nay. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. We'll bring back those changes.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, the next one, item D is
Water, 2-inch water main.
2-inch water main replacement phase 5 and 6 project. Do we have any staff input?
Water Utilities Director Brian Shields.
Oh.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Brian Shields here, Water Utility Director. Real briefly on this item, this is a task order to our engineer of record, Craven and Thompson, to perform the engineering inspection and certification work to the various agencies on the final 2 phases of our 6-year program to replace all the old 2-inch galvanized steel water mains throughout the city, which provided no fire protection to the residents. So we'll be upgrading, and this particular portion of the project is generally the incorporated Rollo area, as well as the south end of the city, south of 12th Avenue South. And so, as I mentioned, Craven and Thompson is our engineer of record. They've designed the project. It's ready to go to construction, and they will handle the inspection and certification. So with that, any questions?
So the rest of the city's been done?
That's
rest-
correct.
This is the last. of it. Commissioner Maliga.
I just want to clarify that, of course, I know the answer is yes, but we are going to notify the affected residents prior to this happening.
Yes, as work progresses on each individual street, they get door hangers to let them know the work is coming.
Thank you.
Do I have a motion? Any other questions?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
can you just tell me who made that motion and who seconded it? I'm sorry.
No,
It's
no,
getting
sorry.
late.
Yeah, Commissioner Maliga made the motion. I believe Commissioner McVoy seconded it, and we all voted in favor of it.
Thank you.
I propose we do the same for the next one.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. That was E. Moving on to F. I like this.
This one's a stinky one.
Yeah, a little background on this. So we have a wastewater collection system, obviously.
We're not hearing you well.
The sound got weird, Brian.
The sound got weird. Can you hear me now?
Nope. you sound
Sort
like
of.
you need
I'm
to-
guessing there's no public comment on.
Keep talking.
Sounds like you're in a pipe.
Possibly sewer.
Your cell phone, make sure you're not blocking your mic or it's not resting on the table.
No, it is not. Am I clearer now?
Ish.
Yes.
Ish. Okay, this item is simply a piggyback contract we have with the city of Point Beach to procure chemicals for odor control. We use hydrogen peroxide, and this is for the firm USP, which annually does our odor control network throughout the collection system. And this is to extend it for fiscal year 21 and then through fiscal year 22. Any questions?
Any questions?
Nope.
I have a, nope.
Good, sure. Go ahead.
Why the cost increase from 2021 to 2022?
We're seeing increases in chemical costs. I'm sure that COVID-19 related, there's supply chain issues, delivery costs have increased nationwide.
Is that projected or could it come down?
This is projected, it's actual, it's based on competitive bidding that the city of Point Beach undertook.
I mean, it's like over double.
Yeah.
That's quite the jump.
Well, the reason for that is the estimated amount for fiscal year 21, we're almost halfway through the fiscal year.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second, that's Commissioner Maliga. Second by Commissioner Stokes. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay, hearing none, 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next one. Thank you. Parking Enforcement Solutions Equipment and Related Services. Is there any staff input? And here she comes.
And our leisure services director is also over parking at the beach.
A woman of many hats. Really.
Wears many hats.
Delivers water.
Good evening, Madam Mayor.
Cheerful.
Commissioners. Lauren Bennett, for the record, Director of Leisure Services. Today we'll be putting on my parking hat. In 2018, we went out to bid for parking meters and related services. This amendment before you tonight is just the first amendment of this contract. And it is accompanied with a budget amendment. Unfortunately, my line item for this year was under budget. So I do need a little bit of extra money to cover my expenses for the remainder of the year.
Is this the beach parking?
It's citywide parking, but yes, it's mainly beach parking.
Right.
And the additional, this is the expense side that you're increasing. The additional revenue is actually coming from the parking proceeds.
Yes.
Okay, so it's not, all right.
It's not going to affect any.
It's paying for
It's all
itself.
in the beach fund, yes.
It's paying for itself. Do I have a motion?
Wait.
Are there any questions up? Mr. McVoy?
Yeah, in the past, well, I guess my question, do we, through this contract or any other ones we do we collect, since this is paid by credit card, at least some of the time, I guess, do we collect any of that information to have sort of a sense of our user base?
Yes, yes, we do.
And do we use that data?
We do.
Good.
So we know like when peak hours and that's.
Yes,
Great.
we do.
Oh, now I have one question.
And we have Commissioner
Quickly.
Maliga.
So is there an additional charge from this software IPS group for the credit cards that are inserted for parking?
Yes, and that's built into.
It is built into our final number, right?
Yes.
Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Motion to approve.
By Commissioner Maliga, second by
I'll second.
Commissioner Stokes, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we have 6 minutes.
Okay, we are in a rush.
H. Okay, this is the community,
Grant application.
right, grant application for $400,000, I believe.
No.
No,
No,
2 million.
million. This is the big one. Okay. Is there anything from staff?
Jamie with his bright pink.
Good evening,
Hey, oh my
Madam Mayor and Commissioners.
Hi, how you doing?
Good, how are you guys?
Good, hanging in there.
I will say real quick that even though I'm not physically in the chamber with you, I am just a few blocks west. So Lauren Bennett is not the only one who should get the credit for being up late.
We commend you, sir.
Yeah, but she was dressed up like a cast member of Willy Wonka.
For the other 15 staff members on the meeting.
All right, so community project funding. So this is a funding initiative that was released from Congresswoman Lois Frankel's office. Each congressperson receives a select amount to put toward this particular funding opportunity. There's also another called MDP, member designated projects. We'll be discussing that actually, I guess, in a couple hours at my TPA meeting tomorrow morning. But for this particular opportunity, the CPF, it's 500,000 to 2 million. And the caveat being that the project that you're going to be doing needs to be shovel ready or very close to shovel ready. Luckily for us, timing wise, it's kind of working out because last year we had a very lengthy competitively bid process for the new Public Works Fleet Facility building, which will have an EOC component to it. So we're currently in design right now. We actually had our lead charrette this morning to see what kind of points we're going to be getting, because at a minimum, it's going to be a LEED certified building.
Oh, great.
So yeah, we're looking really good on that front. So that's the project we're actually going to be putting in for. So that $500 to $2 million. Obviously, I maxed out the $2 million ask from the city, and our local cost share would be 25% of that $500,000 if awarded. So there were different project categories that were available for this particular opportunity. And again, being this is really the only thing we have that's close to shovel ready, we're going for the Emergency Operations Center portion of the grant. This item is requesting a resolution because the due date is this Friday, April 9th. So along with that application, we would need to submit a resolution from you guys. So we're here seeking approval tonight for that.
Do I have a motion?
Madam Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just to piggyback on my meeting earlier with staff, Jamie, you know how much I love you. And I would just, in the future, I knew that this was also something that we had talked about penny sales tax with. So I went back into the drawing board and found out, where the components financially were on this project. I would love to see something just for future reference, like if we could actually see the plans of what's being constructed with this money, just for a visual for me, not any other sidebars or roadblocks. For me to put the whole project together in my head of how much it's really going to cost and what we're doing and how I can get excited about your new building. Thank you.
Whether it's going to be pink on the outside.
And striped in the middle. Motion to
Exactly,
approve.
it's a bright red color. It's just not coming through very well on the screen. I do not.
You won't get hit by a truck. We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Maliga. We have a second by Commissioner McFoy. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? None. Hearing none, we unanimously approve that.
Madam Mayor, at this point, you're going to have to take a motion and a second and a vote to extend for another hour.
Extend,
Or
not for very long.
For 5 minutes.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. So.
Almost made it.
Yeah, we're pretty good. We're so close, so close. Okay, anything from staff on this CRA Small Business Quick Action Emergency Grant application?
Joan, are you there? Probably not. Okay, I told Joan that I would take the lead on
Okay,
this.
thanks.
So, knowing again that I'm not gonna keep us here too long, but Jamie Brown touched on it. This is a CP funding that's coming down with Lois Frankel. I was on the call about a month ago, whatever it was. and really honed in on and sat down with Mr. Morgenstein on what could we squeeze out of this. And again, we had to be shovel ready. So I went back to the CRA and we talked about the grant funding that had been done during COVID that was only for restaurants. So we dusted it off and opened it up to citywide businesses. This is not a CRA project.
Right.
I went out and got tons of support from local businesses from all aspects of business, not just restaurants, bars, but this has to be a face-to-face consumer to end receiver type business. So I'm very excited about this. We're asking for $400,000, which the CRA will also kick in another $100,000 for CRA district businesses only. So, but they will also facilitate this. The CRA will facilitate this grant process because they've already done it and they're going to supply the staffing. And I put Mr. Bornstein's, his stress level, brought it down a little bit. So we're asking to approval tonight for $400,000 from the CPF funding, which will give us $7,500 per business of up to 66 businesses if we get complete funding.
Just as here's help, which you've been.
Here's help, pay the bills, pay the electric, get you caught. I mean, it's not going to come until probably the end of October, but it's something
comes, it'll
to
come.
give our small businesses, a little bit of reprieve from the pandemic.
Motion
So moved.
by Commissioner McVoy, second by
Second.
Commissioner Robinson, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? None, hearing none. Commission approved 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lee.
Thank you, Commissioner Maliga.
Agreement with Stantec Consulting Service for a comprehensive sustainability analysis for the city for not to exceed $125,000. Could we have a little backup about what this is?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I know Bruce Miller, our Finance Director, he can chime in. He's on phone. We've been using originally Stantec, it was another name, but it was the same company. It was doing our modeling for our water utilities so that the commission could look at how the rate structures affected out years, both in your cash in, cash out, and your fund balances that you wanted to maintain. Several years ago, we liked the process so much, and the commission did, that we expanded it. I think Commissioner McVoy was on the commission at the time, to all the funds so that you could get a real-time view of potential changes in activities when you look at rates or incomes or expenses and see that fund actually working over a period of years so you can make modifications potentially in the budget so that you address such things as your fund balance. This total amount here is across all the funds that on a pro rata basis. So it's not all coming out of the general fund by itself, but it's addressed, paid for all the funds because it is a budgeting tool, very effective for presentation, both for the commission and for the public. I think I hit all the points there.
Commissioner McVoy?
Yes, I was here and I can see the gentleman in front of us. He was very impressive.
Michael Burton.
Yes.
Burton and Associates.
Yes, and they were bought by Stantec, but I guess it's pretty much the same gentleman. He could do on the fly Excel stuff, show us the graphs when we said what if things. It was extremely helpful. I'm totally in favor of it. Two questions or one question, one comment. Does this include the electric as well as the water?
It's all funds, yes, sir.
Yeah. And the other is, I would just ask that when we say comprehensive sustainability analysis, a number of people in the public might think this is about solar panels or whatnot. Let's just add in the word that you do have in the internal text, comprehensive financial.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
But I'm totally for it. It was a very useful tool for us to make much more educated decisions and projections.
Thank you.
Motion to approve.
Motion
Second.
approved by Commissioner Maliga, second by Commissioner McVoy, all in favor?
Hi.
All right.
Here she comes.
Miss America.
Not only Leisure Services Director, but also in charge of food drive.
Next up, vaccines. This is actually a joint item with myself and the Pink Bumblebee. We wanted to bring this item forward. We wanted to bring this
Sunny
item
City
forward
mascot.
Really?
to get some direction for the future food drives. So obviously, everybody knows we had a national pandemic, and the city and generous volunteers stepped in to do a food drive every Tuesday of the month. But where we're at right now is currently, as restrictions are lifted and the city is up, starting to operate again, We're running into a little bit of a dilemma as far as staff time goes. We are really good at making things look really easy, but when you peek behind the curtain, you'll start to see that we don't really have a deep bench in regards to staffs. For example, I only have 2 staff members on our special events team, and they also oversee the ballroom function. So they are starting to kind of juggle a lot of different areas as far as their time. And I know Jamie is experiencing a little bit of the same experience with his staff. So we just kind of wanted to seek a directive about considering maybe doing twice a month instead
of every week.
Tuesday. We did have a conversation with the food drive, and if you do want to keep it to every Tuesday, they are prepared to do so, and so are we. So I just wanted to lay that all out there for you guys.
Okay, so this would be every other week instead of every week.
Yes, ma'am. We were looking at the 1st and 3rd.
Okay, Commissioner Rob, who's first?
I don't care.
Commissioner Leggett.
Quickly, how was the response today? I was told by some of the volunteers that the lines were done by 9:45.
Yeah, today ended pretty early.
Do you think that's because there was rumor out there that we weren't doing it?
I'm not sure.
Okay, I'm just hoping that it's because the need isn't there as
Right.
much as what I'm gonna go on that side of it.
Yeah.
So that was my only question about today's drive.
I go every Saturday, almost every Saturday to the church, your church, for a friend of mine who's disabled, can't get out. And it was the stimulus checks had a big, like there was nobody in line last week. This week it was back up to normal, but that was a very interesting thing. That's another great program. Commissioner Stokes.
Yes, I visited today just to check it out to see what was going on, and
I heard. Thank you.
Yes,
Staff was excited to see there.
It was great. I was like, okay, it's hard for me to want to give up free food if we have someone who's willing to write it even before the pandemic, like as we've seen today with our presentation. Highland Elementary School, 98% of them are on free and reduced lunch, and I believe South grade was 99 point something. We also saw there's 133 students that are experiencing homelessness or living in transition. So this is food security is a problem that existed before COVID, was, enhanced by COVID. It's not going away as COVID subsides. So I would love if we could find opportunities to continue this, but and the volunteers, I saw a couple new volunteers that came out. They're like, I never even heard about it. And they're excited. And some veterans who are like, I've been here all year, and they still want to come out every week because it's so great. And the quality of the food is amazing. And it's such a great program. So my question is there any kind of relief that we can give to staff? Because I am also understanding staff has been doing this for over a year, and they get back, they do this all morning. They still have to go back and do their jobs. And work doesn't stop just because they're out there doing these services. So I'd love to see if there's any way that we could give relief to staff. So I would like to see if we could continue for the next through April on a weekly basis and trying to seeing if we are getting more volunteers plugged in. I saw one of your, I think your event staff was great. She can speak multiple languages. Is that right?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so she was out there greeting the cars and everything like that. And it's like, if we had someone else that could fill that role, could we only have one staff member and they could alternate? And also with it takes 5 staff members 4 hours to set up the tents and break them down.
Yeah, so the tents they're rather large. We have 2 20 by 20s and a 10 by 10, and they're all in like different conjoining pieces. There's the top part. It takes a crew to actually assemble them and then to take them down.
And the hours around that, I believe, are flexible, right? They get set up maybe the day before, taken down later. So it's not like they're up, before the sun out there doing this.
So I would like to answer, but it's not my team. So Jamie, I'm gonna defer to you.
Yeah, they're usually out there first thing in the morning, setting everything up. Sometimes, depending on what else we have going on that day, it'll be set up the night before. We typically don't like to leave it sitting out there in that location if possible, because we've had issues in the past with stuff kind of disappearing or becoming vandalized.
So what time do they start setting up in the morning?
Oh, they're normally in 6:30.
Okay.
On those days. Again, that's if we don't have the opportunity to set that up on a Monday evening.
Okay, because I'm just wondering if there is any way to get that's a hard ask for some people to get up that early in the morning. But if we know what the ask is, we can ask it. You know, maybe then only 2 staff members have to be there overseeing the help that they're receiving. And then the garbage truck takes 3 hours.
Excuse me?
I'm questioning that. The garbage truck, it takes 3 hours of their time.
Yeah, depending on, we've had, usually we have someone stationed out there that stays there a majority of the time, depending on what items are being given out that week, and breaking down boxes, crates, all that other stuff. We've just had someone there. So when we haven't had someone there, we show up kind of after the event's over, and it's a parking lot of disaster, which requires even more staff to kind of break everything down and kind of consolidate everything so we can actually pick it up. So it's a lot of actual labor, just hand labor, moving stuff and carrying everything.
The boxes, sometimes there's food that's damaged or rotten. There's a lot of things, and they spend a lot of time breaking down.
I have a question. This is just, the tents are to put the food under so that there's protection for the food?
It's and shade for our volunteers.
Could we not use the covered part of the hatch, you know, the old shuffleboard court, which is pretty much covered?
No, because they come in through the drive-through, and they drive right out. So they come in from Lake, they drive right past us in the parking lot, and they go out Lucerne. And all of that area has a huge fence around it.
No, okay. I mean, it just seems like to avoid putting up the tent, you take a few steps up from there, but that's just.
Oh, but it keeps the traffic moving because the box is there, the trunk is.
There's only one gate opening to that entire sculpture area.
Oh, I've been stuck in that traffic.
It's a great idea, but logistically for traffic.
Fine, just a
it would
question.
be a nightmare.
So
Lauren, I just want to reiterate, because I thought that this was additional money that we're spending on staff. This is not additional money. This is already what we're paying staff. But it's just staff can't get the stuff, other stuff that needs to be done because they're still on the weight of this.
Right.
And thank you guys for that volunteer tool online. That's awesome.
Do I have a motion?
I was just going to ask about walk up, whether you will allow somebody to walk up with a bag and choose what they want.
I know they've been trying to keep it to drive up just because of the logistics of the area. It's not very pedestrian friendly. But I don't know if, I mean, I'm sure we could accommodate walk up.
Yeah, people may not have a car.
At the end, after all the cars are done, and there are people walk up, but it's just because they don't want pedestrians getting hit crossing in front of the cars.
It seems like you could, from the time that I went, it seems like you could bring people maybe through the middle. There's the 2 car lanes and do it through the middle maybe and let walkers go through. There might be a way to do that.
There is.
Safely.
From a logistics standpoint, though, if you're adding that component, that's going to be an extra body or bodies that I would need to have on site to also now coordinate a walk-up component to the event as well.
Do they get a box of food or do they get to?
No, so they pull up, they open the trunk, and there's stations all along. So one person does apples, the next person's doing milk.
Okay.
And they move the car along.
Only one box.
Yeah, no, the car goes moved along. It's like a conveyor belt. And it's really streamlined.
It's a whole semi-tractor trailer full of food. We don't know what's going to arrive until it arrives.
Right.
And then it's wrapped in big pallets.
Is it feeding South Florida?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, because
And it's
that's the
like
one that does the
fresh
church. Shoot. What?
It's fresh food. I mean, I
Oh,
know.
no, I see it
it's
every
so
week when I
great.
pick it up for my friend. Yeah.
Well,
Is it on for next week? Oh, sorry.
I gotta believe that somebody is walking up, will take what they need versus somebody that pops open their SUV and accepts crates of food that.
How slow do you want that process to be?
I think the efficiency of somebody with a bag walking up from the neighborhood would be more efficient in terms of need and.
Madam Mayor, I can tell you from firsthand knowledge that we haven't turned anyone that's come up. Don't encourage the mix of the traffic.
And with that being said, sometimes you have one person who's got representing 4 like you do for your friend.
Exactly.
They find a way to pick up for other families.
It happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not something that's part of the.
I just would like the public to know that the food is there and if they're on foot, they can take the food.
Commissioner Stokes, I think I can get ahead of your questions. So as of right now, I'm not scheduled for next Tuesday, but they are on standby awaiting your answer for me tonight. So I can spin it up and keep it going, no problem.
Okay, and then, so we'll have were the people who are in line today gathering the food notified not to come back next Tuesday? Or are they coming back next Tuesday because they're expecting?
They're also on standby. Originally, we told them we were going to be moving to the 1st, 3rd, and then we just told them like, hey, we're bringing it forward as an agenda item. There might be a possibility that we'll have it again on Tuesday.
And then my other question is if you've seen more volunteers yet through the form that you've created?
Actually, we saw an increase there. So thank you, Commissioner, for that suggestion.
Right, that's why it's like, if we can get some more support for the staff, then we can try to.
Great, we'll see you guys all out there next Tuesday at 7:30.
I will be out there next Tuesday. Next Tuesday, I can go out there every other Tuesday, and it happens to be next Tuesday. So I'm like, oh, the Tuesdays I can go are now being removed from the rotation. So if we have it next Tuesday, I will be out there.
Commissioner Boyd, the proposal was made to continue it through April, and it seems like there was some discussion that the level of interest may have gone down, but we don't know exactly why. I guess my suggestion would be, let's keep it once a week for a little bit longer, keep track of how it's doing, and then make our decision of whether to go to every other. If it's clearly falling off pretty consistently, then maybe there's less demand and we can drop it to one.
motion.
I think staff needs a little more like hardcore, like we're gonna do it every Tuesday for April, and then we'll bring it back at the end of April and talk about it.
Yes.
Because they're trying to figure out logistics for them.
Does that give enough times to get a pretty good sense?
I think we just got an influx of volunteers today. I think it'll help us see if it's starting to trend downwards and if the volunteers is giving staff the relief that they need.
Okay.
Thank you. City of volunteers.
I should be able to do that, I think.
Is there a motion?
Is there a motion? I think.
Motion to
what?
I think you had a motion.
You don't have to.
Go on.
A motion to keep it going weekly throughout April and then bring it back. Or just reassess. Or reassess.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you.
Have a good motion passes.
Thank you
Motion.
for your flexibility.
Thank you, really. Motion to adjourn by Commissioner. Oh, one thing we were.
Attorney report.
Oh,
Oh
boy.
my God, we just forgot about you. And we were gonna talk about workshops. That's true.
Oh, yeah.
So a long time ago in the galaxy, far, far away, office back there, we have a very fine. I got to read that into the record.
Okay.
So I'm desiring advice from the commission concerning pending litigation, specifically regarding settlement negotiations and strategy related to litigation expenditures in the case of City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida versus Federal Emergency Management Agency of Peter T. Gaynor. Capacity case number 19 CV 81140 Sing Hall, and requesting an attorney-client session to be scheduled for April 27th at 5 p.m. The estimated length of the attorney-client session is approximately 45 minutes to an hour. The session will be attended by the members of the City Commission, Mayor Betty Resch, Commissioners Sarah Baliga, Stokes, Kristen McCoy, and Herman Robinson, City Manager Michael Bornstein, City Attorney Glenn Tercivia, outside counsel Amy Abbott and Michelle Salzberg. Certified court reporter will be present to ensure that the session is fully transcribed and the transcript will be public upon the conclusion of that litigation. Thank you. I was going to think about sunshine law, but in light of the hour, I think it's moon time.
Moonshine.
Moonshine. Yeah, really.
Moonshine law.
City manager, right?
Yeah, do you have anything to report?
Did you want to talk anything about the workshop dates? Or are you going to pass on that? Because we just sort of foobarred the 20th.
You want to do that?
Workshop day, yeah. So we're going to have to, and we can regroup on that whole conversation with staff later individually.
About when to do the workshops.
Yeah,
I was
right now,
right
now we have 3 dates we're working. The 20th, which is a joint meeting / workshop. We're going to get into the capital budgets, ARPA funding potential, and all those kinds of activities, the sales tax, so that y'all could really get a good handle on that as far as getting your questions and knowledge base up. The other one was we were trying to come up with the meeting to talk about the strategic plan, the comp plan, the development process, CRA, as well as the commission rules, which Commissioner Stokes was talking about. And we were looking at maybe doing it on the 27th with the electric utilities meeting, or moving it to the 6th of May, which would be the next available slot. So we got to work through that with y'all. Our goal is by the end of May to have y'all really ready for the budget workshop, which starts on June the 3rd.
Okay.
So we've allowed some flexibility in the month of May to try to catch up on the meetings and things that y'all want to really dig down into. But we need to get through these first 2 meetings to really look at the capital issues, the funding issues, as well as your operational and your goals and vision documents like the strategic plan. Madam Mayor.
Ma'am, I have a question of you, city manager. When are we going to have, you already know what I'm going to say, the financials for last year? Because if we're talking budget in a month, I need to see financial reports from last year.
That's, I asked.
And we're going to be ginning all that up with the budget documents we're going to be pushing out to you. I'll have to defer. I don't know that Bruce is still on the line.
If we could get that, if I could get those,
Get you, yeah,
be way before the budget workshops, that would be great.
agreed.
Mike, I can provide an update if you wish.
Yeah, Bruce, we'll get together with you and get them what they need.
All right.
But it'll be out of phase with your budget presentation components, so that's fine. Y'all, the sooner y'all see the documents, the better. Was there another? Madam Mayor.
Oh, anything else?
Just to add to that with the budget stuff and what Commissioner Malega referred to, I would like to see very overview pie chart. You and I talked about it, some kind of overview of what are the big chunks coming in, what are the big chunks going out, how have they varied those pie charts over the years. Some very overview stuff. I have a binder of the budget that I believe is very useful for doorstops, but it's almost incomprehensible. I don't want, that doesn't help me. And I need to see overview numbers.
Yes, sir.
And I think the public does too.
No, we don't have last year's figures there. Like, how do we know?
Well, that's what my question was, running a business. I mean, in my world, we close our books every 30 days. And we're April 6th and we still don't have the closeout from last year. So, I mean, I know we run on fiscal years here, but it's still looking at calendar year too.
I appreciate that. And Bruce, we'll get that information to you as well as what you've asked for, Commissioner. And then the only other thing I had is in your email boxes tonight, I've submitted my letter of resignation. Starts at 60-day clock. It's been a pleasure working for the city for almost 9 years. I told my wife she would give me 5 years to do this. I've been here 9 years. And I think that gives y'all an opportunity to find.
I didn't.
Do we have to accept it?
I had
You don't
not.
have a choice, sir. I love you though.
I had not seen that. That is.
It just went out during the meeting.
Oh, surprise, surprise.
So it starts a 60-day clock.
You have 60 days to get everything from your brain into our brains.
Right.
And find a new city manager.
Well, you're doing good so far. So you're learning quite well in the job. It's just the time commitment for this job is really daunting for y'all. And I can see you struggling with that while you're trying to ramp up and do business, but it'll come. I think Commissioner Malega, you said that the best. Give yourself 6 months to really get that feel that you'll be comfortable in these positions. And you've got incredible staff and capabilities here. So
you'll be here for 60 more days.
That's the contract. Yes, ma'am.
Ask a lot of questions.
You already are.
Well, our clock is too long. I mean,
we'll talk.
Yeah.
Got time.
Well, thank you for everything
Really?
you've done.
Yeah.
Oh.
There's been a lot of positive. We're always going to look for ways to improve
Absolutely.
and everything else, but there's definitely been a lot of positive things that have happened.
oh yeah. Yeah, really.
so,
I think we're shocked. I think we're all sort of taken aback.
So are we going to do a workshop on the electric utility date?
I'm trying to work with Ed Liberty on his items that he has to bring
Okay.
forward because we have his electric utility meeting every month because that is your biggest business.
Right.
And so if we can move some of those items to regular agenda items, because he has a section on regular agenda as well, just because, we'll try to free up time there and use that as a workshop date.
Okay, and then I think for based on our last meeting, the bulk of the meeting was spent on a presentation by Ed Liberty.
Right.
So it's really
Yeah.
about how, in order for us to be able to effectively rule on those items, how long does that presentation have to be? Is there a way to?
Well, he was trying to do his workshop format in Ed University. We were joking
Right,
around
we were
about
so
you. And he was in that mode,
Okay,
into the business mode when you get into the regular meetings. And as it'll be more
okay.
So
factual items, and things that you'll get to know about.
one more thing, should we then add to the agenda for next time, a discussion about replacing the city manager? When have the process about
We can bring
that
forward
started?
some options that are available to local governments that involve both using like the FCCMA, which is, or having a firm go out and actually do recruitment, which is
So
advisable.
we should talk about that. Should we add that?
That'll be
to
on
the-
the agenda then for the.
And we can email you that information fairly quickly, and that's
So we're gonna have to talk about it. And this is.
absolutely, it's just scheduling the time for you to do that.
Well, but
Is this like
we have to
public
do it
now?
together.
What's public?
Is this like, are you announcing officially to the?
World.
I mean,
I
the
just
public?
and it just announced it right now, and that starts the clock.
When Mark is.
I think Mark fell asleep and didn't realize the meeting's still going on, but
And I think I said, that's why, as soon as it hit the clock, will hit 11:05, he's like, I resign.
I'm out.
I said I
We
wasn't.
do need a motion to adjourn if that's what you're gonna do.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Malega, second by Commissioner McVoy. All in favor?
M's here. We got these missions.
Thank you. Motions.
You do. Under control.
no organization's about one person.
Thank